stereo cell stop.
Copy. Backing up, coming down slowly.
Bridge nav.
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to let you know vehicles are on the bottom. And as we discussed before, bailout will be to the southwest from now on.
Copy that. Southwest bailout. Thank you very much.
Nav, if pilot's okay, can you zoom out very quickly on HIPAC? Just to get our uphill direction, or our direction of next move.
Yeah, it's roughly northeast.
Northeast. All right, good enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Looks like we have some ripples in the sand here.
Bias.
On the left. We're just kind of hovering about 10 meters over the bottom.
Co-pilot, are you doing sonar? Or?
I haven't touched it yet.
Okay. Let me know if you want to take it.
Andrea, I was trying to log into the event log, but meanwhile, I also
ahead,
received information from the fisheries about the fact that they do fish in the mornings because of the currents in the area.
Thank you, Dave.
So they were very aware of our problems when we were trying to get the ROV out of the water the other day.
Interesting. Yeah, has anybody seen any fishing boats
Northeast.
today?
So if I back up,
I'll turn around.
I haven't been outside today, honestly.
Generally up the gradual slope from here, which is about northeast. We can get an exact...
How's the wind
while you're
and how are
working
the currents?
The currents are right now negligible.
There's a fish lower bottom there.
Okay.
Central.
And the surface currents earlier today, they were about 0.3 knots from north to south. Wind, what's our wind speed?
Wind is 5 knots.
5 knots.
From the northeast.
Looks pretty calm out there today.
Pilot, did you get a feel?
Yes.
Was the
We're just doing a quick pilot
was there
change.
current pushing you south?
Breakfast relief.
can't tell.
Okay. I will just come around port.
It's still kind of getting settled, situated here on the bottom.
Coming about.
We come down a bit. Sorry, Delta.
You're fine there.
Okay.
Good morning, all. Andrea has just gone for breakfast, and I'm taking over for a moment. Just to describe what we're seeing, you can obviously see this ripples in the sand directly above, in front of us, and then in the top left, you can actually see the limestone, the platform carbonate, with the kind of large-scale honeycomb weathering, the pitted nature of it. And as I think we were talking earlier and the other day, some of that weathering is because once, not so long ago, all this limestone was actually above sea level. And so some of the landforms or the bed forms in the rocks that we're going to see today were actually formed when the limestone a couple of million years ago was above sea level. Michelle asked, are those limestones colonized at the moment? Michelle, I think we're just still setting up. As soon as we've set up, we'll go and zoom in there and start to explore. as Andrea said, we're just having a pilot change at the moment. And so then I think we're going to do a white balance for the cameras, and then hopefully after that we'll be ready to go. Today we're going to...
Buenos días, Mike.
Buenos dias, Graciela.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, Dave.
Weren't we just here?
We were. She feels like
Dave, this is...
See more sand than mud. That's nice.
That's right.
with your permission.
Dave, the
I'll
new
start
pilot,
to,
just commented that weren't we here before?
white balance.
Carry on.
As Andrea mentioned, today we're doing a very shallow dive. We're currently at 604 meters. We'll be coming up to about 300 meters during the course of the day. And we'll be looking especially for the fish communities down here. This is an area where fishing is carried out for deep water snappers and deep water groupers, I believe. And we're especially interested in their habitat and whether we can find some of those fishes. And just at the top of the screen at the moment is, I think, a shrimp, maybe? Tim tells me it's a mysid shrimp. And here you can see the manipulator.
Hello, Mike.
Go ahead, Graciela.
There's a fish down below on the right.
Thank you, Graciela. I think we're trying to do a camera setup test of white balance. Just noting the ripples on the sea floor, because you can use the orientation of the ripples to tell you which way the currents are going. And so at the moment we are basically facing approximately east. And so by looking at those ripples, we can speculate that the currents here were actually
Is that enough light on there?
going pretty much east-west.
Say again? Is that enough light on that?
Yeah, I have to tell when I get in there.
Okay.
Looks like it might be sufficient, though.
Okay. If you want to go ahead, I
Can
can
I
make
repeat that
adjustments.
in
Roger.
Spanish and tell
Partial.
them what they are seeing on the screen now?
Of course, Graciela, go ahead. Thank you.
Gracias. Están ahora mismo asegurándose de que las cámaras ven los colores que tienen que ver, así que están haciendo todas las
¿Tienen lo
pruebas
more?
necesarias para poder
Yeah,
obtener la mejor fotografía de video de esta área. También lo que estaba diciendo
We come up a little,
Mike
try and get
y lo
those
que
colors
vimos
on the frame.
anteriormente es que estaban teniendo una corriente que va de norte a sur a .3 nudos y el viento está, no me dijo de qué dirección, pero está a 5 nudos. Mike estaba hablando sobre las estructuras o las líneas que se ven en el fondo, que es un fondo
You'll
más
have
bien
to do the
carbonatado
rest.
de
That's fine right
500
there.
metros de profundidad y que claramente
Okay,
se
the
ve en la dirección en que va la corriente. Y están ellos ahora mismo de cara al este, o sea que las corrientes van este-oeste. Thanks.
Nice.
Thank you, Graciela. That was great. So, Jason, while we're doing this color balance, if you're there, could you tell us a little bit about the geology of this area?
Capping again. I like that.
Ah, Jason.
Yeah, Jason's not here. He may be able to call in on the
Oh.
conference line. He's certainly on the event log.
Thank you, Tim. No, I can see that.
Coming out
And
to chat.
Jason, will you
Hold on
be in
just one
the
second.
Hui Conference Center at some point, or are you at USGS today?
Yeah.
Just while I'm waiting Jason to reply. Jason's worked a lot in this area. Jason Chater, he's a geologist at the USGS, so he knows an awful lot about the geology, about the tectonics, about how this area is stretched, and about the faults that provide the rock outcrops that we're going to look at today. And later today, Jason will be on the line, and he can tell us as an expert exactly what's going on.
Thank you.
Jason also makes the point that, you know, we were talking about these ripples earlier. The ripples look like they're swirling around a little bit, that there's no one direction. And that's perfectly plausible, especially if these currents are wrapping around these rock outcrops that we're seeing. You'd expect the ripples, the currents, to just sweep around and vary in direction around the rocks. And we'll see if we can see some sort of dominant direction as we carry out today's dive. And as I said, the major control on the ripples is actually the direction of the currents. And so we can use the ripples to tell which way the water was flowing.
Good morning, Mike. Your
Good morning, Dave.
pilots are with you. I noticed very little drift as we were setting up for our white balance. There is a very slight
video. Do you want to
current.
call someone else in the clip and take this over, or
but
do you just want
nothing,
to jump up and pause that?
Nothing notable.
Thank you, Dave. So Dave, Dave and our ROV team, I think the priority today very much is going to be the biology, and especially if we see any fish at all. Well, hopefully we will, but catch a fish, let's go for it. To some degree, the geology is secondary to the biology today. So
understood.
So it looks like there's a little sea star there, just to the bottom left. So we're about to zoom in on that little sea star, which is sitting on this caustic limestone. And again, I'll say this several times throughout the day.
There's fish.
There's a fish as well.
Let him come.
If we can zoom in.
A little bit of zoom.
Pushing.
Just to track him.
Yeah, that would be great. So, guys on shore, type of fish?
A little shark.
That's a little shark.
Not used to that much light, I don't think.
No.
Coming out.
No, not a shark.
It's a dogfish.
Sorry, Graciela, that was a...
I'm not going to chase
dogfish
him.
shark.
A dogfish shark.
For the sea star here.
Pilot video, quick shift change.
Sure.
Okay, I'm back. I heard there was a shark.
Well, the...
Yeah, it was 20 feet long.
The dogfish shark that has the black blotches on the back.
On the dorsals?
Yes.
I think that's probably... Is it the same we saw a few days ago at Pachincho?
I don't remember the one at Pichincho having these clear markings, but it came and hit the rock and kept on going.
Oh, okay.
But there should be good pictures. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm trying to get into the event log and I'm not having too much luck. So.
Video. Good morning, Jared.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
We're just parked here for the moment. We'd like to zoom
Have we
on
zoomed
the
in on
sea
that
star
sea
there.
star?
I think we're
Sounds
just
good.
still getting set up. We haven't zoomed in yet.
Partial?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, we can come in some more now. Can I hold that a moment? And
So this resembles a Ceramac
more.
sea star.
There we go.
A Ceramac?
Or cookie sea star, they call it. And some of these actually brood their young on their back. Sometimes you can see little sea stars on their back.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't see one on this one.
We're getting a little prop wash here.
We get the lasers on and run like that until we want to turn them off.
Come
Yes.
out a little bit, video. Pick up the lasers.
Good shot. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Little guy.
Okay. Back in. So max it out.
Correct.
Get a little tether drag here.
This group is really diverse and found,
Okay,
in
so
almost
cool.
every ocean, every part of the ocean.
Do we see the species at Pichincho? I think we did.
This one
Yeah.
in particular, I'm going to default and say I don't think so.
Full wide.
Okay, I'm
But I have
coming
your
left.
back check.
We'll go back in. There's something waving around. Zoom in here. We've seen this before. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, can you zoom in a little more?
Are we max? Might be able
Is
to
it a crinoid?
get closer. if
The
need
very
be.
long arms?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a crinoid.
Yeah.
Thought crinoid. Nice.
Okay, come out about halfway. Alright, let's hold there and look around a little bit.
Yeah. On the left, oh, can you
Oh,
pan left?
Back in the crevice there.
No, just pan left. Thought I saw a fish flicker.
Oh, fish.
No.
Hang on, let me scoot over that away.
I hear somebody breathing very loudly. If you could. Thank you.
There's a crab. Quick zoom. All that.
Oh, another decorator crab.
Just come out a little bit. I'll jump over there.
You getting a better zoom of the crab?
Yeah. It'll help with tilt here, Chris, when I get perched.
Try
Come
that.
on up.
Good audio check.
Hi, Andrea. Can you hear me?
That's very good. Yeah. Can you, after
Clear
you zoom
to
out?
zoom.
There's also a coral under
Yeah.
the crab.
Follow him.
Both. You get the crab first. He's on the move.
Okay, come back in video.
What is he carrying? A sponge? Looks like it.
Okay, track him, Chris. You're running for cover.
Nice camouflage for a crab in deep water.
Come out, video.
It's for camouflage. Yeah.
There's a couple of shrimp on the left, if that's of interest.
Yeah, we definitely want to zoom in that. And then there's a coral on the kind of lip of the rock to the right of the lasers now
Oh,
as well. But the shrimp are moving,
Okay.
so.
tilt down, Chris. Go for the shrimp.
There's some tube worms as well. Tim, on the rocks here. Are those serpulids?
Okay, zoom in.
Yeah, those look like Serpula polychaetes, and I think I'm seeing a couple of them with their feather dusters out. A fair number of shrimp here. They are look to be Caridians, perhaps in the family Pneumatocarsinidae.
Okay.
Long legs with, as you see on the deeper dives, with some white tips. Very long antennae. You often see these swimming in the water column. They are different than the swimmers that we see so much of, with the very large swimmerettes, the abdomen,
We can handle a little more zoom.
parts of
if
the
you
abdomen
got
we
it.
call swimmerettes. They normally carry their eggs on their abdominal vent side. I don't see any gravid here. This is certainly their typical posture when on the seafloor. Walking around looking for things to scavenge. Really well-developed eye stalks, which makes sense for the depths that we're at. You see the white-colored legs there, too.
And how does that compare with shrimps that are found more shallow? I guess the eye stalks aren't as long?
No, yeah, and certainly in shallow throughout most of the 16 sort of superfamilies of the Caridians, we'd certainly see well-developed eye stalks. It's when you get deeper and really you get toward in chemosynthetic ecosystems tend to have lost their eye stalk. They just haven't have no use for them any longer, and evolutionarily they've just lost them.
Mm-hmm. Do you see the squat lobster behind the shrimp? That's different.
I see you there. Sponge there, stupulid there.
Yeah, right behind the shrimp now, there's a squat lobster. Different from what we have seen so far.
Would these shrimps make swarms and be in the water column in big numbers?
No, I don't. I don't think so. Not this type. These are typically benthic shrimp that you often see solitary. Even seeing the three we just saw was, I thought, interesting for the numbers. There's another one there, so I could be proven wrong by the end of the dive that these do actually form large aggregations. There's several here, which is already a little unusual.
The reason why I'm asking is because fishers up, but they're really mangled by the time the queen snapper regurgitate. So we haven't been able to really look at any of the shrimp that queen snappers eat.
Tim, do you have an idea on the squat lobster? Do you see it now? It's on the right.
Yeah, I can see it now. I haven't seen that one before.
No.
Have we?
Very short rostrum. Trying to short and squat. So this isn't really a lobster. The tail it's not a true lobster. Tail is kind of tucked underneath there, underneath the body. And there's several sponges colonizing as well underneath the ledge. Demo sponges. That's good for me, guys. That's great.
Come out just a little bit video. I think there was a...
Hey, Andrew, we may start the conference call again. You're really breaking up over the phone line.
Really?
Are you reading me okay?
I'm reading you fine. Is that any better?
Okay, there's a coral, cup coral.
Yeah, Andrew, I cannot hear you either. I can hear everyone else, but not you.
See,
you're breaking up.
Up a little, Chris. See that?
Can you hear Mike? Mike, can you do audio check?
Audio check. Mike Cheadle here. Okeanos Explorer.
There it is.
Everyone on the ship is breaking up.
Okay.
We hear very few words now. There's a cup coral.
Yeah.
Video, did you copy that we're breaking up back on shore?
Okay, come out a little bit, video.
Can you come out, guys?
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, there's a beardfish on the left, Polymyxia.
Okay, heading that way.
Polymyxia nobilis. You can see its chin barbels feeling around for prey in the sand.
Down, please,
movement.
Chris.
We observed a few of these on Pichincho site.
Track him in tilt. Video, we can zoom. Thank you. Looks like he's looking for breakfast.
There's two different species of beardfish in the area, Polymyxia nobilis and lowi, and this one you can tell with the black spot on the dorsal fin and the black spots on the tail. Also,
I think we've dazzled him.
we have dazzled him.
Let's come come out, please?
That's
video?
good. Thanks, guys.
So I need to revise my current estimate here. I had a toe down earlier and didn't know it. There is a current.
There's a current. Yeah, can we get a current estimation when you get a chance?
Sure can.
Thanks.
Let me get myself into a free flow.
Are we going to do anything about the communication? We can.
Yeah, I think we need to have them restart their call. They need to redial. I'll tell them on the event log.
Yeah, I told video. I don't know what happened there. Did you restart the call? Did you hear me? Video watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
They're
having much better now, Andrea.
Oh, you do?
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
great.
Somebody did something. Okay. We're doing just a drift test to get a current estimate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Just getting some
You can
slack
see there's
in the
quite a bit
tether
of
here.
ripples in the sediment here. I would expect there to be a lot of current moving through the area.
Indeed, and I think as Michelle pointed out, and Jason, that the currents actually have
what's the
variable
shadow
direction,
on the
and
right?
that's what we kind of expect in this area, especially with the rocks. The current will come through, swirl around the rocks, and rotate around. Michelle pointed out that the dominant direction of the current is likely to be northeast to the southwest, which represents the water being channelized through
we're
the
drifting.
Mona Passage itself between Puerto Rico and Mona Island and Hispaniola to our west. I'm not an expert in the current morphology, but we can see different of ripple morphology, but we can see different styles of ripples. Occasionally you see the longer parallel ripples, which we saw closer to the rocks, and here we can see much more irregular ripples, and the style of the ripples tells us about the type of current. What was really cool was last night we were looking at the bathymetry collected just a little bit to the northwest of here, and the bathymetry was picking up enormous ripples that we'd actually call sand waves. These ripples have a relief of almost 10 meters. Their wavelength is 50 meters across, so you've got big parallel waves of sand with a ridge crest 50 meters apart and with almost 10 meters of relief between the bottom of the troughs and the top of the crests. So we've seen lots of evidence in the mud for the currents that come sweeping through here.
Now, did we get a estimation on the current at the bottom?
Nope. That's it. We just
watch lead. We're drifting. Takes a while for the vehicle to
take the zoom.
We just hit a little ridge.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay, we got about
Did you say something, component?
Beardfish is in the left of the video. We're at a depth of 604 meters, 604.
You can go in video.
Roger, zooming.
Let's get another zoom here. Still doing a drift test to estimate the currents on the bottom.
So watch lead nav.
Do we have a shoe move on nav?
Negative. We are still looking around.
Roger that.
We're going to end up about 0.
Coming out.
I think.
Change my heading for you, pilot.
Pull wide.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Yeah, we're estimating the currents to be about 9 centimeters a second, going towards 335 degrees.
Something out in your distance.
So northwest.
Got tether.
Interesting. And on the surface, they were moving from north
So
to
coral
south.
down below you, center
Okay.
frame, going out of frame.
Thank you, Nav.
Almost at frame bottom now.
You're welcome.
Could be sargassum or something.
And right now we're facing due north. Looks like we have a sponge here. Can you get a zoom on the fish going by quickly? It looks like another beardfish. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Another beardfish. So a few beardfish in the area.
And another one.
Another one in the back, yeah. Couple in the background there.
Is this sponge of interest?
Sure, we can do a snap zoom on the sponge. Everything's of interest.
There are quite a few in the background.
Yeah, you can see them flash their silvery sides.
Oh, there's
A few shrimp associated with the sponge, one
Put my
inside.
levels
Oh, and
here
an urchin on the
real
right.
quick. There we go.
That urchin has a lot of growth on its spines. Hydroids.
Shrimp associates with that the sponge. And Andrew, are those anemones up to the right, or are those little cup corals? It's hard to tell.
Oh, yeah. Hold on just a second.
Like
Let me get...
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Pilot?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on in video.
They're a brittle star.
Coming in.
Oh, those could be little
What
cup
we got for the
corals.
brittle? Go for
There's a
it.
different type of shrimp on top of that cup coral, too. I think those are cup corals. You can
I
see
had
the
to turn off
septa.
watch lead. It was too loud. Let me set my volume back there in just a sec.
An abandoned shrimp. So our first corals of the dive today. You can often see solitary cup corals like this
Coming out a little.
at these depths.
You see the septa in that coral are different sizes, alternating large and small.
Come on out video.
In?
Can't see, do they all look to be the same species, or is there two different species there?
See if I can.
Oh, and then we have a
wide.
green eye here. Chlorophthalmous.
Zoom fish.
Look like two morphs, Andrea, but
Two morphs.
look like it.
So this is Chlorophthalmous Agassize, and named after Louis Agassiz. Very iridescent. They also have a layer in their eye that helps to kind of reflect and gather more light. So Louis Agassiz, of course, was a Swiss-born and European-trained biologist, born in the early 1800s. Thank you, Pilot.
Right.
We often see green eyes in this depth range associated with soft sediment habitat.
I might have something off to the left of that sponge, on the other side of that rocky area. Might have
To
been
the
a
left?
couple corals, yeah. Should be just coming into frame about now.
Video, how's the light look?
A little brighter on the right than the left.
Roger.
It's also slow.
Yeah, see that? Maybe it's just that urchin there I saw earlier on the far left.
Yeah.
Pilot,
Kind of
so that you know your top lights are
left
pointing
of the beardfish. Something sticking out, yellow.
Heading to it, Sense.
Thanks. Kind of on the edge of the sand ripples.
Yeah, co-pilot, feel free to adjust my lights as necessary.
I have been, but just wanted to let you know at the moment they're sort of pointing closer than farther.
Alright, video, you can come in. Trying to get
Yeah, I think it's at, it's just frame bottom now. On the right side in front of that urchin. Or you want me to come in on that one?
Which one?
There's
Here,
also
let's get
something
this
on the
first.
back to the right by the greenish seagrass look-alike.
Okay.
Interesting
Edge over
stalk.
there.
So this is another
Associate?
large stalked crinoid. This is new for me. I usually am more familiar with the stalked crinoids. They have longer, skinnier stalks and not quite as big of a body. Oh, have you seen this before, Tim?
Sorry, coming out a little bit.
Nav, perhaps.
Seen
Pretty
this-
good
this
current
more
here,
thought,
or-
Move on
Yeah,
towards
there's
him.
a lot
trying
of
to go through my records to see if I can
So
figure
I'm
out.
being,
Okay, great.
being
Yeah,
tried.
port to starboard.
Small
Yeah.
one.
There's also an opioid here right below it. There's a couple of these little reddish.
There's a brittle.
It's time for a move.
That would be good to document.
Maybe just a short one
Okay.
towards them.
Can we get a zoom on the oafs? The oafs, yeah, and the urchin
That's
too.
our direction
The
of
brittle
travel
stars
anyway.
in the background.
Correct.
Come full wide for a second video.
You betcha.
Let's
few more
just put a
cup
20
corals.
meter in, put me on top of them.
Full wide.
Yeah, coming closer here, drifting away.
Pilot, we're going to make a ship move towards you, give you extra room.
Copy.
So the urchins that we're seeing are spiny and they're sideroid urchins. Whether they are
Great.
Siderus species or
wide, I'll plant those
Stylosiderus, I'm not quite sure.
Back right.
Can I get a
it's
ship move
blue or
20
purplish.
meters, bearing
Go ahead, yeah, next.
060 degrees at 0.1 knots?
Roger that.
So we'll go
Nav.
back in for a
Ship
zoom
move,
on the urchin
20
and the brittle
meters,
stars.
060 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Correct.
We are on our way to give you more tether.
Copy that.
I often see these urchins scavenging
Okay, video, come on in.
on different
Coming in now.
prey items in the deep sea. Also have observed these urchins feeding on sponges.
So we got an opioid there, and there's also 2 up top. This might be a good target, though.
Going tight.
Tight?
Want that.
Zoom in on the
Yeah.
ophiuroid or brittle star type of echinoderm.
There he is. Bubbles good. Blacks are good. That's full zoom.
Copy.
So this is the first time on the cruise we've really seen sort of opioids out on sediment like this. So it's interesting.
Yeah, we often see brittle
There are
stars
many
associated
of these kicking around. I don't see any. Normally, if they're gonads are in high reproductive development, you will see that they're thickened right near the disc, and these are not. I'm trying to figure out who these might be. They're so diverse.
It's almost like I'm seeing a halocline through the current. Are you seeing that? You know what I mean?
No.
Looks
You
like
can zoom out and maybe do a quick zoom on the urchin.
Copy. Come on that video.
coming out. It would look like the shimmering you
A lot
would
of,
see if you're looking down a summer road.
Yeah.
Detritus, seagrass detritus.
Try to bring my heading around here.
Full wide.
Then come on in video.
Coming in. Holding.
I think this is a Siderus species, perhaps rugosa. Looks similar to the species that I have seen in the Gulf of Mexico and also in off the southeast U.S. Those spines offer pretty good protection. If you look closely underneath, you can kind of see the tube feet moving along the bottom too, kind of stretching out. Oh, that's cool. It's starting to move.
That's some great video. Very nice. For people listening, we had seen urchin, I think, 2 or 3 days ago, much deeper, that had a couple of ophiuroid brittle stars on it.
Oh, that's right.
For today, with urchins, I've only really seen what looks to be like sargassum detritus on them. and no other living fauna. This is our first real zoom on these urchins, though. It's a great shot.
Beautiful, guys. Thank you.
All right, video.
You don't want to follow him for a kilometer?
Okay, let's continue our move.
All right.
There we go, your full wide pilot.
Anything else here, video?
If you can just maybe pan to the left and right, and
Okay.
There's that one thing in the back right, just top corner right at this point. But you can wag and then maybe we can peek over there.
what did you see, video?
Just went out of frame on the top right. It's either a geological feature or large hole of thorium.
That little ledge.
Purple.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just in the pocket of the ledge.
Okay, we're just panning left, looking east.
Just back in the frame, like there.
Can we get a zoom of that on that fish flickering by?
Green eye, I don't know.
Come on in, video. Pretty close.
Oh.
He's gone.
Lost him. I didn't get a good look at it.
What's that color on the ledge over there?
Looks like a crown of thorns or something like that.
I'm guessing it's an anemone.
So to go uphill along the ridge will be about bearing 025 degrees. So whenever you guys are ready, I can call in
Looks like a porcupine.
All right, video. Come on in.
Coming in.
Crinoid on the left.
Oh, that's pretty.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I hope we don't see any lionfish.
I'm stable here, so you can come in as tight as you want to.
Roger, thank you.
Very interesting. It's beautiful color.
Very nice.
Looks like some type of anemone. It's interesting how it's bicolored like that. Lighter lavender and it's darker at the tips. Beautiful. New for me. I've never seen this.
Yeah, I've never seen it either.
Thank you guys, that's great. If you just want to look on the ledge as well after you get your beauty shot.
I'll come out at your command, pilot. I could stay here a while.
Whenever you're ready, video. We can pull out.
Okay. Coming out slow.
What was that you wanted to see? Watch Luke?
Just on the right, just kind of up that.
Just shrimp under that sponge.
And then we can take off.
Copy.
A lot of seagrass detritus
Get my heading there.
floating around in the currents.
All right, come on in.
On the shrimp?
Another banded shrimp.
Some type of sponge.
Oh, this one has a really serrated rostrum. I believe we saw this on our other dive in the shallow area on Pichincho. Is that correct, Tim?
Yes, I think so too. It's very similar. You can see the pronounced teeth extend back from the rostrum.
We can come in tight on him. If you have
The goal would be to be able to count those if looking for diagnostic characters.
I count 7.
Like the little claw in front that's kind of picking at his face and eye.
Video concurs.
Beautiful, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Coming out.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
That was great. It looks like it has a pretty short rostrum.
Some curly things in the back here.
Doesn't go far past the eyes.
Right.
We want to come in quickly on these.
It'll be helpful for identification as well. The length of the rostrum and the shape of the rostrum. Those zoanthids, what is that? Yeah. Look like zoanthids, but what's it growing on? What are they growing on?
See if I can rack to the one on the left.
So we have zoanthids are similar to anemones, but they're colonial. We often find them overgrowing coral skeletons, often associated with live corals. We often see zoanthids with, in particular, associations with particular species of sponges, growing on stalks of glass sponges. Tim, do you have an idea of what these are growing on? It's really shiny.
Might be an associate midway up that one. Hard to tell. There's something waving in the...
Can come in tight.
As tight as I have.
Okay.
Watchley, do you see that associate?
I do not.
And I don't know if you can see my monitor.
Oh, I see in the middle. Wow, good eye, Ed.
There's just a fish.
He's
in the
crawling up
starboard,
on top of
rail
that one. He's moving from right to left.
somewhere.
Yeah, do you see the
center
associate
part of
Tim
the
in the
S.
center? Maybe an amphipod?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what it might be. I can see it now. It looks like a polychaete worm.
Okay,
Sure,
it's
what's
been
going on
it's
this
been
thing,
around
Brian?
the.
You think it's a black coral?
Yeah.
I can't think of what else it would be besides black coral, unless it's.
Do you need the base?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Just the shape of it, the morphology of it.
Pretty thick, though.
Yeah. Okay, you guys can come wide. Did somebody say there was a fish to the right?
He swam through the starboard rail cam, so he's on the far side of D2.
Okay.
All right.
But could be anywhere by now.
Thank you, pilot.
All right, thanks, guys. Let's get a move on. We're at a depth of 602 meters, 602.
So, which way are we heading now? I've already asked
Kind
you
of
that.
uphill up a ridge is 0.25 degrees.
Copy.
So we're
It rises
facing north again.
50 meters and 10. Sorry, rises 10 over 50. So
Let's take a look out here.
do pretty steady
If we
moves.
see any fish.
I'm going to blow out the white so I can see a little further forward for a moment.
Guys ready for a move? Maybe 50 meters at 0.1 knots.
There's a little fish center we can try to catch. What was that, Nev?
50 meters at 0.1 knots.
Yeah.
0.25.
Those are tough.
Fast.
Bridge, Nav.
Yeah, he's gone.
Nav, bridge.
Yeah, can we get a move? 50 meters, bearing 0.25 degrees at 0.1 knots.
Roger that, Nav.
Moving over soft sediment,
Position move.
sandy
50
bottom with
meters, 0.25 degrees,
shell fragments.
0.1 knots.
Correct.
All right, here we go.
Well, something just left frame the right looked like a green anemone.
Kicking up a little dust here. Got my toe in the sand.
Another urchin.
Some Brian said
coming
the
back
current
into
is
frame
about
right.
the southwest. So anytime you're facing
Where's
uphill,
it
it might
there,
blow your
but
dust up
I
into your
don't see
camera.
it now.
Crossing more ripples in the
Is
sand.
that fish?
Fish.
Another.
Yeah, see
Yeah,
him?
another green eye.
Yeah. Can take a snap on him.
Snapper.
To identify.
Thank you.
Yep. That might be the same one we saw earlier.
Same individual?
I'm not sure. Okay.
Got him?
That's good. Thanks. Shrimp in the water column.
There's a
squat lobster. Yeah, can we zoom on the squat lobster?
to the left of the grass.
By the seagrass.
Come on in video.
Coming in.
Okay, hold that.
Holding.
And this looks like a different
Center him up.
species than the we
Sure.
saw on the rock ledge just a little bit ago.
Yeah, you can come in tighter.
Coming in tight.
The dive series yet?
Andrew, I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Did you say this morph you think is new?
Yeah, then the
Just
last
to
one we
center
saw.
him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a lot of hair on its pinchers, its claws. The rostrum is skinny, and the antenna have. Do you see the antenna on this one? Nice work, guys.
Bob and weave.
Yeah.
Maybe some short ones, but there they are.
I'm just gonna let myself drift. See if we can keep them in frame.
Very hairy legs.
Yeah, that dorsal view is really helpful.
I got my toe in the sand. Come out partial.
Partial eye. There.
Yeah. All right.
Going for another zoom.
Back in.
Coming in.
A lot of shell fragments in the sand as well.
Let's give us a side view.
Several cup corals. So some of these cup corals can actually anchor in the sand in the soft substrate.
Come on out, video.
Coming out.
Can't tell if these are attached to little bits of rock rubble.
I'm not at the right angle for this current.
Or if they're in the sand. What's the bright green thing on the left?
That was an
Looks
enemy
different.
or whatever I saw earlier, I think. Just loft of lasers.
Yeah. Coming in. Hold that.
Holding.
Is that a polychaete?
Actually, Andrea, this is a really interesting critter if I think it is what I think it is.
Okay.
So, this may be a polychaete.
I think we'll go in for a closer look.
Okay.
How are you today, Amanda?
I'm doing well, thanks, Andrea. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
Good.
All right, video. Come on in.
Ooh. Wow, look at the texture.
Yeah, it's, we saw these on some of the other dives on our seamount expedition last year.
Okay.
And this might be a type of terabellid polychaete. The last time we tickled it a little bit with the Hercules ROV, and it basically started swimming away, if you will, started undulating in the water and moved away from us. But it's quite an amazing creature.
Do you think it's feeding on something right now? Are they often found in the water column or often found on this sediment?
So these are, it's possible that it's feeding right now. The animal is typically found on the sediment. There are some relatives found in shallow water coral environments where they build tubes and the tubes are below the sediment surface.
Okay.
But essentially, they could be in active feeding mode right now.
And do they feed on organic matter in and on the sediment?
Yeah, they extend sediment surface and pick them up and essentially bring the food to their mouth parts, to the mouth actually, and they can retract those feeding appendages as well. So when you disturb them in the coral environment, they'll pull into their tubes.
Can we come in tight video?
I know we're having a spelling test today on how to spell Terabellid, so you guys all can take a bet on how it's spelled up there.
Does it start with a P, T?
No, this is not a trick question.
We've got a couple seconds here, and then I gotta scoot ahead. Science.
Sure. I think we have this image.
All right. We can come out. If
Coming.
science is happy.
That's great for me. Thanks, guys.
Coming out.
Terabellid polychaete. And we're at a depth of 600
So,
meters.
yeah, Andrea, whenever you're reviewing the video from the seamounts dives or elsewhere in the region, if you see us zoom in on a yellow fuzzball, that's what it is.
That's what it is? Okay.
Fish left. Tiny. See him?
Somebody just join us?
Can't. Move on.
Jason in the car.
Gotta move on.
This looks like it's Morollicus, I'm thinking. Hi, Jason. How are you?
Doing fine. How are you?
Well, really well.
Something off to the right.
I got a
maybe
great
another
night's
one
sleep
of
last
those.
night for about 6 hours.
Gonna push ahead a bit.
Yeah, sure.
But at least it was a full 6 hours.
Another one of those
No.
green guys. Watch sleep.
So oh, sorry. Go ahead. I can't hear you. Oh, another polychaete.
Nice flyby.
If you think you can nudge it,
There's another one.
you might be able to see
Okay.
it.
Do you guys want to try to nudge it a little bit?
We don't
or-
have the time.
There's another one coming up.
Yep.
We could stop the
ahead of
ship
us.
here.
We don't have the time right now.
Unless you want to stop the ship and attempt it.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
The next one, maybe.
There seem to be a lot of them.
There's a trail in the sand, maybe. That's a ripple.
Ooh. Is that fish? Or is that that's moving?
Yeah, that's in the water, I believe.
Curious what the white spherical object is in the background. Is that just a sponge?
It's a fish. It's moving.
Do you see a
like
fish?
a pectoral fin
ooh.
moving.
I think this is a Triacanthodidae.
That's what I thought.
Alright, video, let's try to start coming in on him.
Coming in.
Ah, now I can see what he is.
Ah, very cool.
Holding here.
Yep. She's sinking.
That's wider than I would have thought.
So this is a type of spike fish, and we have seen a
Okay, we can come in
species
tighter.
in this family on the
Coming in.
seamounts to the south, but this one looks a little different. The coloration is very
Hold tight.
different.
Holding.
Wow.
Those fins are
You
cool.
can see these long lateral
Really trying to
spines
watch the whites on this
on
so I
the
don't blow
anal.
it out.
Excuse me, on the pelvic and the dorsal. Very long snout and a very tiny mouth, probably picking out worms and other things. Spike fish. Oh, now I can see the pattern, this wavy pattern on the side. This is great. These are very rare observations. We don't see these very often in situ.
Looks like there's an appendage on the bottom, maybe.
An appendage?
Well, they're kind of flat. It looks like it leaves from just below the pectoral fin back. Almost like that could swing out.
The long spine?
Yeah, on the bottom.
Yeah, so that's a spine. Yep.
Is it static? Does it stay in that position?
No, it can swing.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And the dorsal one as well. It's kind of moving up now. Yep.
Would you like me to follow?
Yeah, just keep me. Make sure I don't go. My light at least doesn't get too far out. Yeah.
That's a great looking specimen.
He's on the edge of your light pool, so if you can get a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can let him leave frame at some point if you'd like, and then we can reacquire.
Got my toe down. All right, come on out.
Great, coming out. Full one.
So triacanthoids are in the order Tetraodontiforms. So some of you may be familiar. Actually, as we came up from the surface last night, we came across a bunch of ocean triggerfish. So ocean triggerfish are in a different family, but that are closely related to these spikefish, as well as pufferfish and scrawled cowfish, different things like that. Oh, you can see the pattern now really nicely. So this looks like it's Hilardia.
Coming out a little bit.
I have to say, I think this is one of my favorite families.
Okay, come on in.
Coming in.
And what's the depth and the temperature?
The depth is 596, and the temperature is 9.6. Great, guys. Thank you. Awesome.
All right. Let him drift away, I suppose.
Nice stocked crinoid.
Okay. Let's get centered back up again.
Coming out.
Sentinel and personnel are working aloft at this time. Do not energize any high-powered radio transmitters.
Another fish or something off in the
There's
distance.
something bright in the distance, yeah.
So the triacanthoids are generally found deeper than other types of triggerfish and filefish. And
I think I lost that guy out in the distance.
He's off to your left now. But we directly above the lasers about now. Let me peek out there real quick. No, I don't see him.
Can we point?
Your lights are really close.
Mini Zeus up a little bit. Maybe up in the water column.
thank you, pilot. And right now we're looking to the south, or excuse me, to the north east.
Thanks, Bobby.
We have 10 meters left about on our move of 025.
Thank you, Nav.
Something just went off to your right. Might have been a shrimp right in the camera. See him? He's right on us. Fish.
What was that? Can you zoom up, pan up?
There he is.
Oh.
He's right on top of us.
That was something different.
Another one.
Try to get him. There's
There's
another fish in
yeah.
the background.
I'm guessing a beardfish, the way it's moving its
Yeah.
caudal. I've noticed, I've watched a lot of video, and I've noticed for fishes, I can tell sometimes what species they are, just the way they're behaving, how they're moving their caudal or moving side to side, or the way they're positioned in the water column.
Yeah. What was your current estimate? 0.9? Something like that?
What was the current estimate?
Oh.
We're at a depth of
White out to the right.
593 meters.
Couple fish on your right as well. Nav video. Roger.
Get two things. I don't know what this brown thing is to the lower right.
Possibly a sea cucumber.
Come in quickly.
Looks like some type of mollusk or shell fragment.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shell fragment. It's cup face up.
Yep.
All right.
Is there, what's in the Sirius view?
Squid?
Couple squid?
I'm not sure. It's another shell fragment. Snap zoom video. Yeah. Right.
It's like one side of a bivalve.
I think we found the other side.
Any idea what kind of bivalve?
I do not. Some type of clam, I guess.
Looks kind of gold and shiny.
Yeah, it does.
Still partial.
Really pretty on the inside.
Copy partial.
Once the ship move is done, do you want to add another?
Come in on this video?
Yes, please.
Keep going.
Unless we see one of those polychaetes that we can nudge, we can look off in the distance before we move.
We'll stop for a polychaete.
Urchin shell.
Looks like it. A test, an urchin test.
Somebody's colonized it.
Oh, on the bottom right, there's something
That's
red.
correct, yes.
Bridge, Nav.
Coming out a little bit.
That's one characteristic of echinoderms. They have type of endoskeleton. So their structures on the inside, tissue grows on the outside, and you can see this really well. We've seen live sea urchins, and you can see the test or the type of skeleton on the inside. So as these organisms die, they generally leave these tests.
All right.
They're very brittle.
That could even be a sand dollar.
Looks like it has. Do sand dollars have extensions like, I'm trying to think of the taxa code.
Like there's a few that are more rounded like this.
Bridge, Nav.
When they put filamentous strands into the water column.
I'd like to call another ship move.
Go in a little further.
Okay.
50 meters, 025 degrees.
Yeah, maybe a type of sea
0.1
biscuit.
knots.
That's what I'm thinking, which is
Roger that,
related
Nav.
to
We
a sand
have
dollar.
50 meters, 025 degrees at 0.1 knots.
Looks like
Copy,
a
thank
tiny
you.
little anemone, possibly, that
Do you have any
colonized
more
it.
we can- some stable
That's full
video?
zoom.
That's full.
seeing strands on the top and the bottom. Could be that the current's just pushing the ones on the port side to starboard.
Yep, I'm sliding back. Yep, I'm about to lose this.
Alright, let's come out.
So we're at a depth of 592 meters, 592. A lot of tracks in the sediment as well. And of course a lot of ripples in the sediment.
Another shell fragment there, possibly.
That looks like a trail right there.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, and it ends with that urchin on the left. Is that an urchin?
Where's the urchin?
Right.
Just above, lasers left.
In the depression where it ends?
Yeah, it's same color as the sediment.
You can kind of see a spiky brown object above the lasers.
I'm guessing this is likely
maybe
what we just saw. Well, this is interesting looking. It's got very long spines. A lot of sediment on top of it.
It'd take a lot of energy to plow through that much sediment.
Yeah, it would.
There's a shrimp on the left side of them.
Different color to them.
Yeah, haven't seen
Where?
that. Come on in if you have any more zoom video.
Right there.
I have an associate with this Seabiscuit.
So he's purposely backing into them. 3 bands.
Are those the bands or are those gonads?
Yeah, I can't tell.
I'm actually not sure if this is... Oh, go ahead.
Pilot, can we get lasers, please?
Yeah, they're on. If we zoom out, we can get a scale. There you go.
Back in?
Well, actually, would you like more of this?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, coming out.
Thank you, pilot.
You're welcome.
Full wide. Don't know what that is.
Okay, let's snap zoom on this, and if it's interesting,
It's an open shell.
Okay.
That one you can see both sides of the bivalve.
And coming out. Full wide.
Workshop nav. Yeah, I think A and B activate as you move the lever. Thank you, Dave.
We're at a depth of 590 meters, 590.
Snap zoom on
Yeah.
Looks like Zoanthids again.
On that same type of
Yeah.
spiral. It's interesting.
Maybe we'll see one of those
Okay.
live. Excuse me.
You can come out video. Let's watch the once a closer view.
No, that's good for us.
Come in partial video. Not sure what this
Partial
is.
line.
Another crinoid.
Crinoid. All right, hold that.
Is the opoid to the left of him, her, it? Just below the lasers.
Right,
Another little cup coral below the lasers. And zoom in on another brittle star. So brittle stars can be found from shallow seas to the deep sea, tropical waters to cold polar environments. They're a pretty diverse group. I think there's over 2,000 species described, or close to 2,000 species. So you often see brittle stars moving their arms rapidly, and they usually use their arms for movement. Of course, this one is not doing that. Oh, there it goes. Often you see them using their arms to kind of push their way through the sediment or over a surface.
We're good here.
Okay.
Coming out.
Coming out.
Thank you.
There you go.
Pushing ahead. Here's another one of those.
Yep.
Oh yeah, here we go. Another terabellid polychaete.
There's also another one of those urchins back
Should we
right.
come to a stop so you can investigate?
So my colleague back at USGS in Gainesville, Jill Burke, mentioned that sometimes these terabellids, or ones that have been observed at similar depths in the Straits of Florida, have commensal teneids, which are another kind of crustacean. So if we get a chance to take a zoom on these, maybe we'll be able to see if they have their associated teneid crustaceans with them.
So is just the crustacean benefiting from being with a polychaete?
It's possible that they're also using the terabellid as a home, or gleaning or feeding off of the organic matter that the terabellid is collecting on its tentacles.
Okay.
There's a lot of open-ended questions about that.
But the terabellid is likely not gaining anything from the tiny penaeid associated with it. Unless it's helping to clean, I guess, sediment off of the tentacles. Is that possible?
So they could be parasitic. They could be providing their host, the terabellid, a service by cleaning their tentacles. There's a lot of possible options.
Are you guys trying to disturb it?
Yeah.
Can we get a zoom?
I think so.
A zoom on it before we do that?
Sure.
Thanks.
I got very close to it.
Yeah, you did.
And
see your,
he did
your
not
mark.
want to move.
He or a she or are they hermaphrodites?
Come Come on in, video.
Coming in.
Ooh, I thought it was gonna leave the bottom for a moment. I do not see an associate, but we can't see the other side, so it's possible that it could be there on the other side.
You can't tell, but I
Pinpoint
assure you
accuracy
that's
there,
in
pilot.
focus.
Taking a closer look.
Yeah, Josh, you got right on that.
I know, it's amazing. The tentacles are waving so fast that you can't focus on any one of them. That's why we were confused about what these yellow, fuzzy, fuzzball-like objects were on the sediment surface when we first took a look at them.
In the passage and the seamounts in the passage.
Too close.
Correct, yeah, when we were on our previous dives around the
Come out a little
seamount.
bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to get stable here.
It's okay.
I can't tell if the current's picked up or if I'm
Big drag. Oh.
at a different angle to it. Certain angles D2 acts like a sail.
I can't believe how close you got to the polychaete.
I was trying not to
To
hurt
crush
him.
it. Yeah, you did a really good job.
Is he out of my
Yeah,
light?
nice job, Josh.
Help. All right, come full wide for a second. Yeah. Okay.
There's full wide.
Is it worth another attempt, or should we?
Sure, if you'd like to try. Let's see if we can get a video of it swimming off the bottom. I had a question from Shore, Amanda. Could these be toxic to predators, potential predators?
That's a really great question. Regarding the toxicity of these terabellids, I don't know if anyone's actually examined that specifically. Again, the ones that we've encountered in shallow water environments tend to retract and escape, but you know, whether or not they have some noxious compounds within them that are, you know, unpalatable, that's a good question. That's something I'd have to take a look at.
Right. One more approach and then...
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think Michelle brought up a good point that it looks a little vulnerable just sitting out there on the sediment surface, vulnerable to predation, and often animals that have bright colors or interesting colors are often warning signs to potential predators that they could be toxic. And not only do we see this in the marine environment, but this, of course, is quite common in the terrestrial environment as well. Oh, there he comes. Yeah. We've got him swimming.
Can I zoom?
Or
Yep,
her
go ahead.
swimming.
So you can see the crown or the terabellid head end or anterior end. You see those tentacles kind of retracted a bit, and the bottom end is kind of lifted up off of the sediments. It's like almost like a big muscle.
So does
and, you can see the anterior end, the yellow end, the head end on the right, and then the bottom or posterior end to the left.
Do they dig into the sediments as well with their posterior ends? Or do they mostly just sit on the sediments?
Other terabellids do, and
Right.
some of them actually create a tube structure subsurface. This one will probably, you know, dig a bit
Closer.
to stabilize its body on the sediment
Focus
surface.
on the tail.
You can see that on the body itself, on the left-hand side of the polychaete, there's some, you know, bits of the shell material and sediment material that's attached. That's great, you guys.
Nice work, pilot. Video.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks. That went from cute and adorable to nightmarish in a matter of seconds.
All right. Let's come on out, video.
It's all in the eyes of the beholder.
Coming out.
Good point, Amanda.
All right.
Great, thank you guys.
We can continue the ship and move nav. quick snap zoom.
Roger.
It's another one of those.
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
Less sand on it.
Yeah, some type of urchin.
Copy that. 50 meters, 025 at 0.1 knots. Coming right up.
Urchins can also have poison or venom associated with the spines. I made the very dumb mistake once to poke right at one. My whole finger went numb, and yeah, I was on a ship. It wasn't very smart of me. I learned my lesson very quickly.
Coming out.
Alright.
That is full wide.
Thank you, video.
Thank you.
Well, we found another use for the manip cams.
Is that what you used?
Yeah, I was using the manipulated cam to see how my the wing was, how close the wing was to the green fuzzball.
Latin term. There's another
It's
one.
the green fuzzball. We're depth of 588 meters. Our temperature is 9.1 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen 4.2 milligrams per liter. Another green eye on the right. You can see the lasers in view quite well. These again are 10 centimeters apart. More traces in the sediment.
This another green eye?
Yeah, looks like it.
Snap zoom?
Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Another green eye.
Okay.
Coming out.
I think I saw something flash above it.
That dark object in between the urchins? Yep. Fish, pectoral fin.
Is it a shrimp?
No, it's a... I don't think
That's
so.
It's a fish? Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's a armored sea robin. I think.
Come on in, video.
Yeah.
Ah, super cool. So these armored sea robins often have these long rostral projections that they can use to help dig out organisms, prey organisms from the sediments. They have a lot of cirri or barbels underneath their mouth area, and they use those to help feel
it's a
around
weird
the sediment for
ochroid of some
movement.
sort.
I see eyes on that thing.
So this is Parastidian or Paras.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
If we can get oh, go ahead, Amanda.
You see the crustacean just behind it?
Yes. We've got
Yeah.
The banded legs to the
squat
right
lobster.
corner of the screen, going
Yeah.
off the screen right now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get that after.
Down in the sediment.
That's a full zoom on
Okay,
this guy.
thanks.
Thanks. Oh, look at that, opening his mouth. You can see those barbels underneath the lower lip. Whoa, that's awesome. Very protrusible. Ooh.
Nice.
I think that was a warning to the D2. A lot of spines
Maybe he
along
hasn't
the
had his
scales.
coffee yet.
let's see if we can get the crustacean.
One of both in the shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when we're done with
Just
that, as we
focuses
take
on the
off, if we can
crustacean
kind
now.
of get a view of the top of its head.
The top of its head.
Yeah, we can get the squat lobster first.
How far are we from the squat lobster? Is it?
So there, in the seamounts dives, you guys observed
You want full wide?
this sea
come on
robin
in tight,
antillarum.
Yes.
Are there any other
6'3".
species that we need to be on the
That's
lookout for?
full
Yeah,
zoom.
there's several different species in the Caribbean. One is still unnamed. And you can tell them apart by both the length of these rostrums
Yeah, let's see if I can
and
get closer.
whether their
Okay,
head
coming out?
is
Yeah, come on.
skinny
Coming
or
out.
more broad, and that's why I wanted a good shot of the head to see. It looks like it's the same Parastidian antillarum species, but how wide the head is at the location of the gills is a really good indicator of species characteristic.
This is one of the species that fishermen have brought up from fishing for deep water snappers, for queen snappers.
Oh, really? How common are they in the catches?
Not very common because they avoid them, but I think that the last one that they harvest is in my freezer.
All right, come on in.
Well, the fishermen
Coming in,
aren't quite fishing directly on the bottom, right? With these vertical long lines, they're trying to fish just a bit off the bottom? Or are they actually...
That's correct. They would.
Okay.
They want to fish off the bottom, so there'll be a weight at the end, but the hooks will
I
be
got
in the water column.
crustacean in
Right.
focus now.
So unless some of those hooks are on the bottom, it's unlikely that these armored sea robins would be caught by hook and line.
Right. So, for
And
example,
now
if
the
there is
fish.
if the weight is too heavy and there is, no current or anything like that, and the bottom hook it's closer to the bottom, that's how they would get hooked. So they don't see them very often.
All right, let's come out a bit and get the lasers for the scientists. Is that what you were looking for, Watch?
That was perfect. Thank you. It does look like it has a fairly broad head.
See if we can get this squat lobster now.
Laser it or zoom?
Zoom.
That's full zoom.
I have
Focus
seen
is
these
there.
squat lobsters often, but I still don't have a name on them. Tim, do you know what species these are?
I gotta get moving pretty soon.
Okay.
But
No, I don't. The short answer. I was going to say something smart, but no. Not.
I called you out.
I don't know yet.
Yeah, you don't know yet. Yeah.
No, you've seen them buried like this around here?
I have on previous dives, yeah. Gosh, I can't remember if it was off the southeast U.S. coast I've observed those.
Full wide.
They almost resemble brittle stars from a distance, with their legs kind of splayed out like that, like arms, brittle star arms.
Certainly do. I guess I was wondering, I'd love to go up and nudge on it to see if it's actually gravid. It's actually sort of
okay.
in the sediment.
Okay. Are we
Crabs will do.
Are we leaving, pilot?
yeah, I'm getting behind Sirius.
We'll keep our eye out for the next one. We're getting behind Sirius, so if we see another one of those, we'll try to nudge it to see if it'll move.
Great. Yeah, please do. Great. Thank you.
Hey, this is Martha. I just saw that wonderful crab.
Hello, Martha.
Hello. If I could get all my AV issues straightened out, I'd be much happier. It looked like a squat lobster, and it might be Agonita.
Agonita?
Yes, or at least that's how I pronounce the name. But I've never seen any squat lobsters sort of half buried in the sand before like that.
Oh, so that's a new behavioral observation.
Interesting transition
Yeah,
in the
very cool.
sediment there.
So have you been watching the video with us the past few days?
Yes, as much as I can, yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, I noticed you saw about 3 different kinds of Munidopsis yesterday.
Oh, so we had 3. We were curious. Definitely thought we saw 2.
So I'd like to take a look, a close-up of some of the images to verify that. But yeah, there were at least a couple different species that you saw yesterday.
And how do you tell, we
The
had this
fish
conversation in the
somewhere
event
there,
log,
small guy in
what
the
are
water
some
column.
general characteristics for the differences between Munida, one of the squat lobsters, and Munidopsis?
Well, that's a good question, and unfortunately, some of the characters to tell the difference between the two genera are internal or ones that you can't see from an image. So sometimes it takes looking at a lot of them to determine that. But when you're at the really deep depths, like you were yesterday, thousands of meters, Munidopsis is one of the few genera that get that deep. They tend to be a stockier kind of individual, and their rostrum is usually more simple. So
Okay.
It's either a point, a
Deeps
single
in the
point,
rack.
or a flattened triangle, something along those lines. Whereas Munida tends to have the rostrum, but then has a smaller line on either side of the rostrum.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, but they can both of those genera have individuals with shorter chela or longer ones. So, but depth, when you're really deep, Munidopsis is a really good choice.
Okay. And what about this last genus we observed? Would you say I want to say Anagata because I'm thinking Anagata passage.
Let me check the spelling since I can't.
Martha, can you check that spelling?
I don't want to be, remembered for my spelling errors. But I can't get in the event log right this second. So.
Fish or something bottom left.
Thanks for joining us,
Got light
Martha.
colored
It's great
on
to
the
hear your
center
voice
frame
again.
now.
Oh, can we get a zoom in on that? Is that a flatfish?
Come on in, video.
Coming in.
It sure is. And isn't that funny that Martha Nizinski, who we're talking to, an expert in squat lobsters and crustaceans, and also has a lot of experience with fishes as well. Her husband studies flatfishes, particularly tugfishes, and right now we're looking at a flatfish.
Something for everyone.
Right.
I can try to get a better angle on this. I've got a couple seconds.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Good. Come out.
It's maybe the same species we observed on the seamounts, on
Another
Dog and
green
Conrad
eye,
seamount in the
look
Anagata Passage.
This looks like a left-sided flatfish.
And Martha Nizinski has joined us out in the Anagata Passage.
This looks like a left-sided flatfish.
And Martha Nizinski has joined us on the conference
come on in,
line.
video.
She is
Coming
with
in.
NOAA National Marine Fisheries Systematics Laboratory, which she is located at the Smithsonian Institution. And Martha has been on a past Okeanos Explorer cruise as well.
No, come in tight.
Come in
Gotta
tight.
hold it for a second. I don't have much time.
That's full. That's almost full. Gonna come out also with better focus. Iris down. That's it.
So this is a type of left eye flounder. There's different groups, right eyes and left eyes. And it depends on the orientation of the mouth. So the other side of this flounder, of course, is blind. Both of its eyes are on the same side.
Good.
Yep.
So its direction is to the left eye flounder.
Unfortunately, I have to push ahead. Watch the lead.
Okay, thank you. That was good for ID.
Yeah.
Maybe a green eye right there.
Right, I did find the spelling of that genus of squat lobster. That we're just making a guess here since we didn't get a look at all the characters we needed. But it's Agononida.
Okay.
So this is probably the top of the ridge that shows.
And have we observed those?
See another one.
Okay, get a closer view.
Right, the purple just leaving frame.
Yes, please. And nudge it.
And nudge it, we'll do. Have we seen those in the Gulf of I can't recall, in the Gulf of Mexico or off of the southeast U.S., off of the Florida area?
I believe we have seen them in the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay. Can we get a closer look at kind of the edge of this?
Is that on the bottom right?
Whatever rock.
Edge of this rock.
Sea star.
Well, here we can see the limestone just poking through the sediment. We've got another one of these crusts which we saw 3 dives ago in a similar area to this. And these are just resistant to the weathering. And again, I think a lot of what we're going to see today is actually a surface that was formed mainly when this limestone was above sea level.
Like
and earlier I saw Jason come into the Hui Control Center. Jason, would you like to tell us a little bit about this caustic limestone topography that we're seeing?
Yeah. We still have a ship move?
Yes.
Roger.
They go for it.
I think you just asked if I could talk about the Mona Passage.
Okay.
Sure, let's do the biology first, but next time we get a break, that would be great if you could tell us a little bit about what's going on in Mona Passage.
So we were just looking at, it appears to be an ophiuroid, a pretty large one under a rock, so you can just see the arms kind of poking out through, and the disc, the central disc is kind of buried underneath that. There's another sea star towards the right, and then those look to be potentially stylosterid corals, small ones on the left. Can we get a zoom on that hot pink?
Center?
It's kind of to the right.
To the right.
On the very edge.
I could stop the ship here for a minute.
Sure.
Stops quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, stop would be good.
Bridge nav.
Now bridge.
Yeah, could we come to an easy stop?
Copy that, and we are
Right, come in.
0.8 of a meter from our final position, so we will stop here, but probably be right where you want it to be.
Great, thank you.
Looks like a small anemone.
Did you turn to look at me?
Not a Zoanthid. You don't
Has
see
bands
the
on each of those tentacles.
tentacles around the mouth area.
Man.
You want to drive? All right. I'm going to swap pilots here and watch sleep.
Okay, thanks. And we want to get a close-up of the sea star on the right, and it looks to be something underneath that as well.
Copy.
No, there's another. Which we do as pilot change.
Thanks, Josh.
Pilot video, comm check.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. There's a, might just be a broken off urchin spine directly below the lasers.
Yeah, we're going to pass that one up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it looks like anyway. Urchin spine. By a sea star.
Attention all hands. Work aloft is now complete. Normal and routine work may be carried out in accordance with previous instructions.
Let's go video.
There looks to be a shrimp underneath this ledge. And a starfish, sea star.
Full zoom.
Full zoom eye.
Watch lead, is this the one you wanted to look at?
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's a shrimp underneath. And hopefully we'll get an ID on this in just a bit.
Okay. And down
I think
to the
we
shrimp.
did see this the other day when we were driving this depth range at
pull 'em out
Pichincho.
video?
Just a little bit. Man, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we could bring the string arms lower if you want to.
It's got an oscillated spot on the side of its head. You can see again
Very nice video.
the
Working on
teeth, the serrations.
Co-pilot, want to bring the string arms down? I'm not
And
sure
they're
it's
running
gonna help
down
at all.
the center.
Did
We blow out that.
Turn the
top.
talk back way down on this headset.
And when I say the word
That's just how it
oscillated
is.
spot, I think I've used that
it way up
several
on the other
times.
two.
It's basically this dark spot surrounded by a white ring or a lighter colored ring, an ocellus. Could resemble an eye and potentially confuse predators. Often you see them on fishes, at least on tails.
Nice job, video.
Working on it.
Trying to bring you some more light.
Yeah, it doesn't get low enough.
That's fine. Happy with that watch lead?
I think so, yeah, thanks. That's as
about
good
the-
as we're going to get.
Yeah, that's the best light we're going to get.
Yeah, looks great.
Okay, come on.
Whole world's
really
going to look
tucked
What's
blown
that
out
kind
here
of
for a
bubble right
second.
on top of the shrimp?
No, I don't
See, that's
know. Can we,
something
sorry, can we
interesting.
zoom back in? Right above the shrimp.
Above the shrimp.
There was kind of like growing
jelly
underneath the
same
ledge.
shot.
Yeah, hold on.
Gelatinous organism on the left.
Video, let's...
Yeah, coming in. Right there.
Do we have both of the lasers on? There seems to be only one dot.
One is blocked by the by one of our instruments because the camera is tilted down so low. If he tilts up after
Look
he
at
gets
that
a shot.
spherical mass on the left with the
Copy,
ophoid on it.
co-pilot,
Is that what we're
thank
looking at?
I think the pink thing at the...
Not that thing underneath the ledge.
No, it's kind of like this gelatinous
Yeah.
blob
okay, you're
growing.
right, video.
There's a small brittle star on it, or in it. It's kind of hard to see what it is. It could
It's
be
right under the starfish, yeah.
yeah, it could be a predatory tunicate. But it's strange that it's growing underneath like that. I would not think. It's kind of hard to see. I think that's the angle we're going to get.
Yeah, we can't, unfortunately, get much light.
But is there
underneath
something inside that mucus thing?
Yeah, there's
Maybe
a brittle
go
star
closer.
right there.
Or something that,
Yep.
yeah.
Not sure if it's inside or on the outside of it.
Looks like it's on the outside.
Oh, man.
It's hard for me to see from back here. Outside, pilot?
That's kind of what it looks like.
Are we looking at the bottom of the ophoid, though?
You can look at, well, that would tell us whether it's on the inside or the outside. If you look at the central disc.
So I look at the center disc. It's a reddish dark center with one solitary dot.
It's like there's a. If you look at in the back. in
We'll
the
have to look at the
background,
image later.
Yeah.
it's like
Videographer has the best monitor, I think, in the room.
It looks like one leg is
Full
covered up
design
by...
assess monitor.
It looks like one leg is covered up by something, so that's what led me to think it's on the outside.
Oh, right.
The brown bits cover portions of the ophiroid. You got enough for a still video?
Absolutely.
All right, let's
Thank
move
you.
on.
Coming out, it's going to be blown out when I come out.
And here come both lasers.
And then as we move, if we can just have a look along the edge and kind of peer underneath, see if there are any fishes hiding.
Yeah, let me pull
And,
back and.
Thank you, pilot.
I'm rotating.
I don't know, Mike, do you want to say something about the geology here?
Let's bring Jason in. Jason's waiting in the Hui Control Center. Jason, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing and Mona Passage itself.
Hi, I'm Mike. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Hello, how are you, Jason?
Getting there, getting some coffee in me on. Almost good to go.
Yeah, roger.
So, I'll talk a little briefly about this. I won't go into too much detail because I can't really remember.
Oh, that's good.
So the Mona Passage is an interesting geologic tectonic feature in that over many decades, people realized, and this certainly became more apparent with the more common use of GPS, geodesy, and other
Video, let's go in here.
The island of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands and Hispaniola are actually moving. They're moving away from each other.
Full zoom.
And sure.
Go, pilot. Give me a hand here.
That
Grab my
movement
camera.
apart is actually causing the crust here to extend and fracture along, large faults, making a really interesting morphology of the seafloor, kind of a Horstengraben and an up and down pattern to the crust. And we think, we hypothesize that this has been going on for quite a while and has led to a number of different phases of this, what we call extension. That's reflected in the
Let
orientation
me know when you're
of the
happy,
faults
video, and we'll keep moving.
and other features that we see
It'll be a slow pull. I
in
think
the
it's going to
seafloor.
get blown out, though.
Yeah.
And it's all related, all the geology and
let's just come right
tectonic
then.
features
Keep moving.
and faults that we've been
Nice
talking
lighting
about,
over there,
looking
though.
about, or looking at over
Come up and
this series of
see
dives
what's on the side
are all
here. Stubbed my
connected
toe earlier.
in the big picture.
The white
It's
object?
how all those big pieces connect
got it.
that that we're trying to learn more about. And certainly from my
Accomplish two
perspective,
purposes here.
and
See what's ahead of
the
me.
job that I do,
Coming out the other side of the sky.
some of these features are active faults and could potentially generate earthquakes, and there's certainly a history of earthquakes
Yeah.
in this region. And some of the earthquakes and some of the steep slopes around here can generate landslides, and earthquakes and big submarine landslides can generate tsunamis. So we here at the USGS,
There's one of
Rick
those
Tamburine,
twisted
myself,
things
and
just
others,
almost under your right
we
skin.
have a strong interest in this region and how it actually works geologically for understanding those hazards. And so we've been looking at the Mona Passage for quite a while now, as well as all the other areas
Go,
around
pilot, if you would,
Puerto
again.
Rico and Virgin
Okay.
Islands and the Dominican Republic and Haiti.
Pushing.
Trying to understand this. So, coming
Nice
actually
job
looking at
positioning
the
the
rocks,
RV.
the deep rocks here for the deep,
Full zoom if we
being
could.
a somewhat
Full
relative
zoom.
term
All right.
for this dive, is interesting. We've only seen them
Yeah,
from
video. Just
acoustic
tell you
methods,
my personal flying
data
style. I like
collected
to go
from
full
ships.
zoom to kind of see
Get
how much
samples
range I have and
of
whether
our
I
RV
determine if I
dives
need to
that
get
we've done
closer or not.
previously.
Gotcha. Full zoom right out of the gate.
Yeah.
So we're keeping our
Okay.
eyes out for
We can always pull
interesting
back.
geology.
So that'll give me a solid focus to
Thank
start
you,
with,
Jason.
too.
That was great.
Exactly.
It's all there behind the biology somewhere.
Helps me know if I
Sure.
should get
And
closer
here we're
or
looking
not.
at a beautiful barnacle. Over to Andrea.
Barnacle crinoid.
Watch lead, was this what you were looking for?
Yes, thank
Perfect.
you. Yeah, it's actually a type of crinoid or a feather star, but they call it a barnacle crinoid. It's actually can when it catches prey, it kind of closes those arms pretty tightly around, and then we'll feed on it from there. A little different from the lighter feather stars that we see. Mike, did you want to add anything about geology?
I think Jason did an excellent job
Happy
there,
video?
and
Yes,
he is
absolutely.
very much the
All right, let's
expert.
come on. We'll go
Thank
back
you,
to the
Jason
ridge.
Chater from the USGS Woods Hole. He's at the command center right now with Tim Shank,
Tilt up, please,
Amanda
a little bit to get our
Demopoulos,
lasers.
who's also USGS,
Full
and
wide.
Taylor Heil.
Awesome. Thank you, Copilot. Coming off. And back to the ridge.
And just a
Thank
snap
you.
zoom on the sea star as you go by. That would be good.
Yeah, we can probably do that.
Go for it, I believe.
We're at a depth of 580 meters, 580.
Video, go partial.
Partial line.
Hold
Out there?
Yep. Ah, my
It's like
left
a
skid is still on.
Brisingid.
That's weird.
There's 5 arms.
Try this
Getting
again.
used to
Possibly the
those skips.
6th is
Bigger
missing.
than usual.
Or is it a 5-arm Brisingid?
There we go. Now I'm clear from the shelf.
Nope, just looks like 5 arms. Great. Do we still have Martha Nizinski on the line?
Come on.
Roger.
Yes, I'm
Full
here.
wide.
I have a question. Did you, if you were watching
Fish under the
yesterday,
lights
did you
up on
see
the
all
right.
of the small sea cucumbers that were swimming in the water column? They were kind of pinkish,
Even with
translucent.
the lasers. Almost. See them?
I did see a few of them.
Got him now.
Did you happen to get a
Let's go
genus on them at all?
Get a quick snap on him.
Holding
No,
here.
not yet. I know that Chris Maw has
Going
sent
in.
some images to Dave Pawson,
Coming
Okay.
back out.
and
hold there.
hopefully he might be able
Holding.
to get some more information to you later today.
Great, thank you. So right now we have Hoplostethus in view. It's a type of roughy. They're in the same family as orange roughy. Some of you may be familiar with. Orange roughy, of course, is a fishery, but this is a different species within that same genus. We often see Hoplostethus at this depth range. Right now we're at 580 meters.
Any desire to keep following him, watch lead?
I think that's good for me.
All right. Letting him go.
Let them go. Coming out full wide.
Thank you.
There you go.
Moving up.
At some point when we're not facing this target-rich environment to our front, you might want to wag right. It looked like there was a change in the bathymetry off to your aft.
Is that one of those spiral things, but not dead?
Snap zoom.
There's also
Video
a
for
worm
ID.
down to your right, that pink just left frame.
Okay, we'll go back to him.
Again, we have Zoanthids here,
Yep, another dead
colonial
one. Okay, let's come wide and go
Nigerian.
for that worm.
They look a lot like anemones.
Right there.
Anemones are solitary, these are colonial, and it's overgrowing a stalk.
What's
Not
the white one
quite
above
sure
it,
what
too?
they are. Almost looks like a tube worm, but yeah, if you could snap
Maybe a
zoom.
tube worm? No. It's got filamentous material coming out of the top. Not sure.
We'll get them both. Go ahead, video.
Thank you. This one's going to be just inside our light pool, I think.
It's another ribbon worm.
Copilot, can you help us with that?
You got it.
So this is a nemertine
Bringing the
ribbon
light
worm.
to you, video.
Roger, thank you. Nice shot.
I'm not sure if we can get any more light.
On the uppers, I think.
Amanda, are you still on the line?
That's an
I am.
interesting
You want to tell us
behavior
a
on
little
the
bit
right
about
side
this
of
ribbon
that.
worm?
So this is the second
Yeah, my
Nemertian that I've seen of this size on the dive so far.
Can I get
These
my
are
camera back also when you have a
worm-like
chance?
animals. They are they tend to be carnivorous
Is that full video?
species or groups, and
That's full.
the
There
ones
we
that I
go.
actually see are teeny tiny.
So
So
where
it's
we wanna
incredible to
focus
see
at?
these
I got the right side
such large
right now.
forms and to be able to see them
Can see
actually
the little
moving along the
hair
substrate and
or
the
something
sediment
coming
surface.
right off the
And these
front
They
tip.
are benthic dwellers. They live associated with
Oh,
the
look at that.
substrate or
That's
sediment
cool.
surface. Here you can see this one sort of oozing along the crust here, but there are Nemertean relatives that live also within the sediments in soft sediment environments.
And these can be found in coastal areas as well, right? Not this species in particular, but relatives?
Trying to go back to...
Yeah, so basically the cousins of this one there are some relatives that live in shallow water environments. We find them in mangrove forest sediments, in seagrasses, as well as in the deep sea. So they have quite a range in terms of the group of Nemerteans.
And when we zoom back out, Pilot, can we get the lasers on it just to get a size estimate? Thanks.
There we go. There's back to the...
And I think I read in the event log somebody made the mention that these can get up to 14 feet in length.
Now let's come wide and get lasers before he hides himself.
So up to 3 to 4 meters.
It's about 10 centimeters.
It's about 10 centimeters? Okay.
And did you want to jump
Thank
off
you,
that
pilots.
thing on the
Looks
left?
great.
Yeah, we're going to go to the tube worm over there.
Looks like we have a
Come wide, please.
stylus skeleton on the ground by the Zoanthids on the
better placement.
The curly Q stock.
Just go ahead.
Let me hold there.
Yeah, hold there. Go, Pilot, if you would.
I'm going to venture and say this is a serpulid tube worm.
Lining you up.
That's full.
So they can create these hardened tubes, the body's inside, and these are the gills, I believe, correct? Amanda, are you still with us?
Is the light all right on that?
I'm never going to leave you,
Yeah, well, the
Andrea.
white's hard because I'll blow you out.
Sure.
So I've got
Of
the
course, I'm
white
right here.
exposure set for the white
So
part.
yeah, it's amazing. You see the branchiae or you see the feather-like appendages extending from the heart tube. Those are its feeding appendages. And we were talking about the Nemertean just a moment ago. There are shallow water relatives of this polychaete that we're seeing in front of us that we see in coral reef environments. And if the branchiae are disturbed, the animal will retract within the tube,
I'm not sure what
and
that light
tube provides
pulsing
it
is.
protection.
It's not me.
That's
And
our
it
light.
also is
Our light's
attached
going
to
up
the
and down.
substrate, so it keeps it stabilized.
Okay.
Just trying to make a small
So
adjustment in it.
feather duster worms are
right.
something
Yeah, I
that
think
the
we could,
rest of
When we
the people
got this
watching may be really
whole
familiar with
Yeah, I
if
was
they've
gonna
ever
have us
done any
pan up, tilt up a
snorkeling
little.
in coral reef environments.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, I can take that back.
Of course.
And can I get one a little wider?
Yeah. You call it video.
Right in there would be nice. Brighten that up a
And a
bit.
sea star underneath the ledge on the left as well.
We'll try watch lead.
Got that.
There's just so many good things here to look at.
There's a branching straight
Yeah, I
above
don't-
and off to the top right.
Yeah, I don't want to take out the crinoids. So we'll
Yeah.
And the geology here seems a lot different than what we have seen on all previous
if I can,
dives.
Certainly different to what we were looking at yesterday. I mean, here we're on top of the Pliocene to Oligocene carbonate platform. The features we're seeing are partly because once upon a time this area was above sea level and it was eroded subaerially, and as Jason pointed out, partly because we're in an area of very strong currents which come flying through here, eroding the surface of this limestone. The fact that it's above sea level is a consequence of two things. It's partly the tectonic activity around here. Almost certainly it was pushed above sea level by the action of the plates moving together, but also
All right, let's go
we have
see
to
if we
bear
can
in
get those
mind
stars
that sea
back
level
there.
itself
Okay.
can vary, and sea level likely fell during during the glacial times when the water was sucked up into the ice sheets, and that's another reason why we might have gone above sea level.
Thank you for that maneuver, pilot.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
appreciate it. Get a good view. This looks to be the second sea star of the species that we've observed today. That's good for me.
Let me move the focus around this thing just so we have it in the different regions.
And thank
That's
you,
good.
Mike, for
And
that geological description.
Okay, let's come quick to this one since we're conveniently set up. We'll just get enough for a frame and move on. Let me know when you have it.
Got it.
All right.
Coming out.
Moving on. Back to the ridge.
Back to the ridge.
Up. And leave the crinoid in place. Is this urchin kind of bottom center? Is that different than what we've seen?
That looks a little different. Good eye.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that.
Let me just do a quick surroundings check.
I think it just has a lot of growth on the spines, a lot of epifauna.
Okay. Yeah, we're just going to have to go from up here. Video standby.
Oh, Roger.
All right, start to go.
Oh, wow. Wow, what is that? It's crazy looking.
He got fans instead of spikes.
I have never seen such a thing.
Oh, that's wild.
It looks like
an urchin, really elongated, flattened pedicel area or something, or what?
Yeah, there's some spines underneath, and then...
Whoa.
I was able to catch a corner here.
Yeah, they are modified
so
spines. At first I thought maybe it was something growing, but on top of the
It
spines...
definitely looks like it has modified spines. That's really interesting.
That is wild. And it's...
like big paddles.
Yeah, and they have serpulid worms on the left, so it must be a fairly hard structure still.
It does have a few spines, though.
Yeah. It does on the bottom.
Huh. You tilt you down.
Yeah. Good.
Be used for camouflage or for... maneuverability somehow? That wouldn't make sense to me. Crazy looking.
It's not moving very much.
Happy?
Are you happy, Shoreside?
Yeah, that looks great. Thanks.
Two of the spines
Thanks,
are
guys.
red. Maybe the others are dead.
Come back to that. Hopefully we can get an ID on that today.
And there's the lasers for size, 10 centimeters.
Andrea, I mean, are the spines purely for protection? I guess I was thinking of the currents here, those paddle spines that somehow must interact with the currents.
Yeah, there's some spines. So spines, yes, normally used for protection, but at times urchins have modified spines that are thought to use for movement and for maneuverability just a bit. So I'm curious if that is serving both.
Characterize that. I think that's good. It's different up here, but we can get the sponge if you like.
Sometimes you see spines of urchins encased in sacks.
Pirouette around the sponge.
Sure.
Copilot, can you move your head to maybe 025 or 20 and see if you follow the ridge?
Nice detail in the sponge.
Let's start to go in video.
That's 025.
And we have a hexagonal glass sponge here.
That looks
and then a different sea urchin on the bottom.
About right.
Still coming in.
Yeah, hold there.
Holding.
And again, this urchin has those long, skinny spines. Not the paddle-like spines we just saw. That was wild. I don't think anybody has seen that yet. The sponge is Regadrella.
You guys ready for that move?
But did you notice that the urchin had both kinds of spines? Because it actually had the regular spine towards the bottom.
Yes, it did.
More interest? Is that what you're going to say?
And a shrimp on the right here, right above the lasers.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, we've seen that.
Seen him. Coming out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm bouncing around.
Still pulling. Got enough for ID on that guy.
Yep.
There's a sea star straight ahead, but I think we've seen that.
Let's carry on.
Great, thank you.
I think we can.
And we're at a depth of 578 meters, 578.
020.
And the temperature?
Yeah, that seems
The temperature is 9.7 degrees C, dissolved
now.
oxygen 4.1 milligrams per liter.
No.
Bottom of the rock.
Nah.
I'm going to bring your swing arms in a little bit.
Okay.
Now, Bridge.
What's that off in the distance?
Yeah, could we have a ship move 50 meters, 50 meters, bearing 020 degrees at 0.1
So since I already know that fishermen are
020
watching, can I
knots.
go into Spanish a second?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sí, sabemos que hay pescadores que están mirando esto desde esta mañana. Yo estaba un poco callada porque he tenido unos problemas con la computadora, pero aquí estamos en un área que para esta misión se conoce como plataforma. Estamos a, what was it, 598?
We are 576 meters now, 576.
Estamos a una profundidad de 576 metros con una temperatura de 9.7 grados centígrados. Este es el área de pesca para chillos y cartuchos. A esta profundidad hemos visto una serie de peces asociados a la pesca del cartucho que los pescadores de área nos han traído antes para que los podamos identificar. Lo otro que se está viendo es muchos invertebrados, los equinodermos especialmente. And there is another fish there, right?
Yeah, we have an armored sea robin, a parasidian. You can see these long rostral projections which help to dig prey items out of the sand, and then they have these long barbels that are on the lower jaw, and these barbels are used to search for things in the sand to detect movement. And then the other two kind of long filamentous structures coming out, they're actually from the pelvic fin, which is underneath the body right now. And you can see really strong spines on the opercle, which is the gill covering. So the gills are right underneath there, of course, on the fish.
Oh.
Brittle Star movement got caught.
Potential predation event.
You can see him moving, using his arms to move, unlike other sea stars that really use their tube feet to move across the surface. Interesting. Let's hold here as long as we can.
Yeah.
Just see what happens here.
Uh-oh.
Would this be a prey?
Uh-oh.
Don't think so, but let's see.
Maybe come out a little bit, video, in case he makes a jump.
Sea Robin doing some weightlifting today or something?
Didn't like that.
Did not. Let's still hold on it for a moment.
Yeah, you got it, Washleen.
Thank you. Must not be palatable.
Is that you, video, or are we seeing creep?
That's creep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So Graciela mentioned earlier that we saw another
creeping the other
armored
way.
sea robin that sometimes fishermen do accidentally
Gotta
catch
fix
these
that for
sea
you
robins.
guys.
Their gear normally fishes above the water column,
Getting some focus
but
strobing, too.
currents can often bring their gear more closer towards the bottom, and collecting fish like this indicates that the hook was definitely on the bottom. These guys aren't coming off the bottom to feed in the water column, and their mouth is underneath. They're feeding on things on the sediment surface or from underneath in the sediment.
You want to go back in video
Sure.
since we got a new angle?
Frame on both. Well, if at first you don't succeed.
See, we've been lucky enough to have fishermen bring in the fish that they don't recognize or that are not their usual catch. So they contributed to our exploration of the area.
That's a beautiful profile picture.
I don't know if you guys could see it when that fish moved, but it's got really bulbous eyes. The covering of them.
So armored sea robins can occur across the world. Chris Kelly is just noting that it looks like another genus in his part of the world off of Hawaii. But this is a Parastedian, same family. So it's found broad regions and depth ranges as well, but we mostly see them on this area, deeper areas.
Watchley, when it opens its mouth like that,
Yeah.
Is that something? I mean, we've seen it 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, often there's sometimes where they'll open their mouth really wide. Animals do so. It's kind of a warning.
Okay.
I have a big mouth. Look at me. Kind of like crabs, can stick their claws out really wide and look bigger. So looking bigger is a defense a lot of times in animals. They could also be pumping water through to gain more oxygen.
See the eye on the
These guys
right
are
side?
sitting on the bottom and not moving much, so...
We still want to wait here, Watchlead, or...
Can I get a push on that eye?
I think we're good to go.
Go ahead, video.
Why don't you get the other side now? Usually don't see that view. Okay. I have that.
You can see it kind of moving its gills now, kind of, again, bringing water in, moving the water over its gills to extract oxygen.
Thank you, pilot.
Watch
The Brittle Star has like a death wish.
Yeah.
Close look at one of these. I don't know if we've...
We have gotten some close views of that.
We have, okay.
Yeah. We're looking for possibly the live animal that the zoanthids are growing over. Just unless those zoanthids are creating their own skeleton, but yeah, I doubt it. Some of the gold coral zoanthids do. That looks pretty hard, like a black coral. Just thinking out loud.
It's strange that this region is known for large fish, but you don't see a lot of communities down here that would support that.
Another terra-bellid polychaete.
It's kind of cool how we're seeing these subtle changes in the limestone pavement. You can see all these circular depressions, about 50 centimeters across. These are little dissolution features.
Is that another fanned urchin?
Top of the limestone.
Video, just a quick snap
Right.
as we float by.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, another fanned version.
So can we get a closer look at that? It's curious that there's no spines on the very top.
Wide, sorry. The other wide.
Here, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oop, that's me. Wide, please. I
Coming
slipped
out.
loose.
What did you say, pilot?
I just lost my footing.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead and try again.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty close, co-pilot, so I'm going to need some help on light.
So again, some longer spines below. And these paddle-like structures on the top.
Woo.
Is that enough light?
Looks like there's some spines missing from the top.
Stand by. Bringing it back.
Or from the
Roger.
aboral side of this urchin.
Too much light?
I think I have more zoom left, too.
Perfect. Let's go.
A lot of hydroid growth as well. Some serpulids. And all the fuzzy stuff you're seeing are hydroids, another type of cnidarian.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
How do these reproduce? Could they be losing these as part of the reproduction?
No, they generally broadcast spawn or yeah.
A little wider.
I like the close-in watch lead preferences.
That's good, thank you.
Good.
We can frame it if you'd like video.
Yeah, just make sure you have the whole.
Sure.
I think that's all of it. It's very interesting that it's creeping again. That there's a combination of spine.
Andrea,
types.
we can see a red spine there, and I think earlier we saw one with some red spines as well. It looked like the red spines were dead.
Come wide.
Any
Wide eye.
comment?
No, we often see different coloration on the
Full
spines.
wide.
In fact, some of the ones that we see lying on the sediment surface that aren't on the urchins can either be white or red, different colors. So I think a couple instances this cruise we saw urchins with various colors on their spines. One was
Larger
yellow,
sea star,
had
I think
white
we've
and
seen
yellow
that.
on it. So
Push
can
forward
be a
little
range
bit.
of colors.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
Video, all we have time is a
Another-
snap zoom for this white object here.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say going to the white. Another sea star, but a different type of sideroid urchin, spiny urchin to the left. This looks like a stylosterid or a lace coral.
Some lines in the
associate.
sediment. If you look at Sirius's camera right now.
And a brittle star wrapped around.
Video, come on.
Is that a stylosterid?
We'll see if we can.
Yeah.
All right, co-pilot, I'm going to make it quick.
Are you trying to get the other side?
Yeah, I'm trying to get just a quick frame.
Thank
nice
you.
shot. This might be a touch bumpy.
Mike, this dissolution pockets that occurs over a period of time in
Video, let's go.
decades, hundreds of years.
Yeah, I don't really know Graciela, but it's the kind of thing that you would typically find in these limestone
Let's have more
terrains.
zoom.
Of course, it's caused probably when this was above the surface. And what it is rainwater becomes slightly acidic, and the limestone itself is extremely soluble in the acidic
How's that look?
rainwater. So the rainwater slowly dissolves holes.
Time to go.
All right, gotta move on. Wide.
Coming out.
Got enough for
We can add a
still.
little, but not too much more to what you said. You're
For
correct
white.
in terms of, the rainwater and other, fresh water that can get onto
All right,
these
gonna push out way ahead.
sort of lithologies onto the limestone, and certainly you see a lot on land in Puerto Rico, especially along the north coast. They're undersaturated in the carbonate.
Yeah, I see that.
So they become acidic and they take it up and erode pockets. And, whether or not this, one of the questions is, was this particular
Thank you there,
area
co-pilot, for
above sea
letting me
level
grab that last
at some point? I mean, we're at 500 and almost 70 meters here, and certainly the last glacial period where sea level was 120 to 140 meters lower, depending on where you were. Certainly a lone sea level could
heading's on.
have, exposed, this
I mean,
area.
you're pretty much on.
It's an area of active tectonics.
Yeah,
so,
center in your screen now
the
again.
crust is moving up and down in
That's
places.
a new thing.
And the other
big fish, right?
dimension to it is we may not be seeing, evidence of that process occurring during the last glacial period.
Maybe?
He's mine.
It may be from an older,
He's mine.
an older sea level lowering.
Get tether.
Help me
there's
remember
a long time
that anchor
component
sitting
to the
there.
geology that, just visually we can't,
It's like a piece of cable or something.
determine. But also, we always have to keep in mind that, the currents through here are extremely strong. There's a lot of different water masses being pushed in and out of this
Video, let's quick snap zoom from
this
here.
passage.
Get ID.
So
And
some
then,
of those water masses may be more corrosive to carbonate.
Okay, and then I'll move in for closer.
So
Let's
the
start with
current
ID.
here is strong enough to erode the
Yeah,
rock,
bridge.
especially a rock
Too
such as
easy
this.
stop here.
Cornoid
Yeah.
couldn't be in a worse
Actually, we
place.
were just less than 9 meters from that original
With
route, so
geology,
we'll
there's
stop
always
here.
a couple of
Well, we
different
got
ways
him in
to
case he
Okay,
does
think
let's
about
come
doing
wide again.
things
Coming
and
wide,
getting,
We're going to come around to his other
apologies.
side.
There you
Oh,
go.
and he's going to help us out.
It's observations like these that help us, narrow some of those
Coming
down.
profile.
Thank you, Jason.
Great, and we're looking at a
Moving.
cat shark right now. I'm trying to get a better ID on it, but it's a Skylorinus cat shark. Cat sharks do lay eggs. Some people may be familiar with mermaids' purses or the egg cases from skates that end up on the shore on the beaches. These cat sharks also lay mermaid purses, and we often find cat shark egg cases
angle.
associated with corals. But they can also lay their eggs on other structures like shipwrecks and lines and things like that, but often find them associated with corals. So the
Let's go into it, yeah.
spotting and the saddling are diagnostic characters. So as you can see here, this has small white spots all over the body.
Come wide. I had you go in before I was ready. Sorry.
And again, these are pretty common at this depth range, this family at
Have
least.
to before he swims away.
Skylarinidae.
Go video.
Want me to take your camera?
Yes, please.
There are no spines on the dorsal fins, right?
Correct.
Okay. Finally stable.
Second dorsal fin is smaller than the first,
I'm hands off.
so that indicates the genus Skylarinus. And then with the white spots all over its back and body, could be the species Torii.
Watch lead. Any desire to get closer? We can.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. You can see the gill slits really well on the shark.
Ooh.
So again,
camera
this
back.
motion of pumping
Come
water
out.
through the mouth, you can kind of see it lifting its head up a little bit. Water's going through, extracting oxygen from the water
Get the whole shark
and releasing
pilot.
it through those
Yeah.
slits.
Go ahead.
Very cool. Thank you.
Graciela, if I may, just to finish up your question. I mean, in a way, you asked two questions. How long does it take those depressions
Coming
to
out.
form in the limestone pavement, and when did they form? And I think both Jason and I
Hold their video. Let's see if
tried to answer
was
that
able to sneak in
question,
some.
if
Okay.
only to say that,
Trying to get the rock out of the way.
we don't really know. We know it's all relatively recent. It's a word we use a lot in geology, but quite when this might have been above sea level, and we're not really sure. All we know is this kind of
go back in,
topography
video.
can
Roger.
form very quickly in limestone terrains, especially in warm climates with rainfall.
Get just his nose in.
There you go.
Thank you very much for your answer.
nice
And
shot,
in
Father.
a short while, I'm going to go and translate everything into Spanish for those who are listening
There we go.
close by.
Weird how.
Thank you, Graciela.
Something right behind his eye, like an inlet.
And so these sharks feed chiefly on invertebrates and some fishes as well.
Well, actually, while we're in with this great angle, is there any specific area you'd like to look at? Down the
You
tail?
can just go down the body. Yeah, that'd be great.
Hey, Andrea, what's that thing behind the eye?
I believe it's a spherical. So again, you can kind of see this flap moving.
Oh, no. The sediment's a little harder, so it's harder to make a smooth pivot.
Andrea, can you explain what a spherical is? Andrea's busy reading.
Yeah, let's come wide video.
Wide eye.
This harder substrate stopping me from doing a smooth
Sure.
pan.
No problem. That was a nice shot.
All right, I'm going to come up and head back in towards Sirius before I pass off here.
Your relief is inbound, pilot.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Andrea or Mike, you see that debris on the lower left in the
We're
Sirius
going to
view?
shift change on video.
Lower part of the screen. We'll come back over it in a second.
It looks like
coming over it right now.
an anchor. That's what Bobby had said. The pilot had
Nah,
said. No.
at closer inspection, it doesn't. During the quick pass by, it resembled an anchor, but I think it's just wire. We'll let the current take our cloud away, and we'll get a closer look.
Just a note from Nelson Crespo, one of the commercial fishers of the West Coast. He says that it's very rare to get this shark in the vertical long lines.
Okay, but they have caught the shark before. That species before, cat sharks.
They have seen it before. Yes. They have seen, but we don't have a specimen.
A video. Let's go in at the top section.
Sure. Pushing in. That's partial.
Co-pilot, you want to grab my camera and...
Sure thing. Like to come down?
Yeah, you can come down.
Ready to zoom in more on your command?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. It's all you, video.
Several hydroids. There's a little shrimp on the left.
Yeah, you and co-pilot work up and down. I'll bring you left and right.
Sure. Can we kill lasers for a minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just tell me where you want tilt, Dan.
Can we pan along the
Yeah.
structure?
And left.
Another shrimp.
You can see how fast the particles are moving in the background. It's kind of cool. How quickly, I should say.
Nice job.
Takes us to the end.
All right.
Yeah. I don't want to get too much closer on my pan. Let's come a little bit wider.
All right. Pulling back.
Watchley, you happy with this? Oh.
Yeah, ooh, can we get a...
Yep,
that's
coming
a
off.
You're
barracks.
at full wide, ready to zoom when you are.
Alfonsino.
Hey, go ahead.
And if we could focus on the dorsal.
Go ahead, video, as you have it.
I still have your tilt.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oop.
That's not me.
Pull back a little bit.
Me. Tilt me down a little bit. Full zoom video. Let's see if we can get a quick snap before we have to leave them. Pushing into them. Back to the light.
Oop.
Fast little guy.
Yeah, he is. Nice
But I
job
think
there.
we got him. I'm going to let him go before I go out of screen and run into more junk.
Thank you.
And also pass off my stick. Pass off the controls.
You want to say hi? Martha, are you still on the line?
Yeah. There's your shark there.
Oh, is that the same shark?
I'll get him.
Or is that different? Can we get, zoom in on that? Another Skylar
Standing by for zoom.
I'm maneuvering.
We're not moving, Dave. I'm going to turn to look at you.
Okay. I'm just trying to creep up on him slowly, but he's
The ship store's open. The ship store's open. The ship store will be open for 15 minutes.
I woke him up.
Quickly moving away.
Yeah, see if he calms down out there. All right, we'll give chase.
So we're pretty sure that Barracks is Barracks Decadactylus. Just got an email from Steve Ross. They have deeper bodies. You can count the number of rays in the dorsal fin to separate it between the two species that are known in this area, Barracks splendens and Barracks decadactylus. So we'll have a closer look at it and count the rays when we get the image, but the body shape definitely suggests decadactylus. Thanks, Steve.
Bring him to the edge of the frame.
Yeah, just hold there a minute. Let's continue to maneuver.
Again, we have white spots scattered all over the body. It's funny, as I was reading, as Mike pointed out earlier, there's two species of this Skylarinus that have white spots, Torii and Hesperius, and it's interesting, the key that I have, the pictures don't match the key, so I'm kind of confused as to what species is what, and I think Steve is looking into it more, so the key ends up would call this Skylarinus Torii, but the photo doesn't match, so it could be a bit confusing in the key. Just double checking it.
Come out just a little bit. That's good. Hold that.
And Chris Kelly is just noting again from Hawaii that the Barracks decadactylus also occurs off of Hawaii, so it's got a circumglobal distribution.
A little bit of tilt down, please, Chris. And we can zoom at will.
Frame him up. Is there any part of it in particular that will help you identify it, watch lead?
That's great. Just the coloration is useful for this group. For genera in the group of Skylarinidae, you look at the sizes of the dorsal fin, so the size of the second dorsal relative to the first. And so with this smaller one, it indicates Skylarinus. You often can look at the shape of the head and how long the snout is. Cool, thank you.
Wide, please.
Full wide.
Thanks.
Yeah, do we have the lasers on?
We do not.
Can we throw them on real quick? Can we get a size estimate of that shark? What, about 30 centimeters?
I'll spin around the other side and we'll take the measure of him.
Yeah, it seemed a little dark, Dan, but
yeah,
LED 3 is not on. And I don't know why. That helped.
We've had several new folks join us shoreside this morning. It's 10 a.m. locally, 14:05 UTC. I just want to thank you all for joining on the phone, on the conference line,
So
and
pilots,
in the
our
chat
direction
room.
of travel should be
Several
about
geologists
030.
and marine biologists, and taxonomists specializing in certain groups. So I'm just kind of going to go down and read the list real quick. We have Amanda Demopoulos at USGS, Jason Chater from USGS, Tim Shank, Taylor Heil from HUI. They're all at the HUI Command Center. On the phone with us, we also have Martha Nizinski from the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Systematics Laboratory, located at the Smithsonian. Graciela Garcia Moliner from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council is on the line, and I believe Michelle Scher from the University of Puerto Rico is on the line as well. Thank you to Chris Kelly from Hawaii. Dan Distel has joined us. We also have John Reed joining us this morning. Mike Vecchione. Mike Ford, thank you, Mike. Randy Singer, Santiago Herrera has just joined us, and several folks, including Catalina Martinez from URI, from the Inner Space Center, and all the folks on the ship. Thank you so much for joining us. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. And thank you, Steve, for watching as well, Steve Ross.
Video, let's get a quick zoom on this lump here.
Sure, zooming in.
Don't know what it is, but it sticks up.
And because I am receiving
Hold here,
texts
partial.
and emails, we also have watching the fishermen from Puerto Rico.
Oh, yes, thank you, Graciela. Did they comment on that last red Alfonsino? I don't know what the local name is here. It's Barracks Decadactylus. Have they collected any of those?
Yeah, that one has, again, very incidentally, because the way that they target these fisheries being so deep and so costly, the equipment that you don't want to lose, and you don't want to waste your time harvesting things other than what you're going to be able to sell. But it's part of their the incidental catch, but very rare.
Is there a local name for that
Pushing
species?
a little further.
Yep, go ahead.
And we're zooming in right now on a crinoid and a sponge. That's good. Thank you, pilot.
Okay, wide, please. What is
Full
that
wide.
just to the right? There's a lot of that. Thought that was a piece of fishing line, but seems to be a lot of stringy looking things. Quite a bit more current than at breakfast time.
Yeah, that sponge we were looking at was some type of demo sponge. Demo sponges appear to be a little more common, more shallow. We find more of the predatory cladorhizids and the hexactinellids deeper as we go. Although hexactinellids are also very diverse in this depth zone as well.
Pilots, are you ready for a ship move?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yes, sir.
That was 50 meters south.
Mike, can you comment? I know you have
fine.
already during this
Good.
dive, but comment again for a lot of the new people that just joined us about this pock
Greater
marking that we
Tarvina.
see on the surface.
RV nav bridge, go
Geology.
ahead.
Yeah, requesting ship move.
Sure,
50
Andrea.
meters.
As you can see in
030
the
degrees.
video, there's these
0.2
20
knots.
to 30 centimeter little depressions in the limestone
that, 50
pavement that are
meters at
filled with the
030
sand.
at 2/10 of a
And
knot.
so a couple of
Thank
things
you.
are going on here. The depressions were formed quite possibly when the surface was above sea level by dissolution of the limestone. Rain falls on the limestone surface and gets slightly acidic, and the calcium carbonate, which makes up the limestone, is extremely soluble. So you dissolve these pits in there. And it's typical of most limestone terrains. And so what we're seeing now is an ancient surface that was probably once above sea level, and it's now being washed clear with the currents. So we can see the rock, which is a slightly darker brown areas,
going backwards
with these depressions which are catching the sand as the currents blow the sand by.
Almost half a knot there.
The other thing to point out,
to work for it.
and again we're seeing this here, is we're in an area of strong currents. So the currents are sweeping the sand away from the top of the limestone, and as I mentioned, dropping it in the holes. But the currents themselves might be playing a role in actually creating this landform surface. But it's kind of cool. We know both the land is going up and down, was once higher and is now subsiding due to the tectonic extension here. And of course we also know that sea level varies in time. During glacial times, water gets sucked up into the ice sheet, and so sea level goes down. So there's lots of good reasons for thinking that this surface could once have been above sea level, sorry.
Thank you, Mike.
Can I use the opportunity to talk about this in Spanish a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay. Estamos a una profundidad de alrededor de 550 metros y los geólogos están hablando sobre las formaciones que se ven en este video. Aparentemente esto es piedra caliza, por lo tanto estas deformaciones que se ven en estos hoyos puede ser de alguna época glacial anterior que estuvo expuesta al aire, y cuyo caso sería una formación por lluvia ácida o por agua fresca. También en estas profundidades puede ser por las corrientes tan fuertes que hay, ya que hay corrientes, además de fuertes, masas de agua distintas que traen características diferentes al área y que por lo tanto pueden tener un impacto sobre lo que estamos viendo. Y estos cráteres o estos hoyos que se ven, pues es debido a esas formaciones. Pero la discusión está en pie sobre si son, cuán recientes son. Okay.
Thank you. And we're zooming in here on appears to be a demo sponge. Trying to get a better look of this crab.
A little more zoom.
Got it.
Did you see Chris Kelly's comment how you could distinguish dissolution from urchin burrows?
I didn't see that. I'll catch up on that. Hi, Chris. I think that's a tricky one. I think the size of these depressions, are too big for the urchin burrows, but in other places we certainly saw lots of smaller depressions on the centimeter scale to the 5 centimeter scale, and I think a lot of those definitely were borings by various different animals. But I think, I'd be hard-pressed if you picked a particular one and said, well, is this a burrow or is this a dissolution feature? But I think, as we're flying over now, you can see the extensive nature of these things, and I think they are dominantly dissolution. Though certainly the animals are working hard as well on this surface.
Just hold that a moment.
Okay, and we have another fish in view. A lot of times these are mistaken for green eyes just because of that modeling on the back, but if you look closer, these are actually acropomatids or synagrops, likely Synagrops bellis. They also have 2 dorsal fins. They're commonly called temperate ocean basses. On the other shallow dive we made the other day at Pichincho, we observed Epigonids, which are the deepwater cardinal fish. They too have these 2 dorsal fins. But we often see Synagrops perched on the bottom like this, in this depth range in particular. We really know very little about their biology.
Could we slow our speed to 0.1 knots?
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you.
Nice full frame shot. I can push in a little more when you're ready.
Okay.
It's a really great close-up.
He's hanging on tight, just
Could
like
actually,
me.
again, count the number of scales down the lateral line, which is a sensory organ, or sensory structure, I should say. Being able to detect movement in the water.
Okay, do a slow pull.
To come out of this, Dave.
Okay.
Probably want to push out ahead a little.
Right.
Pulling back.
Okay,
Full
lasers.
Lasers eye.
Got the lasers on? Great, thank you.
30 degrees to port and push out.
Once again, thanks ROV team. Superb photography.
Video, apparently one of my LEDs on Sirius LED banks is providing a fault, so if it seems a little darker than normal, that's
Another polychaete, Terabella polychaete on the left, the bright yellow. It's off of the view now. Is that another fish coming up?
We're going to find out. Looks like a bit of coral. Let's have a little zoom, please, video.
Got it. Push into the edge of the frame.
Yeah.
Another stylosterid. Possibly. We'll get a closer look. Something to the left of it as well. Oh, and those are colonial anemones. They're called zoanthids. They resemble anemones. There's some differences.
Okay.
And we have seen these zoanthids
Lasers
colonizing
off and
these curlicue stalks. Not sure what the skeletons are that they're colonizing. And looks like a Brittle Stars on the other side, and all the polyps are facing the other side.
Hold here for a second, and I'll push in when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is that on the left?
It's a blob.
A blob. Now, if one possible, could we get an estimate of the currents here at some point?
Do you want to push in on that blob?
Yeah, watch. We did a little drift test when we came on watch. We have about 25 centimeters a second going to 300 degrees.
Oh, thank you.
Back soon.
Going to the north.
That's full zoom.
What was it, the current estimate?
25 centimeters per second going towards 300 degrees. So to the northwest. It almost looks like an octopus. I don't know why.
Yes, sorta.
Sort of.
Let's come wide video. Let me see if I can.
Sure.
Actually, hold it right about there. Let me see if I can orbit here.
Still have your tilt.
Thank you.
Kind of going in for a zoom of this
Okay.
blob here on this left, whatever this is.
Tilt
We're at
me
a depth
down.
of 561 meters.
And Really getting blown around here. Zoom.
Hold there.
Okay, coming left a smidge. More zoom.
That's full zoom.
More light.
Thanks.
Oh, it still looks like a
No
blob.
idea. Yeah. Yeah, we have no thoughts from shoreside either what this could be.
Well, it's time for me to go. Wide, please, video.
Got it.
And lasers.
I still wonder if it's an octopus and we're seeing the backside of it. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Full wide.
Might be able to get one more.
Poke it.
It's poke it. Our poker is broken, but we're going to fix it
broken.
tonight.
As we traverse, and I'll stop if we see something exciting, it might be worth recapping on the bigger geological picture here. We're west of Puerto Rico in the Mona Passage. We're on top of the limestone platform. The limestone forms the northern coast of Puerto Rico and a little bit on the southern coast and extends to the west, to the east, and offshore to the north. And this limestone platform is up to, in places, even 2 kilometers thick. Here it's about maybe 1.5 kilometers thick, and we're on the top of it, just sailing over what was once a horizontal layer of carbonate mud in the shallow ocean. And what we're actually in is a east-west trending rift, which extends to the north of Isla Mona. And the rift is a little feature that was formed by extension, by north-south stretching of the crust. And so today we're slowly going towards a essentially east-west trending fault scarp that has maybe a couple of 100 meters of motion on it, which was the northern side of this rift. And so we're looking at the biology exposed on the rocks as we head up towards this scarp. And today we'll dive from about 600 meters to about 300 meters, looking at mostly the biology, but the geology as we go. And again, as just while we're looking, as Jason Chater explained earlier, and he is the expert on this area, this little rift is here because Puerto Rico itself is moving relative to Hispaniola. There's extension between the two pieces of land, and we're starting, and this extension is being accommodated by this faulting.
Okay, wide, please.
Full wide.
So Michelle asked, is this extension of limestone uplifted from an ancient sea floor? Limestone was laid down in shallow, clear waters a few million years ago, and probably it's been uplifted. We know the coast of northern Puerto Rico, the limestone has been uplifted above sea level and now dips down below sea level. And so basically what has happened is we formed the limestone approximately horizontally. It's almost certainly been uplifted some, and sea level has fallen, and now it's being caused to subside due to this rifting, due to this motion of Puerto Rico relative to Hispaniola. It's very cool, really a good way to think of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands are a little micro tectonic plate stuck between the North American plate to the north and the and the Caribbean plate to the south, and it's almost like a cork kind of bobbing between those two plates and being pushed up. And here, actually, where the microplate is being separated from Hispaniola, we're actually getting subsidence. If we stretch it, the land surface is falling below sea level. Well, that's enough of the geology for a while. We should get back to concentrating on the biology. Andrea is...
well, but
sorry, Graciela, go ahead.
But let me comment on that because the geology is extremely important. This area that we're exploring today is part of the EEZ, and it's a geology that is allowing for the substrate for organisms to latch on and develop. So it's extremely important. And we were just looking at the pitted surface here, and that offers additional substrate. Actually, probably better because it's on the underside that organisms can latch on and be protected from the strong currents, etc.
Drift complete.
Thank you, Graciela. So, Dave, if we start to see something interesting, let's zoom in. We've been flying over, I think I saw sea urchins and maybe a crinoid down there.
That last slide, leftward, was a drift, so that was our...
Ah, okay, thank you.
Give you an indication of the current.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
It's, I feel it. Takes quite a bit of thrust to move against it.
So Dave was just saying that, you know, that last movement we did was actually partly a drift due to the current. So there is quite a current down here.
Let's get a zoom on this orange bit, center screen here.
Pushing in.
Well, for the current, didn't Andrea say that it was 25 centimeters per second? That's about 10 inches per second. That's quite a
little bit of
tilt.
Yeah.
Crisp.
Yeah, watch the... That's
I think so, Gracia. And Michelle just pointed out that the current's likely to get stronger as we come up, as we saw the other day. And especially if the direction's going to change with the tides. So guides on shore, help me out on this.
A bit of tilt down.
Jason just added that from the chart on the radar, it looks like the currents are about 1 knot at the surface at the moment. Amanda, Tim?
No idea.
Or anybody? Dave just said he had no idea. I've got no idea too, Dave. Well, the geologist is telling me that it's a sponge. I guess I was about to say that, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Jason.
It's orange.
It's orange. I guess it's a little sponge. All right, we're getting consensus. We think it's a sponge.
Wide.
You got it.
Thank you, Dave. So it was a little sort of 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter diameter sponge.
Let's go back in, because just left of the lasers there is something tiny.
Okay.
Let's see if I can scooch.
Translucent.
And in. Zooming. Looks like it might be a tiny.
Oh, a tiny
coral.
Yeah. Oh no, is it a barnacle crinoid?
More zoom.
Yeah, I think it's barnacle crinoid. Again, I'm nervously looking at the event log, waiting for people to tell me I'm wrong. But I think it's a barnacle crinoid.
Okay, let's come on. It looks like a tube worm tube discarded.
Yes, above it, indeed.
So let's go full wide. And
full wide.
Everything's kind of tiny here. I think something large would have to hold on.
Sure. So
very tight.
I mean, that might be an indication of the currents again, that the currents are strong enough here that it's hard for organisms to get a grip on the sea floor. All right, we have the expert back now. I can relax.
Oh, I just needed a snack. I had a handful of almonds. I just got an email yesterday from a teacher who said that students have been watching the Okeanos feeds and are watching, I think right now, he said between 9 and 11. So I just want to say hello to Port St. Joe High School in Port St. Joe, Florida. So hope you guys are learning a lot of interesting geology and all the great animal phyla that we are seeing on these dives. So happy to hear that students are utilizing this resource and watching and following along as we explore the ocean. Thank you. What the heck are those?
Well, that's why we're here.
Did we just see these a little earlier? It was just a different color. It was bright orange. Kind of caught a glimpse of it.
I think they were
pushing a little more.
Andrea, I think they were likely different. The consensus, the other thing might have been a sponge, but you know better than I do. But I think they were different to these.
Okay, so these look like colonial tunicates. We observed predatory tunicates, the solitary tunicates on the deeper dives, and possibly one a little earlier.
And bottom center is a little splash of red that.
Bottom center, a little splash.
Bit,
oh yeah, a little shrimp on the right.
Yeah.
And again, tunicates are chordates. They are our closest invertebrate relative, closest relatives to vertebrates, in the phylum Chordata. They share a lot of characteristics with us, particularly in our embryonic stages. Some characteristics are notochords, which provide support. They're flexible rods. In a lot of chordates, they disappear as the animal matures. They're only found in the early stages. Dorsal hollow nerve cords are also a common characteristic. And pharyngeal gill pouches, which become different types of structures in various vertebrate groups and various chordates. So cool.
For me.
There's something sticking up bravely up on the top here. Let's get a maneuver. Let's get a snap zoom. It's right above the lasers now.
Sure. Push to the edge of the frame. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have seen this several times throughout this dive, Dave. These zoanthids colonizing this curly Q skeleton.
There's something yellow to the right of that stalk with the zoanthids.
Oh, yeah.
Saw that.
Tilt, Chris.
Let's get a closer look at that yellow on the right. Looks like possibly a brittle star as well. Can we get a view of the other side at all? Is it possible?
Want me to pull back?
Broadside by the current.
Okay, come wide. We may shower it with debris because we'll be up current, but I'll give it a shot. Tilt me down, please, Chris. Thank you.
This is a really great view in Sirius.
Okay, more tilt if you got it, and zoom.
And we're at a depth of 553 meters, 553.
Spring to the edge.
We have a little less than 6 hours in the dive.
Let's come out a little bit. Let me see if I can. Up here I go. Okay, back in.
Pushing in.
A little more. You got it. Let me see if I can come around. Tilt, Chris.
Tilt eye.
More zoom.
Thinking sponge. I don't see any polyps coming off or any calyces at all. It looks kind of hard. It's not really moving in the with the current.
It's pretty good under the circumstances there.
Yeah, as hard as I'm having to thrust just to stay still, that's tough, whatever it is.
Yeah. It's got a lot of little hairs coming off the sides. Okay, thanks,
Wide,
Dave.
please.
Coming back.
And we can continue to move up slope.
There we go.
And Tim Shank is just noting spicules, so
Full
likely this is a sponge.
Tilt back. Gotcha.
Andrea, maybe I should just emphasize that one of the cool things here is the fact that the rock is exposed. I mean, we're on an almost horizontal surface, just gently dipping. And, you know, it's bare rock, which is rare under the sea because we constantly have sediment forming. And it really is just showing us that we're in an area of strong current that blows away the sediment and doesn't allow it to form. And it's just being trapped in those hollows.
And it looks like we have another slit shell.
Okay, have we seen this?
On Pichincho, not today.
Okay.
And a hexactinellid sponge right behind it. Nav watch lead.
Okay, a little more zoom.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Are we undergoing a ship move?
No.
Oh, can we get that going
Holding.
after we look at this and move up maybe to 500 meters?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
So maybe we should just discuss the plan a little bit.
Sure.
Whenever we get done with this, we'll have a little briefing.
I'm also seeing some shimmer. Would there be mixing of temperature here?
Yeah, there could be.
There's quite, you can see it quite clearly here.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit throughout the dive. Or salinity.
Yeah.
I mean, the temperature has been, let's see, it's 11.2 now. Yeah, it's actually, let's see, 552. At 10:31, the temperature was 10.8 and the depth was 554. At 10:36, we were just 4 meters difference, and there is
All right, full wide.
let's see.
Thanks.
Yeah, it looks like temperature is changing a little bit. And salinity. Okay, so let's talk to Nav here.
I zoom on this just while we... Sure.
And both Chris Kelly and John Reed are noting that sponge we were looking at is Pharea, type of hexactinellid sponge. Thank you both.
Yeah, watch lead. So have the dive track being about 1.8 kilometers long from here.
Can I push in a little more?
Yeah.
Maybe you could just describe what you're trying to achieve, and we'll make it happen.
Okay. We're trying just to get upslope a little more. You know, we have 6 hours left in the dive, so we'll move up to maybe a depth of 500 meters, work a little bit there, and then move up again to like 450 meters. And we'll continue that throughout the dive, getting to that target depth of 300.
Okay, so you want to move, so it's about 250 meters to 500, so you want to move there fairly quickly, snap zooms and whatnot, and then and then work more slowly at that contour.
Yeah, that sounds great. Let's
Okay.
do that.
So
we'll move a little more quickly there.
Okay, so we may miss a fish.
Yep.
We got to move slow to catch the fish.
Yep.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right, pilots, our direction of travel is 030 degrees. Maybe do 50 meters at a time, and we're going to try to make some progress. We want to go about 250 meters horizontally. Bridge, RVNav.
Nav, bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, requesting ship move 50 meters, 030 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Copy that. And 0.2 knots again?
Yeah.
Okay, copy that.
Here comes a tug.
No.
Another species of sponge. We're at a depth of 550 meters. We're going to head up to 500 meters, work there for a little bit, and continue to do that throughout the course of the dive today. We have an off-bottom time of around 1600. Right now, the local time is 10:41, UTC 14:41. And we are in our 6th dive, I believe, right, Mike?
Yes, we are. Number 6, but still 14 to go.
And we are currently off of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, about 22 miles to the west, working an area known as Platform. One thing I have noticed today is that we really haven't seen any trash on this dive compared to some of the first dives we made where we saw lots of trash.
Indeed, but I think, again, that's probably the currents.
Currents are fairly strong here.
Enough to just keep cleaning it off.
If you put up a chain link fence, I'm sure you could fill it with trash.
Sure
here.
you could.
It reminds me of Wyoming. Any plastic bags or whatever soon get blown to Nebraska. It's extremely windy where I live in Laramie, Wyoming.
And we're just getting the ship movement going here.
Let's get a zoom on this orange object here.
Okay.
Just curious what that might be.
Yeah, it looks a little different.
Good eye, Dave.
Oh, just like what we were
Holding.
imaging just earlier ago. There's just a couple branches.
This one's a little prettier.
Pushing in. Holding.
Keep going.
That's full zoom.
Oh. And lasers off.
We got an email yesterday
pull.
from a student, Andrea Contreras, who's from St. John's School, and the biology teacher there is using the Okeanos Explorer mission for his or her biology classes.
That's wonderful.
Very cool, Graciela.
It's a really great tool to teach all the different animal phyla.
Lasers.
And the geologists, too.
That's correct, and the geology as well.
Multidisciplinary, yes.
And that sponge, likely it's a sponge, is unfamiliar to most of us on shoreside as well.
Snap zoom.
Well, hopefully we can pass that around to some sponge experts and get an ID. So our first sea cucumber for today, our first holothurian.
Lasers off. And we can zoom a bit more.
We're going tight here.
First one I've seen this cruise with the spiky job.
Yeah, I was looking at a paper that just came out to see if the species was in that paper, and it doesn't look to be so. So hopefully we can figure out what this one is. This is really good video.
I like that, Dave. I can relate to that spiky job.
Yeah, that's really... Oh.
Which end are we? Is this coming or going?
I think it's going.
Okay.
So, possibly Hassanothuria.
Okay, let's pull out, fill frame.
Got it. Push it a little. Very cool. I'm happy with that when you are.
Okay, do a slow pull and we can run it in reverse and I'll look like Mr. Smooth. All right, thank you.
And as we go, if we can kind of look out into the water column a little bit to see any potential fish swimming above, that would be helpful too.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave.
Brought your left swing arm around.
Okay.
Bring it back.
Somebody spotted a fish on shore. Several sponges.
All lights are pointing out.
Okie-dokie.
But not, of course, the dense colonization of sponges that we observed at Pichincho a few days ago.
So, Watchley, we're almost done with this first 50-meter move. Would you like us to just keep moving at this pace?
Yes, please. This is great.
Good with you, pilots?
Yeah.
Bridge, RV nav.
Stalked crinoid, another holothurian coming up.
Nav, Bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, Bridge, could we add another 50 meters to this move, please?
Absolutely. From this or from the end of the move? We got
from the end of this move.
Okay, copy that. No problem. Thank you.
Oh, we have another fish. Oh, this is the one I've been trying to get a zoom on.
Okay.
We saw this in the Anegada Passage. I think it's a...
I'll wait for your command, pilot.
Oh,
Just hold that. I'll chase.
Xenion. Let's see the head.
I can't.
It's got an isopod parasite on it.
Chris, tilt.
I'm going to pull back a bit.
Yes, please.
Might have scooted right.
Ah, there he
you're
goes.
full wide. Nope.
Kamikaze.
Oh, he's faster than I am.
Oh, gotta get a close up of that
back.
guy. He's coming back.
He's just circling us.
Just toying with you, Dave.
He's admiring his reflection in the
oh, there he
in
goes.
the lens.
Circling us.
He's,
oh, there he comes again.
He's
try to get him on mini Zeus if you want.
Tilt up.
He likes you, Dave.
They like their reflections. He may be.
You think they can see themselves like in a mirror?
Mm-hmm.
Like a parakeet?
I see the reflection
beta
in
fish.
the lens. He's I'm no match for speed anyway.
It's not
Don't see him anywhere.
It's not on you anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
There's probably a still frame in there somewhere that'll.
Yeah, it'll
do
help.
some good.
This that species was fairly common on one of the seamounts, I believe. I think on Conrad's seamount, a little in the Anegada Passage, and I haven't been able to identify it because it was moving around that quickly. So that's great.
Now, this is kind of interesting. I would expect that.
Is that a fish right below
It
that?
is a fish, but the current is moving from right to left.
That's a small cuss eel.
Assume here. But the branches are
holding
up current. Little help with the tilt, Chris.
Yeah, we have a small cuss eel here. Although a collection would be nice, we often see these little silver cusk eels associated with black corals. They've been collected on cruises led by Steve Ross, and they've been identified as Benthocomedes robustus. This looks very similar to that. Not associated with a black coral, but it appeared very closely associated with this crinoid as we kind of came up on it. And it looks like a stylosterid coral on the right with another Ophioid brittle star.
Let's zoom in, try to look at the attachment, though. How it's holding on there. That's interesting. You got any more zoom?
I do.
Okay, a little more down tilt, Chris. Yeah.
I have a little more zoom when you're ready.
Yes, please.
Starting to get past you a little bit.
Some brittle stars.
Okay, slow pull.
I've never noticed all of those.
You're okay, actually.
I don't even know what those structures are, honestly, on the stock. Or maybe one of the shoreside folks can help me on that. Help me with that.
It's interesting the way it's moving. Okay, lifting off.
You're full wide.
They're like prop roots for the crinoid, like attachment roots.
Yeah.
I don't know the official name of it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Off we go.
Nav, looks like we should expect the same
Chris
slope
Kelly,
up to
thank you.
500.
So that is possibly an
Same type of slope.
endoexocrinus. Another sea star we just kind of flew by on the left.
Thanks.
Yeah, it should be pretty consistent.
Somebody
There's a
just
steeper slope up around 400.
Okay.
Okay.
Did somebody just join us on the conference line?
Hey, Andrea. It's Martha. I'm back.
Hi, Martha. How are you?
Good.
I didn't know you disappeared on us.
So, conference calls.
Oh, yeah. We have a
This is a better one, though.
better conference call.
Black coral.
Yeah, can we get a zoom on that, pilot?
Yep.
Oh, yep. I think it looks like a black coral.
Is this another example of the branching that's different here?
Yeah, different species, absolutely, than what we observed yesterday. Looks like it has an associate on it, too, so if you want to zoom in on that area.
Zooming in.
Looks like it has two chirostylid crabs on it. In the upper two branches.
Holding here. Thanks for the light, Chris.
Oh, yeah, on the other side.
And pushing in.
Okay.
Should be a little more there.
That's a little bit of my wake just blowing through here.
Pass.
I don't know.
This is really amazing. black coral.
So-
The elongate.
So, Tim, this looks like a branching. It almost looks like a Parantopathes, and in the canyons we observed often one to three chirosylids on the Parantopathes. Can you explain a little bit why that may be?
Well, as to the why, I'm not too sure, but we often see these chirostylid crabs on the type of black coral. There's usually a pair of them, like you said, for an unknown reason, but we do often find that there's a male and a female. So whether one of these corals represents a family unit for these crabs, maybe one thing, but there's also, if we find a third one, it's usually a smaller one, juvenile. We don't, and again, suggesting some sort of a family unit, but I don't really know.
And again, I want to point out that this is the first time we observed this black coral species, and these squat lobsters, we haven't observed yet. We haven't seen on substrate. We haven't seen on other corals that we observed during Pachinko or other dives. So often these squat lobsters and other types of associates are specific to living on specific species of coral, and we're just still learning about those relationships in the deep sea.
Some of the population genetic work we've done on these, on the chirostylids that live on Parantopathes, black corals, suggest that on a continuous, seamount range, there's high gene flow.
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
But between
Bridge,
adjacent
could we
seamount
add
ranges,
100
there's almost
meters to
no
this
gene
move?
flow whatsoever.
No problem.
Oh, really?
100 meters at
The New England
030
seamount,
2/10 of an up.
and the corner seamount.
Roger that.
You see
Thank
a
you.
marked change in genetic composition, suggesting they don't disperse across certain boundaries between seamounts, let's say, but seamount chains.
Is there a strong?
I think that having to find this very specific place to live would really put you at a loss for a bottleneck, so to speak. You would go through many bottlenecks. Doesn't appear to be so with the genetic data we looked at so far. So you have to think about what their reproductive output may be. How many eggs do they produce? Is in fact a mating pair here on this coral? It's all very interesting questions.
Yeah, and Tim, with the separation between the Coinerized and New England seamounts, I'm just curious, is there a strong current boundary that goes through there, a large water mass change?
Okay, slow pull.
Yeah, actually there is. If you look at the Gulf Stream cuts through right about that point.
Okay.
As it heads northeast, and so that's been hypothesized sort of to be the mechanism for the barrier to dispersal. So there's some physical action there that may separate those two seamount chains, which are really just almost look continuous if you look at them on a bathymetric map.
Catching up.
Thank you, Tim.
Does anyone know whether this branching black coral is a different species than what we were seeing, the Parantopathes that we saw in the Atlantic canyons? That was just, a single stalk, whether the branching form is a different species?
That's a good question, Martha. I think we have seen branching, what we called them Parantopathes. I don't think we've seen that one before.
Okay.
The extent to which the sort of the polyps were coming off the branches there was much more than what we have seen past. It's just based on biology and what we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we did see some Parantopathes that were a little more bushy and thicker that we saw that had branches to them.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looked different to me. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, that looked different to me.
It looked different to me, and I was also wondering about the squat lobster. It looked a little different, but without examining the specimen, it's hard to tell.
Just come inside the light.
Yeah, it's just to the eye here. I would agree with you. I think they look a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Just in gross morphology, I do. We'll get some frame grabs.
And we're just got great image of an Argentine, which are often found just off the bottom. So they're pelagic, but near the bottom. They can be very abundant in some places. So that was probably an Argentina species. Not sure what species yet. think you need to look inside the fish to determine the different species of that genus. So counting the number of gill rakers, for instance, which are structures that are located on the arch of the gills.
I saw 40% just to stay down on the bottom on that last shot.
Yeah.
The numbers were going wild. Just watching you stay still. Getting way out there.
Okay, well, just calm down. One number I'd like you to take note of on the power page.
On your power page?
Yeah. See PM1 voltage and current all the way over the right-hand column?
I do.
When I'm working real hard,
Then another black
just
coral
take
on the
note
left.
of the minimum voltage.
What's that fish coming through? Is that another shark? Swimming like a shark.
Okay.
And then there's a Synagrops bellis on the left as well. And maybe a green eye in the front here.
The mean? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the voltage is going to sag with thruster effort. So I want to capture the peak current and the minimum voltage.
Can we get a snap zoom on that Stylosterid, that white coral on the right with the Brittle Star arms?
Sure. We don't have to snap. We have time
We
to
do.
linger here.
Okay.
I've puppied off to the end of my leash. And here we go.
Okay, on your command.
Getting planted.
Get you some light there.
Can we, is it possible to look on the other side? I know, I think I've asked this
Sure.
before, but it looks like the polyps are on the other side as well as the disc of the Brittle Star.
We'll get this side and then we'll do the other.
Ready to zoom?
Go ahead.
Okay, holding here.
Hang on just a second.
Let there be light.
We're at a depth of 519 meters, 519. The temperature now is 11.75. The dissolved oxygen, 4.18 milligrams per liter. Yeah, so all the polyps are on the other side of this coral.
So let's come out about halfway, please, Dan.
Okay, holding here.
That's good. Let's see if we can gracefully orbit.
So I'm not sure if that was an ophiuroid or a Bersingid. Kind of hard to tell without looking at the other side.
Let me know if you need tilt help, Dave.
Did we lose somebody or gain
scribbling
somebody on
numbers.
the conference line?
Dave, is there less current here?
At the moment.
At the moment, yeah.
I was using 100% laterals before to maneuver and going nowhere.
If this is a Bersingid, I've never seen a Bersingid sea star on a Stylosterid before. So.
Yeah, it's pretty large for it as well.
Setting down. Probably need some tilt help.
Copy that. I have it.
Okay, center us up, and video you can zoom.
Holding here.
Okay,
Brittle Star, Tim.
Things are stable. We can.
The disc looks different.
It is a Brittle Star. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody's excited.
You see the smaller spines coming off too. There's 2 rows there on each arm. I mean, actually 4 rows, but very interesting. Don't know who that is.
See the guy behind it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it looks like an Astroporpa behind it, perhaps.
Push in toward the
See
center.
the other ophiuroid that's actually on this pilastrix?
Full zoom.
Astroporpa.
Tells on your command video if you want something else.
So we're kind of discussing in the chat room whether this is actually a Stylaster, a lace coral, or a Scleractinian.
Okay, video, if you can push focus back to the white coral on the left there, try to see into the polyps.
Looks like a Stylaster to me.
Well, yes, it looks like one to me as well. We're debating because the polyps are all on one side.
Maybe we could get a frame grab and send it to Steve Cairn.
Yeah, that would be great, Martha.
Let's do a slow pull to full wide.
So is it possible that this ophiuroid species is feeding on this coral, Tim?
Wow. Close.
You mean the large oaf or the smaller one is behind it?
Oh, I didn't even see the smaller one. I meant the large one.
There's an Astroporpa. Well, I think that it's got its mouth up, so I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's just substrate.
Okay.
Gotta go.
Both of those ophiuroids.
And we're at a depth of 519 meters, 519.
Here's the biggest thing we've seen so far. Oh, wow. Great googly moogly. There's 2 of them.
It's like a whip with an associate. Oh, look at that thing up there.
What is that? Is that an urchin on top of it?
Ooh, I wonder.
That's an urchin up there. We gotta see that.
Half zoom, please, video.
Zooming in. Fill the frame.
That's good.
So it looks like there's a black coral here, an urchin, likely feeding on the black coral. The more that we explore these environments, the more we're understanding some of this predatory behavior, and often see urchins eating coral species as well as different species of sea stars. That's my guess. I'm not positive it's eating yet, but
I moved my camera to 90
as we
degrees
get
so you know
closer.
how much time you have to.
Okay.
I'll just let you make
Can I push in a little further, pilot?
Go ahead.
Looks like a brittle star on the
And
right.
Is that also a crab foreground on?
Oh yeah, the
over
tiny
the
little. Gosh, you have such a good eye. And if we could get a zoom in on the crab too, which is kind of the area where there's a lot of hydroids covering the black coral.
Am I too
So
close or
in
too far away?
The video right now, it looks like we have 2 brittle stars wrapped around the black coral skeleton, an
Help
urchin,
with tilt.
and very small chirostylid crab.
So, Andrea,
Push back
it looks like the skeleton's
Okay.
been sort of
Go ahead.
stripped clean. I don't see any polyps unless there's some on the tip.
Yeah.
There may be some on the tips on the left and then one on the right, but yeah, it does look clean. There's some hydroid growth on the right of this black coral.
I have tilt video. Let me know where you want to go.
And another kind of crab, too.
Thank you.
Looks like a
Oh, yeah.
Rochinia-like crab.
A Rochinia is the spider crab that has all the spikes on its back.
Wow.
You can see is the rostrum kind of the V shape in the middle, right, Martha?
That's correct.
I'm going to push in a little more.
couple different types of brittle stars there, Tim. Are there 3 species?
Yeah, I'm seeing 4 if you include the ones at the base. Oh, no, 5 include the ones at the base.
Oh, really? 5?
These are the Ophiacanthid-like with the spiky arms, and then there's the Astroporpit on the right that has the, you see sort of the divisions along the arm, curled up tips, almost always. And then is that I can't tell if it's an Asteronix from the far left.
Yep. Pull out.
Just on skeleton.
So a small Rochinia crab, a Chirostylid, and 5 different species of brittle stars. Can we get a look at the base?
We gotta go.
We gotta go? Okay. And can we get the lasers back on too?
You can
Also,
snap
by
on
the
the
way.
base.
Maybe another cuskeel.
Yeah, I saw that. The little silver
Come on, lasers. There we go.
fish that is possibly a Benthocomedes. Although we would need a collection to be sure.
5 seconds.
Nice shot of the base with the large brittle stars.
Okay, pulling back.
Great, thank you.
Full wide.
It's amazing the diversity that's just at that one point.
Right, and I was just thinking Cheryl Morrison just commented a whole ecosystem on this Antipotherian coral. So we're still seeing several of
which
the...
was dead, as we might add.
Yeah, right?
Little to port and then push
With
on
likely feeding by the urchin. So we're seeing several of these white coral colonies, whether they're a stylasterid or a Scarctinian is still up for debate. But these appear to be fairly common in this area. We're at a depth of 512 meters, 512.
Get your lights back to normal config. Okay.
So we're approaching the 500 meter depth mark. I'm not seeing much difference in terms of the habitat here. We could work laterally here for a little bit, or we could continue upslope, make another ship move. What do you all think on shoreside?
Fish dead center there.
Yeah. Snap zoom.
I would like to move up. If
Okay.
possible.
Oh, another shark. This is a different species of Skylarinid, different genus even. It's Galeus. See if I can get an ID on it on the fly here. A lot smaller than the last cat shark we observed.
Pilots, we have about 10 meters left in the ship move.
Okay, roger that.
Holding.
Thinking it's the rough-tail cat shark.
You can zoom some more if you like.
Pushing a bit.
That's it.
It's pretty good lighting, isn't it?
This genus, they are generally smaller than the other cat sharks, than the Skylarinus cat sharks. Pectoral fins relatively large.
Okay, I'm happy with that when you are.
Okay, pull out slow.
Great, thank you guys. So we're seeing a lot more fishes today than we observed at Pichincho the other day.
There's another one. Just snap it right on in.
Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's cool. It's a dragonette.
Holding.
Centro Draco. Very cool. I don't even know if they're recorded from this area. I have to look it up.
Pushing in a little further.
Okay.
So these are deep water draconettes. They are found subtropical to tropical.
We push in on its eye.
Okay.
Commonly found at depths from about 300 to 600 meters.
Full zoom. Looking.
We know little, of course, about their biology. Lots of diversity today on this dive. Kind of lost track of how many different fish species we've observed. I don't know if anybody on shoreside's been keeping track of that. The size of that fish?
wide.
Lasers.
Andrea, would that not be prey for that shark? Or?
Yeah, it could be. Good observation.
A little more zoom just to get the size here. That's good.
Holding.
It's a little shy of 10 centimeters.
Yeah. Okay, wide.
Pulling back. Pull wide.
This yellow thing. Have we seen one of those? Snap zoom.
Zooming in.
What, another crinoid?
Holding.
Looks like it's got more arms than.
One more zoom.
Pushing in.
Lasers off.
Holding.
Lasers off.
Was that a different, I looked down for a minute, is that a different cat shark or was that the same one?
Same one.
Okay, thank you. There's that blob to the left too we were looking at earlier.
Ah, the blob? Okay, let me...
So we have a yellow crinoid. Oh, maybe not. It's a shell fragment.
Sure. Let's zoom.
Zooming in.
Looks blobby.
Holding.
Yeah.
Can we tilt up?
Yeah. Here it comes.
Oh,
more
Dick's got
zoom.
it. Zooming in. Full zoom.
It has the same color and texture as the blob. Okay, I gotta go. Let's come wide.
Pulling back.
Nobody's... I hear no shouts and
No, it's great.
squeals.
Unless if you pass over that shark, get the lasers on.
Okay, lasers on.
Lasers.
Nav, this is watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I think we're going to make another ship move, continue up slope.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's our goal?
Let's try for 450 meters.
Okay.
Less current here, Dave?
Less current.
Good. I'll pilot after lunch then.
I'll find you some strong current.
Oh, your lights are.
Now watch
back
lead
to
at
normal.
450 meters. It'll put us sort of on the edge of this flatter section. Just
By my account,
FYI.
15 different fish.
What's that?
Second catch.
Thanks, Nav. Yeah, we'll get up there and take a look at, see if we'll move laterally along that then.
Okay. Do we want to do that fairly quickly like this last evolution?
I got him.
Yeah, why don't we go to 475 first?
Yeah, snap zoom.
Zooming in.
Okay.
Nice holding.
Second cat shark.
That is, I think, the third cat shark species we've seen today.
Oh, this is different than the one a second ago?
Yep, this is a different genus. This is Skylarinus.
Okay, lasers off.
Lasers off.
A little more zoom.
Pushing in.
You've
Holding.
got time here, dude.
Okay.
It looks different than the first. We also saw another species of Skylarinus
We'll frame it up when you're
when
ready.
we first landed.
Okay.
This one looks a little different. I'm not sure it's... Could be Hesperius.
Hang on a second. Let me plant a little more firmly.
Want me to pull back?
Yeah, I'm just bouncing down the hill here.
All right,
Zooming
thank
back.
you.
All wide.
Yeah. Pull wide.
At least 2 different species of cat shark, maybe 3.
So pilots, the plan is to move 150 meters 040,
Okay.
and then that'll put us on another
There's your
contour of interest.
Okay, sounds good now.
Bridge, Nav.
Andrea,
Go ahead,
pinkfish.
Pinkfish.
Requesting
Yeah,
a ship move
zoom in that pinkfish.
Zoom.
150 meters 040.
Oh, that's what we were trying to get earlier. was darting
0.2
around.
knots.
All right, on your command.
Good copy. 1 150 meters, 040 at
Black
2
flag on the dorsal.
Copy that.
I think it's A. Let me get the common name for it.
I don't know if I'm going to tilt. Yes, please.
I think it's a Zoanthids. It's really moving that pectoral fin on the right really quickly, or both of them actually. Did the current pick up again here? Or is that just from you?
I'm just fumbling about.
I'm going to pull back a bit.
Yeah. Okay, trying to track him in tilt. There we go. You got any more down?
Negative.
Oh.
Andrea, could you say what you think this fish is again, please?
I think it's a xenion. Z with a Z, as in a zebra. Xenion hololepis.
Pushing in.
He's hiding between my feet. Let's come out just a little bit.
Going back.
There we go. Okay, backing up a little. You should have more tilt now, Chris. Okay, come on back in.
Swimming in. Swimming in. Holding.
That's me.
I'm going to pull back.
Bottom's not flat. Keep rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
Let's full down.
Okay, backing up a little.
Zooming in. On your command.
Let me get planted. Okay, here we go. Zoom.
Holding. We got
Great
him
shot,
right
yeah.
there. Okay. Just coming back.
Just see one lateral line, not two.
Is this the same guy that was circling us?
Yeah,
Andrea?
yeah. Getting a good view of it now.
He's more cooperative.
He's definitely looking at the bottom as he feeds.
Yeah, but we often see them just above the bottom.
Would this fish be seen higher in the water column in the euphotic?
No, not that high. I mean, just off the bottom. Yeah.
But I mean, definitely seems to be looking at the bottom.
Yeah, it could be looking for inverts in the bottom. It's kind of moving. Oh.
So maybe
Could be diving into the bottom to feed on inverts.
I just wonder if our light is helping.
There's a cup coral right there.
Okay.
It's getting on time to go here.
Oh, yep. It's definitely looking for food. A cup coral on the right.
I may have missed it, Watchley, but is there a common name for this fish?
It's Xenion today. That's or Zoanthid. So I don't see one yet. In
What was
my
it, Brian?
guide.
I just asked if there was a common name.
Yeah, the common name looks like it goes.
Zoanthids?
Yeah, it goes with the family
I
name.
nailed it.
So no common name yet.
I was just trying to get you to repeat it.
Zoanthid.
You gotta come a little starboard and then push ahead, pilot.
Yeah, pilot, in our direction of travel is 040. A little correction.
That's nearly directly up current. What I was detecting anyway. So.
Xenofish, I think maybe.
Yeah, I
The
like
don't
it.
know
Xenofish.
fish.
And all your lights are out and at home.
Have you seen any of the prey that's coming up?
Any of the what, Graciela? Could you repeat?
Any of the inverts or the prey that it's feeding on? Did you catch any? Did you see any?
Oh, that he was actually feeding on? No. He's kind of just looking and darting at things. But I didn't actually witness feeding.
They need to install a D2 microscope so you guys can see the macrofauna that they might be eating.
Yeah. I think that's on the way. That's being developed, right?
No problem, man.
It's on the list. It's on the list now.
Yeah. How about a scanning electron microscope?
We'll put that on the list too, maybe a little farther down.
The vacuum chamber is the tough part.
Well, but this is a good opportunity to talk about the technology that is needed in the future, because, if we could spend some time here and do, collections and even better photography, it would be great. So we have a whole bunch of students listening to this and watching us. So, the limitations that we have, it's something that they have to be thinking about for the future.
Lots to look at.
Okay, so shoreside folks help me with a common name for the whole order of Zeoformes is Dories. So we can go with that.
Dories? Like Dory the fish in Finding Nemo?
Yep,
Okay.
like Dory, but that wasn't an actual...
oh, that wasn't a Dory. How confusing.
How confusing.
Not very funny for a clownfish.
Well, they may call those Dories off of Hawaii. Surgeon fish called Dories off of Hawaii, Brian, you may know.
Yeah, we like those.
Yeah, so...
You want to zoom on that depression there?
Yeah, I'm just jockeying for position. I thought that was a tilted bit of rock, but now I'm not so sure.
My ruck buddy Dave always trying to look after me.
Let's get a little bit of zoom here, please, Dan.
Holding here.
So we have another large brittle star on a sponge here, and then a different species on the coral.
It's not a rock, it's a sponge.
It is a sponge.
Looks like a rock.
Sorry, Mike.
Back a bit.
Artfully camouflaged. Come back just a little more. Let's get the whole scene. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go in on the coral now.
Zooming in.
So we're going to zoom in on this coral, and it looks like they're coming in for a pilot change for lunch relief.
There's a shrimp lurking back there, too.
Oh, yeah. A big one underneath. See long antennae. We're at a depth of 497 meters, 497.
Okay,
Our temperature here is 12.4.
I'm
Dissolved oxygen, 4.2 milligrams per liter.
I'm going to push in a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Happy
then you
with
can do
that
the
as you are.
the usual slow pull, and I'll do the handoff.
Full wide.
Thanks.
Looks like it's passing over quite a large anemone.
Pink fish.
Pink fish. Oh, large sea cucumber. That's a different one. You see it?
Tell you what, I'm going to let the relief pilot take care of this.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, team.
Thanks,
Thank you, Brian.
guys. Is Martha, are you still on the line?
I'm still here.
There's a sea cucumber coming up. I know you just published the paper with Dave Pawson on the sea cucumbers, echinoderms in the Gulf of Mexico. And so this one looks familiar, so I'm hoping you can chime in if it is one of the species that you
It might be,
described.
yeah, it might be an amnigymnus.
How do you say that?
I'll have to check. Amnigymnus.
Amnigymnus. Okay. Thank you.
Or like that.
I didn't want to say the name. No, just kidding. Looks like a scorpaenid in the background, too, if we could get an image of that.
Why are you quiet?
Okay.
They do.
On your command pilot.
What is it?
Amnigenus. Wait, I think I butchered
The
it.
Spanish or the Latin version?
I can't hear you, Jeff. I think you're muted.
It looks like there's a small...
It's close.
It's close?
Go on in.
It's probably one of those personal preferences. How's that?
You are getting behind me.
Copy that.
Looking, going to be looking about 90 degrees off track.
Amphigymnus?
Copy.
I'm going to look up the spelling.
Going the rest of the way?
Then we'll go from there.
All right.
Close up here. It's back. It's full zoom.
So, different species of
Thank you.
cucumber. I think this may be number 2 or 3 for this dive. And then,
There's something on the something on it there. Do you see on the
something
left
on?
side?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is that an amphipod?
Can't
This is
tell.
full
This is
zoom.
full zoom. Sorry.
Tim, do you see that? Yes, it's an amphipod.
Okay, video. Let's come on out.
And then before we move,
Yes, I do.
there's a scorpion
Take my
fish. It's
camera.
pink and it's kind of.
Oh,
do you see
a
it?
fish?
Yeah, we can get a view of that too.
Where is
Full
it?
wide.
Closer in on
It's
the
kind of
left.
underneath that crustal layer.
Can you push down a little? Oh, up that way. I see.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
Down.
take off. No, sorry. Just
Oh,
we'll
I
put
see
it back where it
I'll
was.
put it back where it was. There it is.
Yeah.
You've got the camera back.
Thank you. Okay, video coming in on it as I come in.
Pushing in.
We don't have a lot of time, so we'll just get it real quick here.
We are now past 90 degrees off
Holding
track.
here.
Yeah, thanks. Just still continuing ahead.
Okay, we're looking at a scorpion fish, likely in the genus Pontinus.
Okay, and I've got to get going.
All right.
Okay,
going back.
thanks. We'll have to review it later for species ID.
What's our track?
Full
And
wide.
same with the sea cucumber.
That
Could
wasn't
be
fast
either an
enough.
amphigymnus or a
40. Okay, so you're facing.
Or you're
on
breaking
track.
up Martha, or what?
Facing way off track.
or a bathy.
Oh, 040.
Yeah,
Sorry.
scoot
Bathyplodes.
left.
Northeast.
forward and
Yeah.
way left.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All
copy
right,
that.
we'll have to review
Right.
that later.
Sorry.
That's right. And then
Thank you for that, Martha. Ooh, can we get a zoom on the coral on the right?
Sorry, racing.
Oh, no.
I
Okay.
know.
You're way behind.
I'm way behind. We've got Cirrus turned around, basically.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for another one. Hopefully we'll come across another one of those octocorals.
Fingers
I
crossed.
think that was the first octocoral of the dive today.
Video snap on this as we go by here.
Yeah, here we go. Here's another one.
Got a
We
little
just
time on this one.
saw.
We're
This
still
looks like a
behind.
primnoid.
Holding. Zooming in.
Yep. Go ahead.
Holding.
Just gonna float
So
by
if we can
and
see
keep
if
it in view here.
oh, we have a Rochinia again, and Chirostylid squat lobster. So two different types of duckpod crustaceans.
Yep.
And again, these large ophiuroids, these large brittle stars. Oh, that's good. We get a good view of the polyps in their direction. Not quite sure if this is a Neurella or a Paracliptrophora.
Yeah,
I don't know if Amy Buck or Taylor is close by.
Sorry, coming in on it, Dan. Just try to. I know I'm messing up your focus.
That's fine. Try to track it as best I can.
How are we looking, co-pilot?
About even. You're about even with me, so you're okay. Flat bottom, no big returns out there.
A nice shot of the Rochinia, the spider crab. And then as we're moving down, get a shot of the squat lobster. Tim, is this the same morphotype we observed the other day on the Chrysogorgid octocoral? It's got a really long claw there. Martha, we sent you a photo too, I believe.
Yes, you did. So I still think it's in the genus Gastrotychus.
Okay.
But I'm not familiar with the species.
Okay, video.
Again, yeah, some of the characters that we would use to make a species identification require looking closely at the spines on the carapace and looking at patterns and sizes of spines and where the spines are located, but also some characters on the underside of the crab. So I'm not sure it's going to turn around for us to examine it more closely.
Holding.
Yep. The rest of the way.
Zooming in.
Yeah.
Gosh, we always get an image of this coral on the wrong side.
All right, come out video.
Okay, pulling back. I'm going to scoot back out there.
Yep, just getting on.
Full wide.
Copy.
And can we just pan up just a little bit too? Just kind of want to see what's coming ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. And we're at a depth of 489 meters, 489.
Pilot, this move should be coming to a halt in 10, maybe 20, 25 meters.
Interesting that we're not seeing as many sponges as we observed at the Pichincho site. This looks a little different geologically to me.
Yeah, Andrea, I mean, I think what we're noticing is more topography in the seafloor. For a long time we were traversing over that relatively plainer limestone pavement, and now, and we can see it on the sonar as well, we're starting to see much more topography. And my guess is there might be some small faults in here which are just breaking up the limestone, and then the weathering has accentuated those faults to form various gullies, or just, well, that would be my best guess, I think, that we're just starting to see a little bit of faulting that's been picked out by the weathering to create this topography.
Upper swing arms are back up. Watch your lower swing arms.
Copy.
Up just a little bit as you are climbing this more interesting terrain.
It's a really great view in the Sirius. Another spiny urchin here, Sidoroid urchin. Yeah, go ahead.
Zoom in
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the ROV view, you can see the dark abyss to the right. That might be the edge of the fault scarp. So what we've been doing overall on this dive is heading towards a bigger scarp, and these might just be the first signs that we're starting to see ancient little faults, which were part of a fault system forming the north side of the rift valley that we're in.
Okay. On your command?
Yeah, stand by. Just getting settled in here. Notice. Come on in.
Holding here.
Copy.
Okay, I believe we observed this Sidoroid urchin, the spiny urchin, on the other day on Pichincho. It's the one with long spines, but then tiny little spines on the actual long spines.
Got it. Just for a cool shot, and then
roll down.
Sounds like science has seen this before.
Yeah.
And then we have these demo sponges.
Just coming around for it.
Corallistidae, likely.
You got it back for now. I'm tipping down to look at you. Straight down at me. Got your camera back. Nice shot.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
All right.
So it looks like the
Pulling
sponge, or this urchin, may be upside down.
Okay,
Looks like it's flipped over. It's strange.
Past
Is
vertical.
that a cup coral underneath it, Andrews?
I missed it. Can we zoom back in? Do we have time?
Immediately
For what? Are you
For the urchin?
The urchin?
There was a cup coral.
Yeah, let me just go on in video.
I just saw it very quickly, so that may be what it is.
Holding.
Thanks.
It's underneath the urchin. Tiny.
Underneath the
black and
urchin.
white.
Go in tight.
Zooming in.
You see it? There it
Oh
is.
yeah,
Yep.
I don't see it. Did you see it?
A lot of current.
Nav bridge.
Okay.
Bridge nav.
It's just come in the bottom.
Coming up on 5 meters now.
Oh, I see
Right
now.
in
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
On the border of the shadow.
Yeah, I see, Tim. I think you're right. I think that is a cup coral.
Okay. Do you want me to pull
See the
back?
current,
Spots
yeah.
in the way.
Yeah.
See the current on the ground there.
Okay, just curious.
Okay, thanks.
Full wide.
All right, gotta go.
Yeah,
Thanks, video.
Looking back at you and past vertical.
You gonna snap on that coral? Is that a coral?
Yeah. Come on in, video. It's just a snap. As it comes into view.
This looks like potentially a Norella.
Holding.
Thanks.
Go in a little tighter.
Zooming in. Holding.
Another one of those
Go all the way.
gastrotychus squat lobsters on the left, and then several brittle stars.
Okay, holding here.
Polyps are a lot thicker on this
Got a short
octocoral,
time
so
here.
this is an octocoral type of sea fan.
All right.
Polyps are more closely together, pointing downwards.
All right, I don't want to get too far behind.
There's a few hexactinellids in the back on the right.
I just got the word we're 5 meters from the end of the line. So.
Copy.
Okay, full wide.
Thanks. Sorry, co-pilot, what's that?
Do we get lasers on that?
No, can we get the lasers on, please?
Yeah.
Try to keep the lasers on as we move.
Lasers are on.
Thanks, Amanda.
You're welcome.
And then towards the base, too. Great, thank you. Perfect. Thanks, pilots.
You're welcome.
Video.
Really sorted myself out.
So
here.
I'm
Well,
going
if you
to
wanna
take a
come
quick
in
lunch
video.
break and leave this to Mike Cheadle and any of you that are on the telecon line, if you want to help with the biology while I am gone, I'll be back.
Enjoy lunch. Enjoy lunch, Amanda.
Sorry, I just got hit that. I apologize. No.
Pilot, can you tilt me up real quick? Just to get this guy.
It's just nerves.
He's trying to get us.
Okay, so we're looking at some, again, superb videography of this coral and I think this little lobster sitting on top of it.
Reaching out for some lunch.
Looking for a hug.
Mostly stopped at this point.
Copy that.
Looks to be drifting just a little bit.
Okay, I'm happy with that when you are.
All right.
I'm back. Full wide.
Thank you.
So guys, on shore, one of the observations I thought was we're starting to see, you know, more organisms here. Is that fair, or am I imagining that? Compared to the earlier part of the dive.
Camera back, down.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mike, it does look like we're seeing more biology up here, I think, and more diversity than we saw initially, which wasn't that large of a change in depth, right? 100 meters or so, right?
That's all we've changed, yeah, 125 meters.
Holding here.
So it's interesting. I wonder if it is, you know, both the depth and maybe, you know, there's usually a temperature gradient here, but maybe it's also something to do with the currents. So we've got another crinoid here. We've seen one of those earlier.
This one doesn't look quite as healthy as
the one we
saw
crinoid.
earlier.
And really at the moment, everywhere we look, we can see various corals, crinoids, sponges.
Would you like me to zoom back?
No, you're okay. I'm just even with a toe hold. Actually, yeah, let's come on out.
Well, there has been a big change in temperature, no?
Yeah, I think
good enough.
Yeah, temperature's changed. It's currently 12.3 degrees.
Thanks.
I can just scroll back and check what it was at the start of the dive. At the
You know, there's so many things that co-vary with depth that it makes it difficult to look
Sure.
at specific
So yeah, I mean,
causality with factors. Yeah, I mean you have not just pressure changes, but changes in food availability, substrate, temperature, even salinity. Makes it tricky, but it's fun to note where we do see those changes in the fauna. It may indicate some changes in water mass or substrate.
thanks, Tim. Yeah, Graciela, I mean, temperature has gone up 3 degrees since we started the dive. So we've got a 3 degrees rise in temperature over 125 meters depth.
You don't have to hit your brakes in this current. Just hitting you in the face the whole time. Let off and you stop. Right? Really? Yeah.
Pilots, I'm getting a request from shoreside just to kind of make sure that we're on track. In other words, there's a concern that we do get to shallow depths at by the end of the dive at 300 meters, and you guys are in control, but just to make sure that we keep moving enough that we get a full range of habitats.
Copy that.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds like we should do another move.
Dial in a move, yeah, okay.
So here we got some beautiful octocorals, I think, if I dare pretend to be Andrea.
Oh, yeah.
And some sponges.
Give it up for a second.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple of brittle stars on this one, and I don't see any associates on the other one.
Right.
Thank you.
So we can just see that brittle star just to
Guys ready
the
for a move?
left center of the coral.
I'm going to do a long one.
I guess he's on the other side. And there's maybe a little lobster
Bridge
to the
nav.
left.
Yeah. Actually, there's a brittle star here, and there's
Would you like to
also
do
a
another
kind
move,
of salad
please?
crab to the left.
Good copy.
200 meters, please.
Did I hear
Bearing
crab to the left?
025. 0.2 knots.
Pilot, can we pan to the left?
Yeah, can you come out partial video? They're looking for a crab, I think.
I think it's just
200
on the left.
meters.
There it is.
Bearing
It's on the right.
025 at point 2.
Correct,
Let's
thank
come
you.
in on the crab.
Pushing in.
We can just see his claws there. And, yeah. It's a nice shot, Pilot. You can clearly see his head, his eyes, and his two big, long front arms with
Got any
claws.
more?
That's full.
So a chrysotylid crab. Tim says, great video, guys, from sure.
Mike, this is Nav.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Happy
Nav.
with
Is there a
that.
specific target we're after, or we just want to go up slope?
back.
I think just
as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think we basically just want to go up slope. From my remembering the bathymetry, there's this sort of hummocky stuff, and then a little further in the distance, there's a bit of a scarp. But I think
There's it's a high point, about 200 meters.
Sure.
Which I just gave him a move that should put us at sort of the edge of that high point.
Great. How high is the high point?
Well, it's up 40 meters from where we are now.
Okay, sounds perfect. I think, guys, the concern is, to try and see a range of habitats. And so, to keep moving for a while and then look around for a little bit and keep moving, but with the objective that we do make sure we get to close to 300 meters by the end of the dive. And you guys know the timing much better than I do. So move us along if we start lagging behind.
Pilot video, Comtrack.
Sorry, Amy. I was too slow to see your text about the
Roger, thank you.
smaller coral. I'll try next time. So again, just to fill in about the geology, we're actually on the northern side of east-west trending rift. A rift is where we've stretched the crust, and we're approaching that northern side, which is fault controlled. And I'm guessing that some of this topography we're starting to see is likely related to that faulting. What we're diving on at the moment is likely an ancient land surface. This was a surface which was pushed up above sea level at some time by both sea level fall and maybe by tectonics. But the other cool thing really is shows you the importance of currents. Pretty much most of the dive has been on this limestone pavement surface, and the reason we can see the limestone is that
Roger. Ready for zoom?
Yep.
Thank you.
Currents are keeping the mud from settling here, keeping the sand and mud from settling here, running over the surface and scouring all that mud off. And here we are, the pilots have found another beautiful sea star.
Holding, partial.
We're just zeroing in on it, and I'm sure...
Okay, come on in.
Coming in, I...
Ask a
Holding
friend
partial.
on shore, maybe can come up with a name.
Co-pilot, can you help me bring it back up a little?
Okay, come up, I'll zoom in.
Too much. Sorry.
Going in.
Pilots,
Full
when
zoom.
you've done with this, there's a small coral to the left, if we could go to that. But
There's also a yellow one to the right
Thank
when
you.
we pop up.
Alright, come on out.
Coming out slow, I...
So just to the left, there's a bunch of maybe
chunking.
small corals.
Looking for it.
Just maybe
There's
down
another
there,
sea
just
star
left
over there
of
too.
the
I think we've seen it
lasers.
though.
I don't
Still
see
coming
them.
out. See the one to the right, the
Amy,
yellow?
can you guide us?
There's a white all the way over.
Can we zoom in a little bit?
I think I possibly see.
Well, let's go to the bigger corals that are obviously to the left.
I'm tilting
And
your
then maybe
camera.
Amy can guide us a little more.
Hold on. Go in partial.
You've got
video.
it.
Going in, stopping on your command.
Keep going. I just see some white little spots
Yeah,
here.
I saw those.
These it or no?
Okay. No, I think Amy wants to see the bigger things that were at the left of the screen
Okay.
before we zoomed in.
The bigger ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks,
Alright.
looks like there's a
Coming out.
gastropod there.
Roger that.
So I think the things that are just going to start to come in there.
Yep, I see them. When they said small, I thought small.
Thank
There's
you.
also that one just leaving frame right that we... I haven't gotten one of those yet today.
Okay. Well,
Amy, are we in the right direction?
It looks like there's another instance of that same one leaving frame left now, so your choice.
So it looks like we've got some sponges. Amy says yes, this is exactly where she wants to go.
copy.
And
Am I in video?
Coming in.
Thank you.
so we've got a sponge on the left, and we're zooming in on this coral
Associate.
with a brittle star wrapped around it.
Brittle Star's got stripes on it.
Yeah. Can we zoom in closer, or are you...
Tends to look like it's a different Brittle
Here's a
Star.
full
but
zoom
I'm not
for
sure.
you.
One arm is really white, like it's been... I saw these bands on an earlier one, like this, down the margin, but not up so high
Uh-huh.
toward the disc.
Very cool.
Maybe it is different.
So likely a new
Copy that.
brittle star for the, this cruise at least.
Alright, video.
Coming out.
Amy, was that good?
Hope so, because I gotta run.
There's your full wide.
Thank you.
Thank you, pilots. That's great.
I'm looking 90 degrees off track. What's our ship track? 030 or 035, Jim?
Oh, 030? I thought we were still 04.
025.
025. Oh, 025.
So shoreside and people on the event log, you know, sing out. I mean, we're moving quite quickly, so we can't stop immediately. We are in this dilemma where if we want to make 300 meters, we are going to have to move. I think Jason pointed out, here's another sea star. Jason pointed out that we've got quite a long way to go if we want to make 300 meters. Any comments on shoreside about the sea star?
All right, come on out.
Coming out.
It's a lovely sea star, Mike. I agree.
Thanks.
We have a ways
Nice
to go.
crowd.
So I think, just making way and, doing snap zooms here or there, but continuing the ship move sounds like a good idea so we can ensure that we make it to 300 since that's the ultimate goal.
Thank you, Amanda. So, pilot, did you hear that? I'm getting confirmation from shoreside that.
Yep, I copy that.
Move with some snap zooms.
Copy. Ryan, did you hear that?
Again, this is.
Make sure that if,
copy that.
if there are fish that are to be seen, those are the ones that we would like to target.
Okay. So again,
Move
fish.
quickly, snap zoom, look for fish.
Fish are the high priority.
Copy that.
Again, here's another one of these, talking a little bit of geology, another one of these depressions or fissures in the limestone, which might be tectonic related to the fault scarp that we're trying to get to climb to 300 meters.
We could almost spend the entire dive right here. Oh, we've imaged
Lots of
almost all of those
sponges.
already. Fish ahead on your right.
Copy, yep, I see.
2 of them. Large, obvious one, a smaller one swimming up to the big one.
Yep, let's get them.
Can I zoom?
Yep.
Thank you. Zoom.
And we have a fish.
And going down, killing that. A little bit more of a zoom. He's not a fan of ROVs.
And was this one of the...
2 fish.
A tuna fish.
Yeah.
2 fish.
2 fish.
Just.
Yeah, I was
Another
thinking.
one just went by.
Okay.
Yep.
So this one looks like the one that
Lots more. It's just
Andrea
trying to get
was.
him
Oh, I'm not sure.
to pop.
Anybody shoreside can tell me what it is.
That's pretty good.
So we're just hiding there behind the sponge. Again, we're getting great videography. It's a roughie. I should have said it. That's what I thought it was.
You're really deep in there.
So it's
you're
one of those
doing a great
roughies.
job.
We saw one earlier. Related, of course, to the orange roughie.
Co-pilot lasers, if you don't mind, for a second. Just kill them.
And there's a little, is that a coral, a gold coral in front of him?
Quick peek at the coral.
An octocoral?
And back to the fish.
I think he's maybe just hiding from us in our bright lights.
Come on out.
Coming out, this is probably going to be very bright.
Yeah, it's okay. You can work it.
Working them down.
Guys, can we quickly put on lasers?
down,
Just get a quick
down,
estimate of his
down.
size?
Yeah, there was on there at the beginning. We killed it for the
Okay,
shot.
sorry, I missed that.
There we
That's
go.
okay. We started with the lasers. It
Back
was
to
maybe
normal.
20 centimeters or 15
Concur.
centimeters long. Actually see them on it right now.
You want me to go in
So
to the
again, I
lace?
think we're seeing these northwest, southeast trending cracks in the limestone. Here we can see, through the limestone layer, there's a section through it on which the various corals and zoanthids and sponges are growing. And of course our roughie was hiding in that little undercut there.
There was another fish that went by.
Yes, sorry Graciela, I missed that.
Around.
I missed that.
There he is, bottom
Right
right.
overhead.
Is that another? Is that another little fish directly above the lasers? Just tiny. He's gone.
Video quick. Sorry, I was
Just
muted
up,
saying
up,
the same
up,
thing. Yeah, I'm going up.
Up and slightly to the right.
I hear
Coming
you, Mike.
out,
I'm
so
going.
I'll
Sorry.
keep him in frame.
Sorry.
Copy.
gonna have to go somewhere when he gets to that rock. Just tell him to turn left. And he's turning to left.
Yeah.
Sorry, video,
there
I'm
is.
getting blown off.
Sure.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm going to pass off. Chris
Yeah.
will do a better job.
Of course.
Yeah, jump up and over before you go there. Got way behind.
Pull wide. And balanced.
Okay.
Did anyone make it out?
The vent log, Randy thought that it might have been a scorpionfish.
I don't know what that dark object is.
But he's not
scoop.
100% confident. That was just our best guess. We got another pilot change at the moment, which is why we're out of the water.
So watch lead. This is Nav. You may want to do some thinking about timing. We're 1.5 kilometers away from 300 meters, and we have 4 hours of bottom time. So if we want to make it all the way there, at some point we need to start moving more quickly than we are now. One option, if you're looking at high pack, is to we have a little bit of rise left, and then there's kind of a flat area, and when we get up there, we could increase our speed. But if there's a pretty significant rise up to from 400 to 300, and I assume that's going to be of interest. So if we want to get there with enough time to explore that, then we're going to have to, at some point, make a little more speed.
Thank you, Nav. Let me just chat with Shoreside.
Top right, just left frame.
Copy.
Nav just talked to me about
coral.
Where we want to go, and I don't know whether you can see on screen.
Inserted a table.
Nav or video, could we zoom out on the bathymetry again so I can talk to. Thank you. Talk to Shoreside.
And
so Shoreside, if you look at the bathymetry, you can see, just like Jason said, we're about 1.5 kilometers away from that steep escarp. So we can get there, but if we do, we need to make tracks at some point. So I think what Nav was suggesting is that we could come up to the bump that you can see in front of us, but if we want to get to 300 meters somewhere along our track, we're going to need to move quickly. So what's your thoughts, Shoreside? Is 300 meters the main target? Please chime in.
What's in the bump that Jason was talking about? That is specific geological formation that he's looking for?
Oh no, not at all. I think it's. I think the habitat people are in control here. I think if you're looking at the screen, that red slope is a fault. Really, it's just a question of whether the biologists want to get to 300 meters. And if you want to do that, then we've got to move quickly over some of the area, or whether we want to go more slowly, kind of looking at things, but in which case we won't make it to 300 meters. It's whatever the biologist's priority is. Jason was just pointing out that it's a long way away. So I think this is a biology call.
Okay, I'd much rather move to 300 meters. But there are other people online, so please chime in. Majority vote.
Sure.
Yeah, Mike, it looks like those who are interested in the fish in particular, Michelle and Graciela for this region, are most interested in the 300-meter. One question I have is whether we can still have view of the bottom but move quickly over the bottom. We won't be able to do any snap zooms, but still have view of the bottom. So that's a call for Nav and the pilot.
Yeah, watch lead. I think we'd still be able to do snap zooms, but we probably wouldn't be able to stop.
Okay.
And that's about an hour and a half.
Okay.
It's about an hour and a half transit across that flat bit at 0.3.
Right.
So we'd be able to do stuff on the fly, but probably wouldn't be able to sit down and set up shots like we typically do.
hold there.
Sure.
It would be an hour and a half of transiting.
Okay, thank you, Nav. Let's just quickly mention the fish. We've got, I think it's a green eye. So another fish here.
Ah, yes, that is you.
So I think making way sounds good. Maintaining the speed and doing snap zooms here or there. But we understand that you won't be able to stop. That's fine with us on the short side here.
Yeah. We've seen lots of these.
So is that a green?
Not this guy.
A green eye? Yes, it is. All right, Randy confirmed it for me. Thank you.
I can tell by the eye we haven't seen him before. It's a little deformed.
Yeah.
See what the other side
so,
looks like.
Nav, coming back to, I think the consensus.
Not a full stop. Yeah, right.
Got it.
Right.
Let's have a look at the green eye, and then we'll talk navigation.
I think the idea is to come off the bottom a little bit more and be at a higher altitude. Looking forward.
What are the snappers? That's when they get to 300 meters.
Yep, that's right.
What are you doing over there?
You're fine.
Little tiny fish, lower right, or a shrimp. Do you see that?
I think, Michelle, the lasers, we're too close for the lasers, but we can put the lasers on when we come out.
Fish?
Oh, he's about to go. Yeah, it's
I
something.
think it's a green eye fish.
Want to tilt back up to him?
As we zoom
I
out,
don't know
guys,
if we can find him or not.
Put the lasers on?
Hold, there he is.
Stand by 1, watch lead.
Oh, they want lasers on him?
Sorry, I missed that.
Just stand by 1 second.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
I've got him still.
Middle left, middle
bottom,
middle bottom.
Yeah, he's down,
we were just
down,
chasing
down. Stop.
Go full.
Full? Zoom?
That guy?
That guy.
Yeah, that is tiny.
What are you talking about?
The vertical.
Oh, it looks like a little
yeah,
Goby or something with a black eye.
Oh, I got it.
Or is it a shrimp?
Ed, you're
yeah, that's
eagle eye there. That's a centimeter. That's full, correct?
That was eagle eye. Good job, guys.
You want to give it a touch of light, Dave? I don't know if that'll help.
You might be running out of time here.
Okay, don't worry about the light.
Let's come out.
Come wide.
Just
Let's
for
get
scale.
lasers.
One of the laser dots is bigger than him.
Pilot.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Okay, tiny. A centimeter.
And come full wide. Try to get lasers on
so Randy suggested it's a possible juvenile cuskeel.
There you go.
I think we have had that question before, co-pilot, of what the diameter of the laser is.
Yeah, got it.
The spot or the distance?
Oh,
the diameter of the spot.
I got you.
Taking my tip back. We're leaving.
There you are.
Thank you.
Okay,
let's spotted them at this distance. That would have
Pilot, let's recap on our discussion. I think Shoreside basically agreed that the priority is to get to near to 300 meters, and so so Shoreside understand we've got about 1.5 kilometers to go, and we'll be flying. We'll see the surface, and we can do a snap, but we probably won't be able to stop. And so, if that's the consensus, that's what we'll do.
Look at 45 degrees.
Yeah, Mike, this is pilot understood. We'll try to keep bottom in view and move quickly, and you call out if you see things, and video will do the same.
Thank you very much. I mean, just to explain, guys, I think one of the priorities of this dive is to look for the deep water snapper and grouper habitats.
Medusa worm or something like that. That's not Medusa.
So far,
Go snap.
I can't tell what.
And we're
that
most
is.
likely to find those at the shallower depths of 300 meters.
It looks like a displaced stalk.
So that's our target.
Fallen over.
Keep coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, coming out.
Guys unsure, is that a black coral?
Actually, come back in. I think.
And
people on shore will be interested in that.
Woof.
It's out of the light, I know.
Michelle says the little thing is a sponge.
Okay.
Come out a little if you want.
Yeah.
Are you sitting down?
I just did.
Thank you, guys.
Just give it a full very quickly.
Yeah, the whole organism. There you go.
Yeah. And give it a tight shot. Just to look at.
All the way in, and hold on, zooms off there, or focus.
Copy that.
There you go.
Okay. Come on.
Full wide eye.
Thank you. Mike, could you repeat your last on, I heard focus on snapper and...
So, you know, one of the main targets is try and look for the deep water habitat of the deep water snappers and groupers. And I think our best chance of finding them is to go as shallow as we can, which is why 300 meters is the target.
Understood.
Randy made the point that I think on the dive so far today, we've seen almost 20 different species of fish, which is quite amazing.
Background.
Yes. And hopefully
there
we'll get to see many
there was
more.
another green eye on the bottom. We've got plenty of
Go
those.
snap.
So. Snapping
right,
now.
another fish.
Hold there.
Oh, is this no. Somebody on shore, can you help me with this one?
Come on.
A lipogram, a serenid, says
I
Randy.
think we've seen one of those too. I'm not sure.
Common name, Randy?
Gone. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. He's gone as fast as we are.
It's just faster. Drifting. Is that a cat shark right there?
So Randy's...
Go ahead, back in partial.
Partial eye.
Explained to me that that was a sea bass.
Hold there. Get him in the light a little.
I think we've seen one of those earlier today.
Okay.
Mike, is it me that have a bad connection, or are you breaking up?
I can hear you. So let me say something.
Coming towards us really quick.
About the...
You want to man the tilt?
So as we follow this sea bass,
thank you.
as it's swimming below the sea,
trying to keep him in frame.
Major priority today is looking for fish, and again the pilots are getting some great pictures. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Let me try and set that up.
Full wide, shift
Ask
change.
about that.
Copy. Thanks, Ed.
Half your tilt.
Roger. Thanks.
Video shoreside said we're kind of breaking up. I don't know whether you can help.
Sorry, watch lead. Can you repeat?
Pilots are direction of travel is going to change yet again.
I'm getting messages from
015.
From shoreside that we're breaking up.
Are we ready to?
Oh, there's a big fish.
There's another fish.
Stand by. Give it a minute, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Every time you try to move.
I know. Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. Is we're going to get moving, and then we're going to see the.
We will. Okay, go partial. I'm going to lateral to get him broadside here.
And welcome back, Amanda.
Oh yeah. You can man
Andrea.
tilt again, dude.
Andrea. Thank you, Nick.
That's only fair.
It's not even funny anymore. So we're looking at a Jeffrey Roberts.
Go ahead in.
Another type of roughy. Characterized, you can always see this bright pink spot in the pectoral fin, at the base of the pectoral fin. And you also, if you can look closely onto the opercle, there's one really long spine that extends past the opercle's edge. That's a pretty big one.
Get lasers back on.
Lasers briefly tilting up.
Get lasers on him and then.
So Andrea, if you weren't listening, we had a discussion about the game plan.
Hold there, video.
Okay. And the consensus is 300 meters is the priority and fish. And so to get there, it's about a kilometer and a half away. We need to basically move, and we won't really be able to stop. We can snap, but
tilt down just a bit.
We need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's try to assess the bottom every 50 meters or so, and if we come across a really nice fish band, we may want to slow down and look. But so far, it looks to be pretty similar throughout this dive. So.
Yeah, I think the problem is we are about a kilometer and a half away from 300 meters, so we have a choice.
Okay, that's great, guys. Thank you. So we're looking at this Jeffrey Roberts Darwin eye, named after Charles Darwin.
Pull back.
One bump. Yeah. Here you go. As long as you want video, and then we'll go. We're stable. He's stable.
Push in, why not?
Reach an easy truce here.
Yeah.
A little bit of tilt up.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
What kind of fish is this, Andrea?
It's called the Jeffrey Roberic, so it's a type of roughy. You might be familiar with orange roughy. So same family, different genus. You see that really long, that's a great shot. You can see this long pectoral spine extending, opercle spine extending
Get on over there.
right past the opercle's edge here, and that's a really good defining
Tilt
characteristic.
There we go.
Got it.
Copy. Yep.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
All right.
You're behind
Pull
me.
back.
Understood. Coming.
Was that the first one?
Full wide.
We
Copy,
have. Did
thank
we
you,
see that
Lydia.
while I was gone at lunch at all? That
Negative.
species? Negative. Okay, thanks.
Mike said no.
Yes, didn't we under the ledge, the first one that we saw, right after you left?
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Bridge, Orvina.
I think Randy Singer was also commenting in the event log, Graciela,
Copy.
that you all saw that species.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, Bridge, we're making a little adjustment. We're going to do a
That's great.
We're going to do a transit of about 1 kilometer
Okay.
over a course of 0.15 degrees at 0.3 knots, and just wanted to consult with you and see if that was feasible, realizing that's basically broadside.
Sure, stand by.
Actually, I'd like to bring that up in my view and keep it up. That's situational awareness.
Graciela, Randy Singer is just noting that there was a basslet you saw earlier. It seems too deep for a basslet. Was it the same new genus of Labraday that we saw
Bridge.
the other day?
Go ahead, Bridge.
I think that'll be all right.
No, I think
that's- I mean, that will.
that the one that we saw the other day is the one that it's a
And
new species.
the wind's pretty
But there
light,
was
so I think we'll be all
another
right.
Okay.
basslet looking
So we can start laying that in, maybe put in a
right
500
when we're
meter
looking
move,
at the
0.15
rocky.
degrees, 0.3 knots.
You got it. 500 meters,
But it
0.15
wasn't,
to
it didn't
0.3.
have the
Thank you.
very beautiful markings of the other one.
Oh, okay. Was it yellow and red? Yeah, I guess I can look at the video. Maybe the videographer can pull it up.
Whitish and red. I didn't see any yellow.
Okay.
Roger.
I'll review it later.
There's a whip. Yeah, sorry, Andrea. I was mistaken. I thought that that was the first one.
Oh, it's okay. Can we get a zoom of that coral right there?
And we're coming in.
Thank you.
On your command.
Roger, just hold.
So we're still moving up slope. We're just taking snap zooms as we go. Try to get some identifications on all the different benthic fauna that we see.
Go ahead, video.
Zooming in.
I'm going to work out the tilt as you go. Go ahead, Dave. Take the tilt.
To tilt now.
Holding here.
Yep, slow.
Roger, you guys do your thing. I'll keep it steady.
Foreground or background, Andrea?
I'm kind of curious what's on it. Is that live tissue or is it all? Looks like it. Several brittle stars. So anything on the actual colony would be great.
Pushing in.
I'll work my way
Holding.
left, and then we can come back right. If I can get over there.
It's this type of whip coral. Just trying to determine if it's black coral or not. It's hard to see the polyps. Looks like it may be an octocoral.
How much more zoom do you have, video?
Got a little more.
Enough to pick out polyps
Oh,
or no?
yeah. That's great.
Yeah, I think that's an octocoral.
Yep, definitely an octocoral.
It's full zoom.
There's several ophiuroids on it too.
Andrew, why do they wrap some legs and let the other ones?
That's a good question. They're likely feeding in the water column, so grabbing food in the water. So holding on, I think, with their legs that are wrapped around so they can stay on the colony and extending some legs to feed.
Sorry, Dave.
That's all right.
We'll work down to the base.
So this could be an Ellicellid whip coral. See if my shoreside octocoral specialists can also weigh in on that. Doesn't look to be a bamboo coral at all, and not sure what other, and definitely not a sea pen, so I'm not sure what other octocorals have this whip-like structure besides the elicelids.
Video, it looked like pretty good lighting and background. If you want a beauty shot of something, just let us know. I know I moved kind of quickly across that.
And Tim, are those Asteroporpa brittle stars with the kind of the
up.
striations and all the arms?
Brittle stars?
Yeah.
Copy.
We have the
Yeah,
dark
that's sort of the morph I'm
Take a short
referring to it as. Not learning something new, but yeah, we see these widely on the western Atlantic. In the Gulf of Mexico. This is their typical posture. They wind up their the ends of their arms tightly like that. We see them on Ophelia a lot.
Right here?
Hard coral.
Yeah.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Okay.
That's neat.
I think they're pretty common in this depth range.
Frame them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, in the Gulf around 400, 500, 600 meters. Yeah, actually, even a little shallower than this too, to 300.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Great, thank you, Tim.
Dave, did you want to record the power?
It's a great shot.
Kind of cranking on it.
15 amps, you're not working hard.
70.
Ready
Okay,
to
if you're
pull
done
back?
video, pull back. Yeah.
Okay, zooming back.
There's another whip in the background, Andrea.
Yeah.
Is that of interest?
Yeah, would you take a snap on that? Looks
We
like
can
a black coral.
stay there for...
Curious what's on the tip of it. If it's another brittle star.
We've got maybe 15 seconds. Snap zoom.
About 10 meters behind me.
Copy. Keep coming, video. I got
Okay.
it.
Coming in slowly. Holding.
Okay, just hold there.
Holding.
We gotta go, Andrea.
Okay.
Hope that's enough for an ID.
Yeah, that's good. It's definitely not the same species observed on the octocoral. Tim, do you have a genus on that?
Go snap zoom full.
Doesn't look like the Asteroporpa.
On the oath?
Yeah.
This looks more like Asteronyx to me, but I don't know.
Try to bring out the stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
And again,
Okay,
you see the
Really good focus on the disc.
Gotta
That's
go.
great.
Okay, coming back.
Thank you.
I think they have to go.
Run away, DVL.
Okay, that's all right. Couldn't tell that disc was damaged or not. Like it had some issues.
The
Roger,
oath,
thank you.
the brittle star.
Get another USBL.
Yeah, the brittle star. The dentition on the disc looked weird.
Can we put the lasers back on for transit, please?
Yeah, thanks, Amanda.
So many buttons.
Lasers are on.
You got it.
And we're at a depth of 445 meters, 445.
Copilot's getting more fun over there. Got hydraulics and lasers.
Tilting.
It looks like another black coral we're passing, a Parantopathes type.
Right here?
Yep.
Go snap zoom.
And then an urchin
Again?
off to the left.
I'm going to translate as you get in there, so.
Okay, holding here.
See a tiny squat lobster, at least one.
Zoom on your command.
Where's the squat lobster?
You see its arm sticking out. It's
Go ahead,
just
video.
a couple centimeters
the
from the
end?
top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to tilt
Holding
my
here.
lights down a little bit.
Type of chirostylid crab.
It's not reflecting as much as that white's. Sorry, Dan.
No problem. Take your time.
More diversity here in terms of coral diversity
Just
and
hold
fish
there.
diversity today compared to the dive conducted in Pichincho at the same depth range just a few days ago.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I just see one crab on this Parantopathes. Oh, there's two.
Oh, you see a second?
One at the bottom of the screen. I think I see two little beady eyes down there.
All the way down, I think, Dave.
Yeah, I see a shrimp on it as well. Or is that the squat
a little
lobster?
shy of all the way.
on the other side.
Tell if I'm moving or not.
And stuff.
Oh, he's just
Gonna
moved.
give me a one tilt down, Dave.
Stand by. It's coming now.
You know, the great thing about those crabs too is that they're so fond of their host coral that they don't let go when you sample the coral. So they come along with the party.
Yeah, let's just go down to the base.
And they're likely feeding on plankton or small fishes coming through the water column, reaching their claws out to collect food particles.
Any last shots here, Andrea?
Anything here, Tim?
No, I think we're okay.
Good teamwork.
The claws look a little too tiny for fish, but maybe small crustaceans they're collecting from the water. So being on this coral colony helps them to get them off the surface. A little bit of camouflage, protection from predators, and being able to be off the bottom to feed a little better things coming through the water column.
Okay. Where is he?
Yeah. Andrea, just to note, if we dally like that for a little bit, it's a little safer if we're going to sprint back out ahead to get a little higher in the water column. So we'll try to stay as close as we can to the bottom. But if we're way behind, sometimes we'll come off and just punch it.
I'll try to make sure we don't dally too much.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's hard. There's a lot to see.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
DVL is misbehaving.
Well, I told it to use USBL to resync, but its behavior is...
Yeah, that part of it is, it's like you get one shot, and if you go in and out of USBL, it doesn't use USBL anymore, as I recall from last year. You know, that was on the hairy edge of what they were working on when...
Yeah,
Stalked crinoid.
Another stalked crinoid and an octocoral.
We were real good there for a minute.
To the right of that?
Yeah. There's a squat lobster on the thing in the foreground here. You want
Where?
Can't seem to come out.
Go get that video.
Either.
Oh, good Iris.
And if you see on the pilot screen, he's got different
maybe
state.
not a squat lobster. I don't know.
Holding here.
It's like another Roshinian.
Yeah. Okay.
It's close.
Another small spider
we know
crab.
Who can handle that?
Possibly.
Go ahead, video.
Yes.
Couple cup corals.
Holding.
I'm actually stable here, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will not touch.
Spiky thing. Martha, is that a Roshinian or is that something else?
However you want the shot, Dan. You tell me.
Or
Got enough
Tim,
light?
maybe Tim,
Yeah,
if you're there?
yeah, it looks great.
Can you get a partial zoom on mini zoos?
Is that
I didn't hear what your question was, Andrea.
Oh, sorry. Is that a Roshinian or is that something else? It almost looks more like a Neolithodes or something.
Thank you. Just hold there. There's a crab.
Yeah, I made the assumption it was Roshinian, but I don't,
Okay, I think...
And is it on
You done
a
that?
tuber
I'm happy with that, yeah.
Okay.
stock?
Pull
Yeah, it looks like it has an opening at the top, doesn't
I'm
it?
going to try to get that.
A lot of
just hold there.
zoanthids on it, though, as well.
Let's get the started right now.
Skeleton.
Could be a sponge.
If we need to get in closer, we can.
Should be able to do
just
pretty
fill
well with
frame.
this. It's pretty stable.
Can you go back to that? We've seen that a lot. Can you go back to the, sorry, to the crab and the...
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, back in.
Zooming in.
We've gotten really good images of that crinoid, Chris.
You know, at the
I
beginning...
think that was Dave. I was just trying to...
At the beginning, we could do no wrong. Now we're being prodded to do
we're getting
That's not true.
We're getting too many images.
That's not true.
Go ahead, Dan.
What would you like to see, Watch Lead? What would you like to see, Watch Lead?
I was just trying to see what this crab was on, if it was a tube worm tube or a
You can
sponge.
zoom on the... Just right where we are now. in, see if we can look at the stalk a little more.
It's full zoom.
Looks like it's got
Definitely
polyps.
Yep, some zoanthids colonizing.
Lev, could you
like colonial
zoom in on
anemones?
I think there's
and
another
Nigerian.
Find his way
crab
home.
or shrimp.
Looks like a little shrimp or something.
Little
yeah.
shrimp down there. He's kind of
yeah?
on the other side out of the
Oh,
light.
I
Is that
see.
full?
That is full zoom.
Well,
Yeah, there we go. USBL's working great at this depth.
Okay, I'm happy now. Thanks.
All
Yeah,
right.
Chris, if you just head due north.
Roger that. Come on.
The coral to the lower.
I'm coming
Right,
back
by
on
the way.
Mini Zeus as well.
Branch coral to the right.
Full wide on both.
We're not going to have time for that, Andrew.
Yeah, I think the key is to stay really high so she can't see these things.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
So, Andrea, a question.
I hope I can answer it.
Have you ever seen a running crinoid?
A running crinoid?
Running.
On the sediment?
They.
Sounds like a...
We have observed this and we have video.
Cool.
From some time back, but a crinoid can run like a spider across the bottom. It's the most amazing
orange
thing
fish.
to see.
Gosh, I did that to myself. Go ahead. Video.
Zooming in.
Another scorpion fish?
If we've seen this, just yell at us, Andrew.
Would you like me to try further?
Negative. Just stand by there.
I think we've seen it, Pat.
Okay.
I think,
Come on.
yeah, it's the same that we
Coming
observed
back.
earlier. Possibly a
Full
puntinus
wide.
scorpion fish. I have not seen that, Dave. I've seen, of course, the crinoids swim.
No, a little bit west
but
and
not,
north.
But not run
Oh, you
across
got
the
yourself in
sediment
serious
with their
one, Max.
arms.
Yeah. Just hooked into the bottom and running with their hair flying in the wind, to make a metaphor. It's amazing. You wouldn't think it could move that fast.
What's your angle, Dave? Still low?
75.
Still high, I mean? Okay. Let's push out.
You 100% there, Chris?
Sure am. Unfortunately, fighting current on my sprints. And
45 degrees.
are we going down?
It's
It's a
starting to
little
look that way.
undulation.
Yeah.
Nav, actually, can you zoom out on HiPAC? Zoom out on HiPAC, please.
Yes.
Don't forget you're down a light bank, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I am.
Yes. Hence the
And I will bring
there's a tug for you.
your lights up.
You have a question, Watchley?
Yeah, I just wanted to see where we were relative to the top of that feature.
Yeah, this little red triangles, our current move, which was 500 meters. We're 800 meters from the base of that ridge, and 800 meters at 0.3 is an hour and a half.
Okay, thanks.
It's that white object out there, video. Oh. Go snap zoom here? Is that just a show?
Zooming in. Something swimming around there.
Looks like
he's
another.
moving.
Is that a slit shell?
Oh. Also up, he's up in the top.
Yeah, it's the little fish. Which one would you like, Andrea? Little fish, top left, or
Little fish. Fishes move quickly.
go ahead, video.
Thank you.
Oh,
He's a quick feller.
give it all you got, video. Now I'll just try to
Wow.
track.
Small little rat tail, maybe. It's moving
he's
quickly.
quick.
He's just at the
Think-
mercy of the
think
current,
so.
I think.
Thank you.
Okay. That shell,
It was had
something was moving.
had legs, right?
Yeah. There he is.
So, yeah. Just let's give it a quick look.
All right. Zooming in.
Hold there.
Holding.
Go ahead back in. Not
Zooming
gonna
in.
sit down.
Holding.
Any idea what this is, Andrea?
No, I do not. Besides gastropod. I thought it was a slit shell at first, but looks different.
It's definitely gotten up and moved a couple times.
Yeah, Amanda and Tim, do you guys have any idea?
Give
It looks
zoom in your command.
split shell
Go ahead.
cells, and I thought I saw it moving. I can't see
Quite
if
stable. I don't want to lose it.
there's any
Hold back.
animal ended out
Yeah,
from
that's
it,
good.
but
Yeah.
Just highly angled.
I don't know.
That's not. That's right.
Okay, that's good, pilot. Thank you.
Roger that. Come on.
Roll there.
Full wide.
Copy. Thank you.
And we're at depth of 444 meters. We're moving to the north-northeast. Moving up the side of this local topographic high. Another urchin.
Get a little high. Sorry, watch the. Why is your DVL back and mine's not?
Well, there's some disparity in how the
Another sediment
things work.
trace.
It's just,
Another sediment trace in the top of the surface here.
Your display, I trust more than mine. Well, actually, things are starting to converge again.
Did you want to look at that, Andrea?
Yes,
or?
please.
Oh,
I'm not sure if we
okay.
got to zoom in on that.
Just yeah, just yell at us if you want to zoom. I couldn't tell if you were just narrating or. Let's go back to that guy.
Yeah, it's out of whack. DVL has you 100 meters ahead of me. Don't push the use USBL button. Is the
So, Dave, I believe there's a feature to put a marker down and then recenter the vehicle on the marker. Kind of like in DVL nav where you put cursor down.
Robert is
there's a hole
at my knee to counsel me. Stand by.
Yeah, pilot, I was actually just narrating that, but thanks for taking a look.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you wanted one. Sorry.
There's a fish in there.
There's a little fish in the
Yeah.
depression.
Yeah, we need
that's
that.
a good find.
Oh. It's like, gonna go snap zoom and then move on.
Awesome, thank you. I'm not sure what that is yet. It's pretty tiny. 2 or 3 centimeters.
Yeah, get on in. It can't.
Oh, thank you.
All right, that was good. Pull back. Full wide.
You go ahead, man. Okay.
Co-pilot, got a
There's a
request to
fish,
power on the craft.
I see fish.
Right in
Yes.
the front.
Craft on.
Just chase him. He's going in the direction we want to go.
Starting
on your
at
request.
650
Go ahead.
km.
Start in. Hold there.
Holding.
Species on this, Andrea?
Yeah, please.
Oh.
Is there a parasite on
Now to check some.
Keep coming, video.
Zooming in.
Amanda? Maybe a possible
Holding.
parasite? Hard to see.
Yeah, got significant ground fault on.
I think
Keep
this
going.
is a
Zooming in.
Jumpilid, possibly.
Holding.
What's that, Andrea?
I think it's. I'm talking to myself mostly, but I
Oh.
think it's a Jumpilid.
Oh, I thought you said pilot.
Oh no. And when we come out, if we can get lasers on it, when we come back out, it would be great.
Got lasers.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave.
Is that all you got,
This one
Dan?
has really tiny serrated,
Try to push
really,
it.
really
May as well.
sharp teeth. And this one has come up
Is he far from me, Dan?
a couple of times in the queen snapper
Further away, I think.
fishery.
Okay, come on.
As a catch?
Pulling back.
And
bycatch?
Well, they don't use it. Just that, that sometimes when fishermen are changing hook size and things like that and are experimenting with different types of bait and the like, things will get hooked. Or if the hook is the line is down on the bottom
Get him as
and
he
things
comes
like that,
towards
so
us.
they will catch, different things.
That's full zoom.
Copy.
Do you have a local name for this?
How are we doing, Dave?
If I'm not mistaken, they call it brillol because it's really shiny.
I can't hear you.
But I'll look it up. But I
back
think
just a
that's
bit.
what they call it.
Great, thank you.
There you go.
Let's try to get full right here. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, that's awesome. Great view.
I'll come back. I lost my toe, sorry.
Running out of time.
That's good, guys. Thanks.
Back northeast.
Okay, full wide video. Thank you.
Coming back.
Roger that, Dave.
Oh, and I've
Full
cut
wide.
way up. The bottom's dropped away.
Yeah, that's what I...
Push it down.
Sprinting. Thank you, video.
More sediment traces.
We can
that a
snap
rock?
zoom that as we go by.
Boulder to the right.
I don't know if we can or not.
I thought that was a big fish when it...
We can snap zoom. I'm going to lateral by it. We don't have any time.
Thanks.
Just hold there.
Holding.
You guys...
Oh, a couple different corals here.
What do you think, Dave?
Octocoral, is that a gold coral? It almost looks like a
below me.
Caligorgia to me.
USBL shows him pretty far behind. I mean,
Well, okay, I'm tilted. I'm actually looking backwards a little bit from 18 meters up.
Go ahead in a little more, and then...
you're about
we gotta
14
go.
meters behind.
Copy.
I don't believe it's 14 meters.
That's fighting.
I don't know, Dave.
Okay, we'll see what happens when he's...
Okay, come
All
full
right.
wide.
Coming back.
So we have a primnoid
camera to
and
90.
a gold coral there. Several
Full wide.
ophiuroid brittle stars on
Copy
each.
that, thank you.
Camera angle 90.
Roger that.
Just head north.
Pushing out.
So center yourself in the screen and settle this debate between Nav and Copilot about the veracity of
Caught
our
in the middle.
situation here.
And we're at a depth of 446 meters. Headed due north.
It's pretty close. What's the range there, Brian?
Well, he's caught up, but he's alongside by 4 meters.
Yes.
Now he's a little ahead.
Okay, I think USBL is
Snapfish.
trustable.
Snapping. Ooh.
Coming in
Nice
hot.
eye.
Whoa.
Nice work. Oh.
Oh, you got him.
That's pretty
It's back.
dramatic looking in Sirios there.
Go ahead.
Zooming in.
Oh.
Holding.
Yeah. I still have a lot of momentum. Come on.
Going back.
Okay, thanks.
Full wide.
Thank you. Okay. What was the
Another fish on the right.
resolution on the
There's a
DVO?
sun
I think we were just trying to get an idea of how much we trust the USBL.
Oh, okay.
Got 2 fish in
Based
frame.
on that, we do.
Okay, come
Another
partial.
Gympylid.
Which
Actually
one was-
curious on the one to the back. Is that different? Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's a beardfish. I can see now the barbels underneath the chin.
Which one do we want to look at?
The one that you're the back.
Back.
Yeah, you're going
Distal.
to
Copy.
distal.
Go ahead,
Zoom on your
Dan.
request. Zooming in. Holding.
Roger. Still have momentum here. Come on, Dan.
Pulling back.
Thank you.
Full wide.
Shake myself off here. We're going to have to let that guy go. Perils of sprinting ahead.
About halfway through that 500-meter move.
Are we kind of down in a little depression here before we climb back up slope? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, if you look at the contours, it's pretty undulating perhaps, but no real significant change in depth.
Right.
Find another fish out there, Dan.
Oh, can we do a drift test for currents when you get a moment? Have
Sure.
a request from shoreside.
Let me get up.
Yeah,
current a
push
little.
up,
Thank
push
you.
out a little bit.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of ripples in the sediment here, suggesting strong currents in the area. Question mark from Mike.
I think it's changed slightly.
I don't really know. I mean, they tell us the current direction. We know that at least they're recording a current that was traveling perpendicular to the ripples. The ripples are oriented northwest-southeast.
Just let me know when you start.
So that was a current that was
After
either
that.
coming from the northeast or the southwest.
I am.
It means it is a big enough current to create the ripples. I really don't know too much more than that.
It also could
Started here.
Okay. Yep.
It also could be the state of the tide. It's is it a constant current or does it oscillate with the tides?
So I'm rotating port slightly. It's not near as much as this morning.
You know, it's almost to the point where Brian could handle it.
Couple black corals here,
Yeah,
stalked
not much,
crinoids.
like-
I'm interested in the whip coral on the left.
7-8 centimeters.
The curly Q with the
Second.
the brittle star.
Copy that. Let's get set up there. We're gonna get set up for this shot and then do a pilot change. Watch this.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Are my upper swing arms out, pointing out, Dave?
Not yet.
I would like them down, if you don't mind.
Down. Upper swing arms, starboard coming down.
Perfect, right there.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's
So
like
we're
port
going
the
to
same?
set up here for snap
let's
zoom
ask
on
video.
this
Go ahead in.
whip coral. Looks like a
Zooming
black
in.
coral now that I see it up close.
I think that's going to be enough light.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And a
Folding.
beautiful brittle star. Ophiuroid with very long arms. So again, you see that was a good observation,
Pushing
Chris. A
in.
few of the arms are wrapped around, trying to hold on, and a few
Holding
are
here.
out and about looking for food.
Looking at the downward fisheye
That's full zoom.
We're directly overhead. The
Very cool
USBL
shot.
targets were coincident. Ah, I am directly overhead.
Beautiful, Chris. Thank you.
Okay. Happy with that.
And if you could zoom out, there's the small white branching corals we've seen several times. If we could zoom in, see if I can find another one.
Come full out.
Oh, see in the background those.
I do.
Like,
We have a couple seconds here. Go ahead, Dan.
Zooming in.
I'm going to grab my tilt.
Another Parantipathes
Holding
black
here.
coral to
Taking
the
it.
right. So we just saw
Got it.
Antipitherian whip coral, and then another species.
Go ahead, full, Dan. I know.
Looks like a
Won't have too much.
Parantipathes.
Holding.
Got about 15 seconds here, Andrea.
Thank you.
That's full zoom.
Copy.
Is that the tightest zoom?
It is.
Still
There's
some shimmer.
Shimmer, yeah, I was just going to say. Okay.
Pulling
We gotta
back.
go.
Thank you.
Tilt returned.
Roger,
Full
thank
wide.
you. I will sprint out.
Okay, so I have to step out a second. Where are we?
Was that for us, Graciela?
Sorry, yes, because I wasn't here for the last 10 minutes or so. So we're heading.
Oh, we're still heading upslope. We're at a depth right now, 446. Still on the same path, pretty much due north.
Now it's uphill.
Yeah, I picked up a little bit of slope. Right
And we have a little bit more topography here.
showing up in sonar there.
Yeah, roger that.
Just a little bit of something going on there. And there it is.
Oh,
look at that.
Awesome.
Let's get eyes on it.
Oh. Can we have a look at everything on the
We
small
might be able
here
to
for a
try to
moment?
stop the ship and bring it back.
Okay,
if you'd like.
that'd be great.
You don't
Thanks.
need to bring it back. Stop.
Think we got time? All right.
Easy stop will be perfect.
Okay.
Bridge RV nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Can we bring the ship
We're
to a
gonna-
stop here,
We're
please?
just going to
Good
take a
copy.
few minutes to look on this vertical face here.
All right, just let us know what you'd like to look at. Watch lead.
Actually, we're going to do a quick pilot change.
Okay, thank you. So we have several sponges and gold corals attached to this rock face. Demo sponges, and on the side here, I'm not sure about below if those are hexactinellid glass sponges. I can't really
Right.
tell yet. Small deep water cardinal fish, Epigonids. And they're just doing a pilot change.
Okay. We're with you, watch lead. So do we want to
Yeah, we have this.
get an idea of the hole before we pick some targets? Or
Yeah, I just kind of like to look up and down this ledge a little bit before we move on up.
okay. So we're going to fly over, Dave. Is that okay?
I don't think we're going to move very much. We're only 400 down, I think. We're going to be fine.
Both lower swing arms are out.
And I'm going to rotate.
Let me just say something in Spanish, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sí, estamos a 446 metros. Es que estas oportunidades así que cambian los pilotos, pues podemos hablar un poco porque el resto del tiempo están los científicos en conversaciones, identificando las especies y tomando notas, etcétera. Esto es todavía el área al oeste de Cabo Rojo, alrededor de 22 millas, y nos hemos movido de aproximadamente 600 metros de profundidad hasta donde estamos ahora. La idea es llegar a 300 metros, y según hemos ido avanzando, ¿no?, ha habido un aumento en la diversidad de especies que estamos encontrando. Por eso se ha ido de lo y
Sorry,
fotografiando
Watch, say
según
that again?
subir. Lo otro que estaban hablando de la geología de esta área es que, como han visto, había mucha área y mucha estructura, y en el momento se encuentran estas capas verticales o estas grietas en la topografía del área. Así que ha cambiado bastante dramáticamente lo que estamos viendo anteriormente, y there is another.
Yeah, so we have several different fish species here. The Jeffy ruberics, the type of roughy, are called Darwin slimehead. And then there's a couple different types of these deep water cardinal fish. These smaller ones are a different species than these larger deep water cardinal fish. Oh, we have another type of octocoral perhaps on the ledge. So, and barnacle crinoids, there's all sorts of things. The barnacle crinoids are called holopus.
Go ahead, sit down.
You have fan-like prinoids.
Yeah, thank you. There's another one with this.
Hold here.
Another Darwin slimehead.
Where's that glare from?
Can we zoom in on that fish? Actually, I'm interested in what that fish is hiding behind. The one on the bottom center.
On your request.
Andrew, I'm sorry. Are you seeing all these fish on the sediment?
Yeah.
Moving around?
So if we can get a good look, I think there are different species of these deep water cardinal fish called slender.
Video zoom serious a little bit.
That coral looks interesting to me.
Which one, Andrea?
The one where that fish just came from. It's kind of right where that bright blue fish is.
Okay.
It's,
sort of right and up?
Yep, right and up.
All right.
That urchin is moving too.
So is this a coral or is that?
Yeah.
All right,
like,
go on in.
Let's see. I'm not positive it is. It just looks different.
I'm going to go full zoom.
Okay. And I'll just tilt up
a
and
black
down.
coral.
Is there any way to get more light on that, Dave?
Oh, there's a shrimp.
I don't think so.
Oh, the shrimp looks pretty cool. So another cup coral in the wall. See a crinoid in the right.
Okay.
For right, the holopus. A new shrimp species, I think, for this dive.
I'm adjusting your sonar pilot. Tilt down just a bit.
Tilting down. You then want to see the extent of this coral. Whenever you're ready, video, let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to tilt down?
Slowly looking over the coral.
Thank you. And can you just pan back up to kind of frame with that fish in view?
Yep.
That would be great. Thanks.
Come out a little bit, video.
Get both.
A little more. Maybe fill the frame with the coral. There we go. Fish, coral, shrimp.
Sonar, I'll give you a range to the wall.
Beautiful. Thank you.
For you too.
That looks great. Thanks.
There's another reference. I know Amanda's going to request lasers on.
Oh. Okay. And we have the urchin. Do we want to look at the urchin or?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if we have gotten a zoom of that one yet.
Go ahead, video.
Zooming in. Just discovered the joy lock.
We'll get a good close-up of all these little fish.
Holding.
Moving over. Go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
Just making a run for it.
And full zoom.
The urchins are easier than the fish.
Yeah, 2 dorsal fins. I see them.
So up to you, video watch lead.
Maybe just a couple more seconds.
It's beautiful. You can see that urchin moving across the bottom.
Dave, you're basically done moving, right?
Oh, we came right
okay,
to a
I'm
stop.
ready to pull back.
Okay.
See where I
like nothing. Yeah.
dropped a target.
Come out video.
There's no swing.
That makes it easy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you want me to go partial or full?
Full wide.
Got it. Full wide.
All right.
And that urchin is either hygrosoma or aerosoma.
Okay, coming off the bottom.
Beautiful, thank
Slow
you.
pull on Sirius, please.
Coming back on Sirius. Full wide.
All right. So take a look to the left,
Can
and then
you-
we'll move back right. Go ahead.
Like it's coming into center top. It's a patch of yellow and a couple different colors. The corals look a little different.
Patchy yellow.
Right.
Patch of bright yellow right in the middle.
I think I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, like towards the very top of the ledge. It's dead center now. But
Tilt down and get some light. Push in.
Pushing in.
No, sorry, I'm
top of ledge.
Got
yeah.
it. Is a pretty safe place to do auto heading and auto altitude too if you wanted to try them.
Brian, you can do any of this like darker orange. It just looks a little different. There's 2 different kind of colors of orange growing here on the side, like a bright yellow and then the orangish stuff I'm looking at.
What is it, that yellow patch that's in the light now? Is that?
Yeah, sure. Go in.
Give me 1 second video to get a little closer.
Sure.
All right, video.
Zooming in.
Okay, it's still zoanthids, but different species of zoanthid.
And what are we interested in? Right?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Right there, I was curious to see that color is a lot different than the bright yellow. Thought it was something different. Looks to be some primnoid octocorals as well.
All right.
At your convenience.
Full wide, please. Oh, sorry.
A little bit of zoom.
Several cup corals on the wall.
Back on
Full wide, please.
D2. Zooming in on Sirius.
And hold.
Holding. Full wide.
Making you look good, Brian.
That's what I need.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep. So look over here.
So can you tell us a little bit about the geology? This feature is quite a bit different compared to everything else we've seen this dive.
Well, we're obviously seeing a little section through the limestone. I mean, my guess is this thing is a couple of meters high. My best guess is it is structure related to reaching this north side of the Rift Valley. We're heading towards a much bigger feature, the scarp, which goes up above 300 meters. And I think my best guess would be these were formed by little fault splays off that major fault that we're coming up to. The main fault itself is several tens of kilometers long, and is, as I mentioned, part of the north wall of this Rift Valley that extends east-west from the coast of Puerto Rico towards Isla Mona. And let's just put this.
At the base of this rock on the white material at the base of the rock.
Okay.
Just put this into perspective, even though this
Geology
is
request.
On the base rock.
even though this is, tens of kilometers long, it's still a tiny feature compared to some of the features we see around Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Mike.
Go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
Tilting down.
So this looks a little porous. There's a lot of holes.
Go ahead, video.
Is
that it?
Zoom. Yep. You could scooch in there a little bit.
I think there might have been a different coral on the right. We just went out of view.
Yeah, right there. Here's an associate inside as well, the bright pink.
Yeah. Sort of looks like that chrysogorgid that we were seeing earlier, but
I don't know if you're right in there. I can't.
Can we zoom in
On a
any
different
tighter on
side.
that?
This is full
Earlier
zoom.
today.
Full zoom, but we can get a touch closer. So come out partial video.
Sure. Partial.
Now is when we'll see Chris and Dave start to lean and pilot from the back seat.
Oh. Hands off.
Is that a sea star? Or just a funky sponge morphology? We're at a depth of 443 meters. A lot of diversity today. Coral diversity, sponge diversity.
I think so, really?
I didn't say it. I didn't say anything.
Really? All right.
Lots of different fish species today, at least 25 to 30 different species of fishes.
And Dave, if you want to point as many as these up to the top, just for situational awareness. Because you can't really tell from serious view.
Do you want to push in or pull out to full wide?
You're good there.
Okay. Yeah. At sonar height on the vehicle, you have 2 meters.
So most of these demo sponges that we're observing are in the family Corallus today.
Okay, video.
Okay.
Come in.
Pushing in.
We're going in for a tighter look of this octocoral.
Still got a little zoom left.
Yeah, just hold on a second. Let me.
And John Reed is just noting that the diversity here is very similar to what they see on deep walls in the Bahamas.
That's full zoom.
Tim, is that a shrimp?
That's just what I said, but I was on mute. I think it's a shrimp.
Yeah, that's great, Dave. Thanks for doing that.
And possibly the same coral that we observed at Pichincho the other day that we kind of had a question on?
Yes.
It has a dark skeleton, and then the polyps look really similar.
Yeah.
A dark gold thing, too. Are we all full zoom?
Yeah, we're full zoom.
That's full.
Nice.
Yeah, you realize you could get another meter closer. Just
you could get another meter closer.
Well, just
do
want to explore your potential.
I don't want to get kicked out of the job.
I think it's actually a chirostylid.
Oh, you do? Chirostylid?
Facing downward, and that long, the thicker arm is a claw there.
Oh, yeah, I
You
see it
the
now.
two arms extending?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
What are they looking at, watch lead?
They're trying to figure out the associate.
So I guess that's as close as we're going to get.
Get good imagery.
I'll try to get another meter. Out partial.
Coming back.
Even if you touch the wall, you won't harm the vehicle. So just preserve.
This is partial.
Just my ego.
No, that's all right. So
when Svengar swing arms are deployed, that's a different story. But
usually they pull this port swing arm back a little bit here.
it's hard to get depth perception from that view.
Very cool image in Sirius right now.
I could swear I'm closer, but it doesn't really
Getting up close and personal with that rock face.
Oh, you're
Get a really nice perspective of this
closer.
feature compared to the size of the D2.
Okay, I think we have some light on the subject. Put the other way. All right.
And we're just trying to get a little closer to get a tighter zoom on the associate, the Carstylid crab that's associated with this octocoral.
All right, video.
Okay. Pushing in. I'll hold there.
Go ahead.
Pushing in. Full zoom.
See a much better view of it now.
Trying to peek the light up
and
here.
the octocoral as well.
There you go.
Yeah, that's great. Are you happy with that watch lead?
I'm fine with that. Tim, are you happy with that? That's as good as we're going to get, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Really appreciate that, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for the close-up on the rock face, too.
Before you move off the rock,
Yep.
there is I think a sea star on the upper right, kind of.
Upper right.
I think.
Come out partial, please.
Yeah, you see that? Looks like a sponge. Maybe it's a sponge. Oh, I guess so, now that I see it. Okay. We can continue. Do we, shoreside, do you want to continue down this face for a little while longer or upslope? We're at a depth of 443 meters.
I think I'm voting for upslope. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we better upslope.
Okay.
Unanimous here.
All right.
Continue.
Yes.
Okay, pulling back.
Thank you.
Nice job here, though.
It's full wide.
We would always like more time here, but
Pulling back on Sirius.
All right.
You spend the whole time on
Swing
the
arms
really.
are safe. Thank you, Dave.
Swing
Thank you.
arms are, lowers are perpendicular and down.
All cameras full wide.
Excuse me. I'm going to say something in Spanish because this has been quite interesting and it's all part of the habitat in the area of the deepwater snappers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sí, esta área que se ha explorado tan concentradamente es porque es una estructura en medio de lo que hemos visto que era casi plano sin ningún tipo de rugosidad. Esta es área donde deben estar fargos de profundidad.
So my understanding is they want to go up and over.
Especies, por lo menos 25 especies de peces
Yeah, just
asociadas
light it up
a la
in
isla de
serious
estos
view.
fargos de profundidad, además de un sinnúmero de especies de corales, esponjas, estrellas de mar erizos, etcétera. Se ha encontrado una diversidad significativamente diferente a la que encontramos en otras áreas más profundas que ya se habían explorado y han estado comentando sobre la diferencia que hay entre esta área y el área del Pichincho, pese a que es a la misma, se buceó gran parte de la misma profundidad. Así es que dos áreas con una misma profundidad han sido tan diferentes, por supuesto están expuestas a una oceanografía diferente. Hay una cantidad de cualidades físico-químicas que deben ser diferentes entre una área y la otra. Y una de las cosas que hemos notado también con esta buceada
es que la calidad de las imágenes que se está obteniendo es increíblemente alta, pero también demuestra ciertas limitaciones que tenemos, o sea que la parte de la tecnología debe todavía avanzar más para poder hacer estas exploraciones, porque ha sido casi un día en menos de 150 metros de profundidad. Así es que, y esto es nada más que un transecto de toda el área que se pesca en el canal de la zona. Esto es parte de la montañosa entre Puerto Rico y República Dominicana, que corre de este a oeste, un área expuesta a muchas corrientes y corrientes fuertes además. En un momento dado tuvimos corrientes de 25 centímetros por segundo, o sea que son casi 10 pulgadas por segundo. Y seguiremos así hasta alrededor de las 2 de la tarde que se termina la buceada. Ahora vamos a avanzar un poco para llegar a los 300 metros de profundidad que esperamos encontrar, aunque hemos visto mucha diversidad de peces, aún más.
We're looking at another green eye here.
That's full zoom.
That's good, Pilot. Thank you. And have
full wide, please, video.
Have we been able to get a current?
Oh, sorry.
We did. Actually, we did a drift test 28 minutes ago, and it was 7 to 8 centimeters per second at 345 degrees.
Could you repeat that? How many centimeters per second?
7 to 8.
7 to 8 centimeters per second?
Yes.
At
345.
345? From 345 towards?
Towards.
And we're coming to the end of our tether here.
Can you repeat that again? What's it?
I think we're ready to start moving again.
I'm going to come right.
728 centimeters per second.
Let me make sure of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Stand by. We're going to double check that.
Prime, is that from 345 or?
There's 2.
I should have drawn an error. Oh, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. It's 2 because we were always leaning to the right, so to speak.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Well, actually, yes, that is correct. 7 or 8 centimeters per second. 2, 3, 4, 5.
On heading.
Okay.
So 7 to 8 centimeters per second towards the north.
Affirmative. Sorry about that.
Thank you. This is beautiful. I have a feeling it may be a Caligorgia, but we need a closer look. Can we snap zoom on the coral?
Yeah, we got time. So I think we can get the ship moving. Chris?
Yep, okay. Sounds good.
Request.
015.
A little hard. Can you get it from there, video?
Bridge, Nav.
It really has a long axis before it starts branching.
Go ahead, Nav.
Frame it up. Ship move, please.
Absolutely.
100 meters.
Another octocoral.
015 degrees. 0.3 knots.
Okay, 100 meters, 015 and 0.3.
Good copy, thank you.
No problemo.
Go ahead, video.
Pushing in. Holding. Ship move underway.
You can see the polyps on this are
What's our
oriented
direction?
upwards.
015.
That's a different Brittle Star.
Already lined up.
All right.
You got time.
So I.
Uh-oh.
Here it comes.
Yep.
No, I was just.
Yeah, Andrew, you saw the
There's a
Caustic
little
in the back, right?
Right there. Okay. Are those Brittle Stars different as well? I don't recall
ahead,
ever
Dave.
seeing that kind of banding.
Stripey.
Yes, they are. They got black and purple bands.
That's new.
Very cool.
Sonar back out to 20, pilot.
So we're looking at a primnode octocoral. Go ahead, Tim.
What coral is this we're looking at right now? What do you think this is?
Could be a Caligorgia, and from my experience with the branching patterns of the callos in the Gulf, it looks very similar. Its polyps are oriented in whorls and pointing upwards, so that would be my first guess. My first educated guess.
I agree. It may say something about host specificity. We haven't seen this opioid before.
Yeah, and there's recently been a new species of Caligorgia described. The paper just came out in this region, in the Caribbean at least.
All right. Whenever you're done, video. Is this good, watch lead? We done here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I think when you zoom out, though, there's something, right there to the right.
To the right.
Yeah, I
in
can
the
see
frame?
it in view. Yeah, it's in frame.
That gray looking?
Yeah, thanks. It's gray looking.
In between the lasers?
Yep.
All right, come on in, video.
Pushing in.
Let me center it.
Guess that's just another type of sponge and then a dead
Go ahead,
sponge in
video.
the front.
Oh, that's full.
Are we looking at the...
Looks like we have 3 different sponges in view.
All right, when we're done here, watch lead. I think we should.
Okay, thanks. Was there anything else
get ahead.
here? Shore side?
There was just a yellow branching coral, like
partial
on the right, coming.
We'll try to get it on the way.
Okay.
But I think it's time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come full.
Okay, thank you, video.
Full wide.
You had something to say, Dave.
Yeah, the daily Kaizen for engineering. It's become obvious that rapid adjustment of the swing arms is really helping video quality. We should talk to Brother Josh.
Let's just try to get it on the way by video.
Mapping the swing arms to
Go ahead.
Pushing
2
in.
joysticks.
Oh, on the left.
On
Not
the
that
left.
One. Yeah.
Go back.
Pulling back.
It's the soft one. Right.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The one that's at the base of the screen right now.
Yeah.
Or even...
Go ahead, video.
the knob.
It's a little out of the light
There you
pool,
go.
but
All right. And you're...
The center off.
is this the one,
functions.
watch lead?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So if you let go of it, it stops.
Right.
And
There's a shrimp on it.
change these buttons to cycle through
And there's a
instead
shrimp
of
on it. Couple.
one of 2, one of N. Rotate through a selection of functions.
I'll put it on the list.
Very small polyps.
Coming
You
back
see a
up?
lot of the sclerites embedded in the tissue. Unless it's the zone.
So do you know what this is, Ann? It's some type of octocoral.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is.
All right, come wide, please, video.
Pulling back.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good eye, Amanda.
Full wide.
Thank you.
And ship speed is still at 3/10. So
All right. On the move.
That was excellent. Thank you. We're on the move again. Another octocoral we're passing over on the right. I believe we have seen that species several times during this dive.
another wall.
Yeah.
We're at a depth of 436 meters. Temperature right now is about 13.2 degrees Celsius.
You don't know, Chris?
4.3
Come on.
milligrams per liter.
Good. Zoom in video?
Sure. Jeffrey Roberts. Can we get a zoom on the rock face below that as well?
Sure. Coming down.
Holding. What was that, Andrea?
Oh, what was what?
The big
look at that.
white
The sponge?
amorphous.
I think it's called Corallistidae is the family, I believe. We'll double check on that from shoreside.
like the
Another
Joker.
Darwin slime head.
I'm going to zoom in if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Oh, now he's leaving.
Astrophorida is the sponge.
Lead him a little bit. Go ahead. Oh, And he switches directions, little sucker.
Keep you on your
All
toes.
right, yep. Can we come full wide video?
Strong
Get over
bioerosion
this
you can
hump.
see on that rock layer. A lot of pitting and boring in the rock face.
Well, look at that.
What is that?
Dusting. What is that? Nice.
Is that depression?
If we could have sound effects with that maneuver, that'd be nice.
Outrun me.
That's kind of the plan.
So now we're traversing towards this steeper scarp, which is still a little ways away. To give you a feel, the overall altitude of this side of the Rift Valley is actually about 200 meters. So we started off at about 600 meters. We've come up about 150 meters.
It was my altitude,
we've still
say 1.5.
got something like 150
right?
meters to go. So again, as I was saying earlier, even though compared to what we were looking at yesterday, this is a relatively small feature. It's probably got a total offset of 200 vertical meters. It is quite substantial, really. And again, the fault itself extends approximately east-west for something like 40 to 50 kilometers.
Yeah, that can be deceiving.
So I think what we're likely seeing is just a series of ledges, of little scarps related to the fault system at the northern side of the rift wall. And so as we traverse to the north, we're just each time stepping up a little bit higher.
Try to back up.
We have had several folks, shoreside scientists, helping us today. Several have joined throughout the course of the day. I appreciate all of their support, participation in the chat room, and those on the telecom line.
We have miles to go before we sleep here.
Yeah. How far are we from the base of that wall, Chris?
1 kilometer. Oh, from the base of the wall, we are about 675 meters from the planned off bottom. We are 1 kilometer.
We're just not going to get to see the cool stuff on this watch.
Seen some pretty good stuff.
I think we've seen a lot of cool stuff, Dave.
The steep stuff.
Yeah, steep stuff. The exciting stuff.
The geology.
So the pilot and navigator just confirmed we've got something like about 670 meters to go before we hit this last part of the rift wall, the main part of the rift wall. And then it's a slope of about 150 vertical meters straight up.
You're very quiet. Go ahead, Rochley. Thanks, Dave. No, I cannot. Yes. Yes.
This 0.3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, the problem is every time we zoom on something, we want to look at it a little more, which is understandable, but then we get way behind, and 0.3 is our limit unless we're doing mid-water stuff.
Yeah, Bridge.
Sorry. Go ahead, Bridge.
You're coming up on 5 meters.
Roger, can we add another 100?
Good copy.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Another sea star?
Want to snap zoom on that video?
Okay, pushing in. Holding.
That looks like a different sea star yet, I think, for this cruise. I don't recall seeing that on the previous Pichincho dive, the previous shallow water dive.
Sorry.
That's good, pilot. Thanks.
All right.
That's awesome.
Full wide.
starting to cowboy around a little bit. This is good. You're
That's full.
testing the envelope.
So as we traverse this,
Is that a subtle hint to calm
pretty
down?
plain, muddy
okay.
section,
This is where
it's
you
maybe
learn.
just worth recapping the overall big geological picture. We're on top of this limestone platform.
Yeah, it does.
Limestone is something like 1.5 kilometers thick. It can be seen on the north coast
Right about
of
the time
Puerto
you get settled
Rico
up to look at something.
and extends offshore to the north, to the east, and to the west where we are now.
Got something out
One
of
trick is
And
to-
in this
I think
area,
there's something
we've
set
got
up in this
faulting.
place.
We've got a little
See it?
Yeah.
east-west rift, which is
Well, look at that
maybe
fish.
something like 60 kilometers long.
What is that?
Caused
I'll creep up on a video. You see if you can.
by the
Can I zoom in? Or?
Yeah, zoom.
Puerto
in.
Rico microplate rotating relative to
I think we can see him in Sirius as
Hispaniola.
well.
Yep. And so we've got extension or stretching causing this faulting in the seas around Isla Mona.
Oh, it's the same one.
Same.
Another roughy.
Yeah, it looks like a really large slime head.
Can we zoom in?
Yeah.
Do we have the lasers on?
Oh. Why, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Oh, that was good.
Okay, got that.
About 30 centimeters.
Just hit him again there. Just to be sure.
Pretty large one.
There we go.
Maybe 25 centimeters.
Oh, wow.
Look at those. What are those?
Little
Oh, those are
shrimp.
pretty interesting shrimp.
Three
I
of
think
four
we
group of them there.
they were observed in the seamounts on Dog and Conrad seamount.
So that's not my dust cloud. That was
Candy stripe shrimp.
Candied stripe.
Yeah.
and they're on the other side of the rock too.
And you're starting to take
Forgot what
All right.
wait a minute, what canyon we saw these in. Be good to get a zoom on one of them.
Okay, quick zoom when you're ready, pilot.
Yeah, let me get settled out. Go ahead, video.
Okay, pushing in.
Moving left. Oh, predatory moment.
Look at they're guarding that rock.
And they're on all sides of it. Like if you look on the other side, they're.
Oh, really? They're surrounding it?
Yeah.
Phalanx.
So usually they're antenna.
They're beautiful.
That full zoom video?
I can go in further.
Go ahead.
Imaging the one on the upper left would be informative, that one, yeah. Do you see the really long rostrum?
Yes, I do. In the middle, it's really bright red at the very tip.
Yeah, with the teeth on the door sides and the white
Yeah.
portion.
Oh, we just went back on
Nice
here.
shot. That's a
Yeah,
Caridian.
that's beautiful. Caridian shrimp.
Caridian shrimp?
Caridian with the C.
Oh, nice job.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
He's got some feature sneaking up on you.
I just
to
want
your
to
right, Dave.
say hello. I know there's a high school watching our live feed
All
today
right.
in Florida.
Are you good with this video watch lead?
Yep, good with the video.
right.
And then when you just pan out a little bit, there may be a black coral on the rock on the above.
Okay.
While we're here. Oh.
Well, this is partial.
So maybe that
Tilting up.
any of those darker structures on the top kind of look like feather, like pens.
Come
What
in
am I
a
looking
little bit video. I can't quite see what we're... that dark
Yeah,
one
the-
there.
Holding.
Down and to the left.
Yep.
Go ahead, video. See what we could do from here. If not, we'll...
You don't have a whole lot of time here.
All right.
got a little more
A little
zoom.
more coming up. Go ahead.
It's full.
Well, that's not really sure what that is. And then could you just pan down?
Panning down. Come out.
Thanks.
Come out a little
Back,
bit, video.
Yeah. Holding pressure.
All right, we got about 15 seconds.
Okay, the other one on the edge here.
Which edge? Left.
The left edge, sorry, the left edge.
Go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
We got parentopathies?
Holding.
Go ahead.
No. Like,
Full zoom.
Okay.
Looks like a black coral.
There's the
Different
base.
though.
All right.
Gotta go.
Time to go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, pulling back.
Northeast.
Northeast eye.
Different species of black coral from
Full
earlier today.
Thank you, video.
So I just wanted to say hello to Port St.
Oh,
Joe
there's-
High School in Port St. Joe, Florida, listening in on the live video feed today.
Bringing my head back to 015.
Thank you.
A little more north.
More north.
More north.
015.
Got it.
So as we fly over the mud, we saw some
Feature off to your right
mud,
there.
animal
Center.
trails there, animal tracks,
Keep an eye on it.
probably echinoid tracks. And we're just flying over another east-west trending depression, which again may well be related to the bigger fault that we're coming to. It looks like another face, this time possibly facing
Shoot
away
out
from
there
us,
and turn
behind
around and look at
us.
that before I catch you.
So flying over here, there's lots of sponges and some corals. And here we are, probably in a little depression or valley, again caused by this approximately east-west faulting. And my guess is if we turn around, we're going to see a relatively steep face again as we come
Tug there,
into
just-
view now.
Just hang out and let me
Yep.
to you.
So again, this structure is parallel to the last one we saw, but in this case, in the opposite sense, where we've dropped down to the north rather than the south.
Yeah. Thank you.
Again, we can see very similar rocks with all the biology on it. The softer, grayer limestone on the bottom, which will be burrowed, and then the harder limestone forming the ledge on the top, where a lot of the corals
Would you,
and
tilt
sponges are
Sirius down just a
colonizing.
bit, Dave?
Coming down.
If you don't mind if I zoom in.
Go ahead.
Sure, team, do you want to get close, or should we keep going?
I think that we can keep going. It was a really nice view in Sirius of the D2 driving along this ledge.
Sure. Thank you, Amanda. So, pilot, did you copy that?
Copied that one.
Yeah.
Yep, we will turn around.
Okay, pulling back.
I mean, thank you, pilot, again.
Full wide. Serious.
So again, my best guess, I mean, Jason's there. Jason can chime in. But my best guess is these are tectonic features. These are small displays of the larger fault scarp that we're heading towards. Jason, you agree?
Sorry, I was stuffing my face with food, but
You're quite welcome.
even at this small scale, it's quite a complicated area. We started out on a sediment bottom and traversed up a local topographic high of, was quite rocky for a long time, and the area has undergone quite a bit of erosion. And we've talked a lot this morning and this afternoon about the current path through here.
Nav bridge.
And
I have
certainly
the hardest time not answering that call.
Hey, you're coming to a stop here in a few meters.
We had another 200.
The interpretation
All
of the features we see. We're certainly diving adjacent to what we think is one of the major fault scarps, and there are many here in the Mona Passage. I can't remember the exact number that we had for this several years ago, but there are a lot of fault scarps of different orientations, possibly revealing that multiple phases of deformation had occurred.
Branching bits
so
up
it'll be
to the
interesting
right.
to kind of
Yep.
look back
Go
at
ahead,
what
video.
we're seeing, and hopefully we'll get to this steeper scarp, and that's a couple hundred meters ahead.
Go ahead, video.
And see if we can
float by.
identify any fault-related features, or if we're just going to see a scarp that has undergone erosion and making our life a little bit more difficult in terms
Pull
of
out a little bit.
interpreting. So, keeping our eyes out for
Come
interesting
full wide.
stuff.
Look like there'd be some
Thank you, Jason.
interesting bits. Is that full wide video?
Full wide.
So now we've reached, we're starting to see this increase in topography. This is a limestone outcrop that's kind of projecting above the mud. You can see this knobbly kind of weathering. It's a little hard at the moment to say much more, and we need to get as Jason alluded to, to really interpret these features, you need to see a bigger scale. But it looks like behind it again, we see that dark area at the top of the screen, that we might be seeing another rock ledge, or at least the other side of this small ridge that we're passing over. Looked like I think it was a purple echinoderm urchin, yeah. Taylor just confirmed that we just passed over there. The various sponges.
I come up and over this. And we're still.
So we come on. We just a fish flash by. So we come to the top of this feature, and we're now back to the muddy section again. The topography is just getting kind of complicated.
Can't find him, Brian.
Yeah.
Is that a sea cucumber?
Straight ahead to the right, there's a feature way out there.
All right, yeah, that's more on our direction of travel.
Yeah, you can sprint out there and check it out.
It's a rock.
Okay. Heading out again over the muddy sediment. And again, coming
I'm not going to have much time over there.
Yeah.
I'm having a camera lag. Sorry about that.
Again, we can see ripples in the sediment below us, telling us that there are these currents that we've been talking about all day. And more trails in the sediment. And again, just to inform listeners who might have just tuned in, this is the 6th dive of Oceano Profundo, cruise by the Okeanos Explorer to investigate the seafloor around Puerto Rico. And today's objective is to look at shallow water, to especially look for fishes, and to look for the biology at the seawater, on the seafloor from 600 to 300 meters, especially looking for the habitat of deep water snappers and deep water groupers. And at the moment, we're trying to make time. We're trying to travel quickly, so we're not stopping and looking so much, because we want to head towards a major fault scarp or a bigger fault scarp to the north of us. And here we're passing over some big topography. You can clearly see some blocks of limestone which have fallen off that slope.
No.
Yeah, so there's a big, almost chasm, guessing 10, 20 meters high. And we're just rotating around to look behind us, but a major, maybe fault scarp, of which blocks have fallen off. We can see a block in front of us, just below the feet of the ROV. And so these are kind of quite major cracks in the terrain, in the limestone platform we're traveling over. Yeah, there you go. And again, this one's trending east-west. And again, if you look carefully as we fly over it, we can see various organisms. We can see sponges and corals, sea urchins. Recently we've seen a few purple sea urchins. And to the right, what we can see is the actual individual layers within the limestone platform. So again, what's the origin of this chasm? The simplest explanation is it's related to the fault structures. It's definitely trending parallel to the fault structures. We know also that this part of the world has likely been above sea level for a while, and so it is possible that some of these structures are erosive, and they've been accentuated by the river channels that by the currents that are now flowing through this area. Shoreside, any comments?
It's very, very nice.
It's very, very nice. Thank you, Jason. So, Jason, now you're there. Tectonic, a big fault structure. It pretty much has to be, don't you think?
Well, we see on the bathymetry here that
you don't see that on the map at all, right?
There's a kind of a low that we're entering.
I don't know.
Has accumulated. I think it has accumulated a lot of debris from
light up the next bench.
From probably the main.
The next one down.
Just
the north.
Spin left a little bit to light it up.
My guess is the blocks that we're seeing are sourced locally from the scarp that we're kind of looking at right now. It would take a lot to move them any appreciable distance. So it'll be interesting as we cross through this low and then go up to the scarp to kind of see what we see and how it relates to both sides. Some of the faults could be
more to my right. Sorry.
Left and
left and down. All right. Is my safe to go down?
The bathymetry and other
stay in view and
acoustic techniques. So
get away from this guy.
Is this a graben or
so when you turn in auto heading, it changes the set point.
Yeah.
Small one at least.
I wanted to take that off by clicking it really quickly, but it didn't do it.
Thank you, Jason. Just flesh out a couple of things there. Jason mentioned this word graben, which describes a depression that's bounded on both sides by a fault. I guess the main thing to emphasize is I think you might have heard the pilot say is, wow, this isn't on the map. We ran multi-beam bathymetry here just last night to look at the topography, and here we're finding something that just wasn't picked up because we have we can only get a certain resolution with the bathymetry, and the bathymetry gives us a resolution of about 50 meters.
Wow!
So it gives you a feeling for how big this thing might be, and if it's 20 meters or so, we just won't see it. So it is quite a spectacular feature. And what we're seeing is the bedding in the limestone here. Again, what's interesting down here is we've lost the biology a little bit. There's a sea urchin down there, a purple sea urchin.
Head out the other side now
before things get bad.
Well, for something unexpected.
But this is the stratigraphy within the limestone. As I mentioned, the limestone is a lot thicker than this. It's something like 1.5 kilometers thick. But the layers we see are the individual bedded layers that were formed as when the limestone first formed.
Coming ahead, 015.
Thank you guys for that view. That was a nice little tour of something we didn't even know existed.
I was sort of expecting the other side of that after.
Yeah, that would have been my hunch.
Well, we may get to it yet. It's just not showing on the sonar.
So now we're passing over mud. Looks like sea urchins down there, these purple sea urchins, which we've been seeing quite a lot of. The question is, what are we going to find? Are we going to run
Snap zoom on that?
Another cliff face? Or was that just one side of a graben, if you like, just a one fault? Here's one of these beautiful
go ahead.
Purple sea urchins. Earlier we saw one that was in motion. This one's just sitting there. And these things have their mouth right in the middle underneath, and he kind of moves along and eats things through the bottom of his object.
You got it.
All right. Yep, 430.
Full wide.
Thank you, video.
And now we're having another pilot change, so we'll probably be flying for a little while. Thank you, Brian.
But let me. So use this opportunity again to catch up in Spanish.
Absolutely, Graciela. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sí, es que ahora están cambiando los pilotos otra vez, así que estas van a ser mis intervenciones porque aquí no interrumpimos la descripción ni ni el catálogo que se está preparando detrás de las escenas en la computadora. Todos los científicos están escribiendo todo lo que se va viendo según se mueve el rock. Estamos todavía subiendo esta área que acabamos de ver de mucha rugosidad. No se había discernido de la batimetría que se había hecho ayer. El mapa de la profundidad específicamente se lo habían hecho anoche, pero tiene una resolución de aproximadamente 50 metros y por lo tanto algo que sea menor que eso no se ve. Así que estuvieron entre los cambios de pilotos, pues se tiene el robot en el área y pudieron ver todo el área desde un lado de la cara hacia el otro. Esto ahora ya tiene más sedimento y probablemente la roca caliza, la piedra caliza que se ve en los pedazos que estaban distribuidos, que acabamos de ver, son del rompimiento de la roca. Se está tratando de llegar a 300 metros, pero es que hay tantas cosas interesantes que no es difícil poder adelantar más. porque muchas de estos organismos no se habían visto los colores, por ejemplo, de algunas de las estrellas de mar, etcétera, y se tratan de anotar sus características lo más posible. Claro, todo este video queda disponible para observarse, pero no hay nada como poder ver y describir todo eso en el momento. Entonces, la parte de la geología, de cuándo estuvo expuesta esta área a la superficie y cuándo fue que hubo el hundimiento, y entonces cómo ha colonizado el área, cómo las características de la biología que estamos viendo. Okay, back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Graciela. So we've just had the pilot change, and pilots, I guess Todd is now our pilot. The plan is to try and keep moving. I guess we're about 500 meters or so away from a major steep face, and the ground plan is to try and get there and get to 300 meters before the end of the dive. And so we've kind of agreed to keep moving and just doing snap grabs as we proceed.
I like that term, snap grab.
Grab.
And also just be aware if the currents change at all.
And so we're off and moving again, and there's various white fan corals going by, sponges. There's maybe a sea star just hiding there. I didn't quite see it. And again, pilot, as you're seeing, there's kind of more topography than perhaps we expected. And interestingly, we're going down, I think, more than up at the moment. So we've got another downward drop here. So it looks like we might have found another one of those relatively steep scarps. Here we can see some topography in the top of the limestone itself. We can see these depressions, which maybe were caused by currents, maybe caused by weathering at the sea surface. And Andrea's driving us towards that beautiful white, I'm going to guess octocoral, that's just sitting there.
Possibly a basket star on that coral.
Yeah, stand by, watch lead.
Let me answer a question that I had here, which refers to what Mike was saying about the topography of the area.
Okay. Pilot, co-pilot.
Sí, es que los geólogos están hablando sobre la rugosidad, la topografía que existe sobre esta área y sobre el área caliza, que es la original del área, que están viendo las depresiones y las áreas donde puede haber sido formadas estas depresiones, ya sea por las corrientes, porque aquí cambia mucho la corriente y pueden haber corrientes bien fuertes, o porque cuando estuvo expuesta esta área a la atmósfera, cuando estuvo sobre el nivel del mar.
Thank you, Graciela. And just to summarize, as we slowly creep in towards this coral, you know, it is quite hard to interpret this topography when, in fact, we're actually getting such a small area of view. If we stand back, let's have a look at the biology for a while, and I'll continue that in a minute or two.
So it looks like we have another primnoid here. There's several different types of brittle stars. But there's also this very large basket star associated with it as well. So actually right now you have a view of the oral side of the basket star. You can see the mouth opening. We're going right into it now. And so all of these arms on this basket star have several different branches coming off. And you can see it's very different from the ophiuroids, the brittle stars, the pink ones that are to the left. Basket stars are part of the class Ophiuroid, but they're in a different suborder, I believe.
Okay, pulling back.
So that looks like possibly a Primnoida Caligorgia. And Pilot, can we get a zoom in on the yellow too when you get a chance?
Which yellow?
So there's this yellow fan to the left, and then there's a small, there's a small white in the front too.
Starting
to
to
the
look
right.
down on you. I think we're moving at
Okay,
point
I think
three,
I can
just so
look
you
at
know.
one of these, probably not both. Nav bridge.
The yellow then, please.
Okay, when you're ready, pilot.
Bridge
Start
nav.
going in
Coming
partial,
up
please.
on 5 meters here shortly.
Holding here.
Thank you.
Go tight if you want. and
Pilot,
we'll probably have
co-pilot.
to go.
We have 5 meters left.
There's a really large barnacle on this too. So right now we're looking at a squat lobster,
Let's just keep it
a
rolling.
gastrotychus, on a plexaurid, and we have a
That'll
gooseneck
catch up.
barnacle.
Take my camera.
Also a nice
Copy.
view of this white branching coral as well. This is definitely a plexaurid. Not sure
Pushing
what
in.
genus yet.
Holding.
Octocoral. There's a brittle star on the other
Bridge
side.
nav.
So several associates with this one octocoral
Go ahead,
colony.
Nav.
Yeah, let's add another 200 meters to this run.
200, bearing 015, 0.3 knots.
That's right.
These two
You got it.
barnacles.
Nice. Okay, I'm happy with that.
Small shrimp in the left. The bottom left of this coral colony. And then could you pan down to the base? Get a nice close-up of this white coral too.
Spin back and look at me, Jeff.
Yeah,
We got time.
spinning around. I'm already 70, 80 degrees off
Pushing
track.
in.
Spinning around more.
And
90
full
degrees
zoom.
off track. 100. 110.
Let's let this drift off. I need to catch up with Sirius. Did you get a couple good screen captures on that, Andrea?
About 130 degrees off
There's
track.
some little barnacles on the end there. I'm not hearing Andrea, but we've got to go.
All right, pulling back. Full wide.
less than 90 degrees off.
I guess while we're hovering in midwater, I could just finish off that discussion of the topography. As I said, it is difficult to interpret, and we've basically got three different possibilities. It could be tectonic. In other words, we've been talking a lot about faults because we know we are approaching the side of a rift valley. We know we are approaching a big fault. So these could be a series of smaller fault splays which have been accentuated by erosion. We also know that this area has almost certainly been pushed above sea level. So some of it could have been erosion on land by maybe water, rivers, streams, which created some of this topography. And that certainly might explain some of the smaller depressions we saw earlier. And then lastly, we're in an area of high currents, so we could also have currents coming through here, carrying sediment and actually eroding these things out. And so in truth, it might well be that we've got a combination of all these things working together to create this really quite complicated topography. And I guess the other one that I missed is some of these things might be blocks that have fallen off the scarps. So we're looking at very irregular terrain at the moment. Some of these things could have just fallen down off the side of the scarps. There's a beautiful view out of the Sirius camera at the moment, kind of seeing how big this topography really is here. So when on a traverse with the ROV, you actually get to see so little, it's hard to absolutely definitively say, you know, what's going on. But, you know, the most plausible explanation is we're seeing tectonic control to start the topography off, which then has been accentuated by weathering, maybe erosion by streams when it was uplifted above sea surface, and then continued to be amplified by currents, which we know pass through there today.
Oh, we got a fish.
Zoom fish, I think we have our first snapper. This looks like a queen snapper to me. Awesome.
I'll try to chase it.
Can you get a zoom?
We'll try. He's going pretty quick.
It's definitely a queen snapper.
Do a partial as I try to catch up with it.
Okay. Pushing in.
It's going to a wall, so we have some time.
I'm going to hold here.
I'm hearing somebody's excited.
Come out. Okay, hold that.
Awesome. Thank you. So here we go, a deep water snapper. A valuable fishery here. The local name is Cartucho. I'm saying that right. So a snapper in the family Lucianidae.
Go in while
Gracias.
it's stable.
Okay, pushing in. Holding here.
Very nice shot. And we'll want to get lasers on the fish too when we can. We zoom back out.
Oh wow, big.
It is pretty big. So just a reminder that the lasers are 10 centimeters apart.
Pulling back, Todd.
At least 40 centimeters.
10 centimeters wide.
10 centimeters wide.
Look down
so where there's one queen snapper, I'm hoping there'll be several more.
I really ought to go, guys.
That's fine. Thank you.
Sirius.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Let him drift off screen.
Here's full wide.
There's a whip coral.
And whip coral on the wall.
Right, I'm going to scoot. I've got to climb this little feature and then...
The big queen snapper there.
Still got a good
excellent.
Delta. You said it was about 40 centimeters.
At least 40 centimeters. Somebody in the chat log says about 50 to 60. Looks like another black coral on the top. So we're at a depth of 443 meters, 443.
Jason, yeah, please use the event log. I've lost it again. Thank you.
I'll try to push out there. Guys, I need to get out in front of Sirius here, so...
Okay, thanks, Todd. So the D2 just has to get in front of Sirius. We're a little behind.
Okay, so let me use the opportunity. Esto que acaban de ver es un cartucho, es una de las pesquerías más importantes en Puerto Rico, es un pargo de profundidad y estamos a 443 metros, que fue donde se fotografió. Mide entre 50 y 60 centímetros y esto es específicamente lo que estábamos buscando en esta área. Esperamos encontrar más, pero por lo menos ya el primero está documentado. Y esto se asocia la profundidad con el hábitat donde está el cartucho, que es una de las pesquerías, como dije, más importantes de Puerto Rico.
Nice view in Sirius feed. Go ahead, Mike.
We just flew over it, and I didn't want to interrupt Graciela, but you can see those depressions. We're seeing erosional features here for sure. These are erosional chutes. We've got this topography, and basically the slopes being eroded by sediment rolling down those chutes. It's really quite a complicated topography. As we move upwards, I guess the other thing I should point out, which I think is really important, is that we were just at a depth of 446 meters. That means that we've actually descended 13 meters, when in a way we were expected to be climbing upwards. So we're going down for a while before we then go back up to 300 meters.
Yeah, we went over just like a little hill, right? Just a little topographic high. And we're back down now before we reach this large scarp or cliff face.
Jim, where's the current ship move going to leave us? At that mark?
This point.
Okay. Great.
So I think we'll certainly slow down after that, I'd say. Maybe do 50 meters at point 2 and then see where we're at. Something like that.
Okay.
So that's
I don't have a sense of scale for it.
Oh, well, the ship's 75 meters long. 60 some.
So we still have what, like 200 meters before that mark? Before that target?
It was only a 200 meter move we did last, so
it's
like
star of interest,
or something.
But more than 100.
The yellow coral on the right is of interest.
Okay,
are we ahead now?
We are ahead.
Okay.
I scampered out there. Now we're ready to go.
Great.
So the going up and down is because we couldn't, from the bathymetry that we had, we didn't have the resolution to actually know that these hills were here.
Yeah, that's correct. We mapped more last night, right? Mike was going to say something. He's been watching the multi-beam.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Graciela. We did map last night, and the bathymetry does indeed tell us that it's very hummocky here. So we, did know that we're going to be going up and down a bit, but actually the wavelength of that up and downness is actually higher than we thought. The bathymetry has a resolution of about 50 meters, so any depression or little hill that's greater than 50 meters, we can't resolve with the bathymetry. So we knew it was going to be up and down, but it's just a little bit more up and down on a smaller time scale than we thought.
Hey Mike, it's Jason. We actually had high resolution bathymetry here, so we knew. Yeah, like you said, there would be, these undulations, these up and downs, 5-10 meters
Looking at you, 54%
in amplitude. Obviously, we can't resolve anything as small as the ROV or even potentially the sort of peaks here that the D2 is sitting on top of. If you're looking at the Sirius view, we could get 10 to 20 meter pollution, but even that is still
star right there.
Very coarse when you consider it in terms of the ROV and how much resolution you get from the cameras. So there's always something unexpected.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for helping me out. That was good.
That's a tiny sea star.
It's full zoom.
Is this what we were calling the corn cob sea star the other day? I have to look at my notes to see what the genus and species name is. That's great, Pilot. Thank you. And then before we leave, there's a purple anemone. It's pretty large. And you can see several of these white sponges are from the family Corallistidae. They've been pretty common and abundant throughout this dive. We also observed a lot of these on the Pichincho site the other day.
Pushing. Pushing in.
Oh, we filmed one of these earlier today in the dive.
It's beautiful. Looking back on you now.
Okay.
Okay. Turn back.
Okay, we'll scoot back out there.
Okay, thank you.
Full
Otherwise,
wide.
in a good position, you can just up and scoot on. Come up with you a little. Just a touch.
So can I ask Graciela or Michelle a question? We saw that queen snapper at something like 440, 450 meters. Are those the kind of depths that you'd expect to find them?
Well, they are not the normal depth that they are fished for. But fishermen have said that most likely they'll be much larger and in deeper water. So I was about to get the screenshot of the queen snapper and, set it on fire on Facebook so that they could see that what they said was true. So, I'm sure that every so often a couple of lines have gone below their normal fishing depth. But then again, if in deeper water there are few and far between, then it's not really worth their while to fish at those depths. So they'll be concentrating their effort in areas where, most of the snappers will be found. But, it's true. I think that this one is a bit larger than what they usually harvest. So I'm going to check on that as we continue our dive and get back to you on that.
Quick shot of this
Here.
fish at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, please.
Pushing in.
Thank you, Graciela.
Oh, nice eye.
And we're looking here at another Centro Draco, a draconet. Centro Draco acanthopoma. Second observation of this fish today. And we have another brittle star on the left, too. It's a little different.
Pushing in.
I'm still bouncing. Hold.
Okay, holding.
Getting a great shot of this. Thank you, pilot.
And we just had a dramatic change in the substrate. If you look while we're zoomed in, the substrate is full of bigger clasts and lots of shell particles, spines and all sorts of things.
That's good. Let me get
whether
out
we're in a sediment chute here.
And I'm coming. I'm going.
Full wide.
Let me scoot out there and catch that. It might be off to our left, it looks like. Well, then again, I'm aimed too far right.
Yeah, it's off to my right.
Let me get out there. I don't want to get it. It looks like you've got some returns.
Another of those purple urchins. I think that is the genus Aerosoma. We have seen several of those today.
What we might have just seen in the substrate might have been again the effect of the currents. Currents winnowing particles and depositing different sized particles in different areas. Looks like we're coming up to another scarp face.
And we're at a depth of 441 meters, 441.
Yeah, that looks like more or something close, but I'm getting something different on my sonar than that.
Again, especially looking at the Sirius view, you can see those features which are now beginning to trend about east-west in the Sirius view. Those are erosional channels in this face of limestone. the serious view is really quite spectacular and showing you this complicated topography which is kind of eroding and collapsing downwards.
So it looks clearer now.
Coming up to another urchin, I think. So Jason, I know it's very difficult, but this kind of complicated topography we're seeing now, would you hunch that it was primarily subaerial, that we're inheriting it?
I mean, it could be subaerial, it could be shallow subsurface. So we would be, we're going to go up to 300 meters or so. So, the areas of the fore reef and other sort of reef edge or these, subaerial exposure, subaerially exposed areas that might have been poking above sea level during the last glacial period. You can get some quite powerful erosion coming off the edge of those into the the shallow submarine environment. So there's probably no way to directly say, based on just what we've seen so far, but could be one, other, or the mixed. Keep our eye out to see if we see anything that might be diagnostic.
Thank you, Jason.
As we go along, so we can go up.
So we're coming up probably 10 meters from the end of the line, 10 or 15. Thinking of just adding another 100 meters.
So another sea urchin just disappearing out of the corner. We're seeing sponges. But again, just to recap, we're trying to cover distance at the moment, trying to get to this relatively steep scarp that's going to ascend or allow us to ascend for something like 70 meters. Again, trying to explore different depths and different habitats.
A lot of diversity today, coral diversity, several different species of sponges, and we have seen at least 25 to 30 species of fishes. It's been a great dive today. Just a reminder, we're on dive 6. We are currently 22 miles west of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, good copy. 100 meters, 015 at 0.3 knots.
And we are trying to get to a depth of 300 meters,
problem.
so about 130 more meters to go. In depth range, that is.
Could go a little quicker if we wanted to get there, can't we? Well, how fast are we going?
3/10.
Oh.
Little fish, green, striped, go partial.
Partial.
He's going to hide behind that feature.
Holding.
Another green eye.
Want to look at him in more detail? There's a star.
Ready to zoom at your request.
Stand at that. Hold. There's this. What is that? See the red? Go tight on the red.
Is that a? Oh, it's a crab with a sponge, carrying a sponge on its back. So this is the second one today. We saw one on Pachincho. Again,
there's a second.
Oh, is there a second one?
Right there.
Oh yeah, underneath. Again, a great way to hide amongst all of these other sponges is to carry one yourself on your back. It's pretty cool. Good way to hide from predators.
Shall we scoot over and see if the fish is still there? I might have scared him away by now.
That's okay. We got a good idea on him now. That's a little different. That urchin with the really long spines. Yeah, that's the green eye.
Do you want to look at the urchin in more detail?
That's good. The view you have now is great. Thank you. We can come out and keep going.
Okay.
Thank you, pilot.
Moving on.
Full wide.
Going downhill here just a little bit.
Copy.
So, got a question. Why do they call those fishes green eyes? Well, they have this layer of tissue in the eye. It's called the tapetum lucidum. Otherwise, in Latin, it's known as bright tapestry. And what this layer does is it helps collect and reflect light. So it can help collect more light in an area where there is very minimal light at this depth of 429 meters. And we're still moving fairly northwest, but mostly due north.
What's that, Jeff?
You're starting to get out there.
Good.
So again, just to recap the overall bigger picture for today's dive, we are doing a shallow water dive. We started at 600 meters and we're hoping to get to 300 meters, and the major objective was to look at a whole variety of habitats for all the biology, but especially deep water fishes. And we've been very successful. We've already seen something like at least 25 different species of fish. And for those of you that have been watching, we've already seen several different habitats. You know, we started off on a very flat, very planar, rocky surface without much sediment at all. We've crossed some areas where there's been more sediment, and now we're in this very complicated, hummocky terrain at the base of this big fault scarp that we're coming to. We've already been successful. We've found our first snapper. We found a queen snapper. We're hoping to find many more. It'd be really cool if we could find a school of snappers. And so we're progressing towards past another, I think, a spiny spiny urchin, sea urchin in the bottom corner, and a echinoderm. So we're traversing again across this very complicated topography. Erosional in some way, either when the land was above sea level, which it was not so long ago, or near to sea level by currents and flowing down off the seashore. And it'll be a little while. It's probably going to take us another half an hour to 40 minutes to get to this scarp, but we're trying to proceed relatively quickly, which is why we're not stopping much to look at things. We're especially looking for fishes, but our objective is to get to that wall and then climb it to about 300 meters. Again, with the overall objective of looking at different habitats, different depths, different environments where fishes and the rest of the biological world here might live.
That was a wonderful recap and dive summary of our objectives today. Mike?
Thank you. I thought it was Nick.
Nick, that's right. Nick Cheadle to my left. I wouldn't do that to you.
As you know.
I thought about it, but...
As you know, I'd do it to you.
I know. And we know... Oh, anyways. Now I'm just mumbling. Great, we're at a depth of 429 meters.
You wouldn't know it inside this dark and cool and quiet control room, but outside it's absolutely gorgeous.
Is it?
10 knots of breeze, crystal blue water, sunny skies.
Pretty calm. I'm looking at the winch cam.
Randy asked geologists, what is this? And I guess the first answer is I'm not sure. Sorry, Randy, that event log is down, so I can't answer you that way. I think what we're looking at here is, is a caustic surface. We're looking at irregular topography, dissolution topography, if you like, in the limestone. And in places, the depressions are filled with sediment. You can see the slightly lighter grey areas, which are piles of sediment. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I think it is, we're dissolving the top of the limestone.
Just ready to zoom at your request.
Yeah, zoom in on that's another snapper.
Stable.
Thank you.
Much smaller.
Snapper number 2.
Snapper number 2, not a queen snapper. Oh, no, it's not a snapper. It is a soldier fish, type of soldier fish. Osteichthyes, Trachypoma.
Hold here.
Looks a lot like a squirrelfish. I believe it's still in the same family, Holocentridae. Oh, we did observe this species at Pichincho the other day as well. Often found associated with cracks and crevices.
Looks like a peppermint.
You won't stay still for me.
I'll pull back just a bit.
So, Randy, I'm not sure I quite answered your question, but my best guess, and it is only a guess, is that, we're looking at a limestone karst topography where the limestone has been, dissolved away in places, forming this very irregular topography.
How are we looking, Jeff?
Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay. If science is
bridge.
Pulling back.
Bridge nav.
Hey, our rotation center is about the A-frame. I might come left 5 degrees, see if that helps the thrusters. Just wanted to touch base.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Okay, thanks.
Bridge nav, it looks like we're going to finish this lineup in maybe another 10 or 15 meters. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so I got 20 meters is what I'm showing.
Okay, we will be extending it, but I think we'll be slowing down a little bit.
You want to extend it another 100?
I was just saying.
No, not
circle
yet.
On the ground that you might want to look at.
Question for you.
What it is?
There isn't. I know we haven't been doing it, but is it a problem if we change speeds in the middle of one of these runs?
No, we could slow down or speed up. Sure.
Okay.
You got it.
Our sonar screen has gone black.
Be nice to have it back.
Okay, another demo sponge.
Could you figure out what's going on with the sonar screen? Maybe you can shake it awake.
And these sponges are the most abundant sessile species that we see here. There's a little sea star on the left.
Let's do a quick zoom on the star, and then I should.
They are, of course, in the phylum Porifera.
Without a sonar, we should
they are filter feeders, bringing in water, filtering out particles from the water column with their choanoflagellate cells.
Delta, shoot up when you're ready.
And the water is being expelled through a central osculum.
Get down at you.
Yep, I'm going to scoot ahead.
Full wide.
I don't know what's going on here.
Keep me in view, Jeff.
Say again?
You full wide, Dan?
I'm full wide.
Yeah. Good to get the sonars up. Keep it coming up,
Nav
Jeff.
bridge.
Yep, coming up. I am. Yep.
Bridge nav.
Coming up on, we're just about 5 meters left in the move.
Yeah, we'll sit tight for a minute.
You got it.
Still coming up.
I think that was just a small feature, but it sure makes you nervous when you don't have a sonar.
Yeah.
And we're at a depth of 415 meters, 415.
It's like the computer itself went to sleep. Is that possible?
It's possible, but shaking the mouse, it ought to wake up.
Not through a KVM. Not if the computer itself has some. If you don't touch it, someone.
You get like shut down,
Maybe.
turned off.
We should get someone in here to go play with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Dan, is there a?
Can you call someone out of the dry lab?
Sure.
Guru that can go put that down on the racker?
Sonar. Yeah.
Or figure out what its problem is.
Have him just come in here, maybe.
What's that?
The ship's coming to a halt.
Great, thank you, Jim. Dan, you want to zoom on this?
Okay, zooming in.
Just looked interesting and different.
This rock feature here.
Yes.
Okay.
So lots of sponges, and we're zooming on this red-colored.
Sorry, I'm wiggling. Come partial, please.
Coming back.
Thank you.
Holding. Just rebooting the sonar computer now.
Okay.
Another small sea star in the upper right. Looks like the corncob sea star again.
Here, I can help you. I have at it.
Go in.
Tamaria
Coming in.
passiflora, perhaps.
Holding here.
I should give you access to it, right, Jeff?
He does.
Yeah, I've got access to it.
Okay.
What is that?
So are those zoanthids on that?
No, I'm wondering if they're colonial tunicates. So zoanthids have tentacles like an anemone or a coral polyp, so you'd actually see tentacles surrounding that kind of circular structure with a mouth inside. I just asked the shoreside if those were colonial tunicates or if that's just another glass sponge.
Are we done moving?
One, Scott France is agreeing with me that that looks a lot like a tunicate. Again, if you remember, we saw the predatory tunicates yesterday.
Indeed.
So same group, they're chordates.
Full wide.
So what I think, I mean, from a geological point of view that was interesting there, we can kind of see it flying through here, is notice some of these rocks are a little bit redder. They are a slightly different composition. There's more iron in these rocks, and it was almost as though the substrate for those animals was actually a piece of very resistant, iron-rich piece of the limestone sequence. And of course, you know, we know that this sequence is not homogeneous. It does consist of different layers of slightly different composition. And that's another thing that's contributing to this topography. More resistant pieces that are stronger weather away less easier, so they get left standing, like we saw with that projecting limb of rock that had been colonized. Another little sea star right in the middle of the picture. spiny echinoderm up to the top left.
Yeah, that one may be a little different than we have seen. Can
Which
you
one?
pan to the left? The urchin on the left.
Left. Off screen?
Yeah,
Yes, right
that
there.
one. That looks a little different to me.
Okay, Dan, let's go in. I'm
Okay.
drifting. There's a bit of current here.
Pushing in. I'll
You can see the...
get it to the edge of the frame.
Oh, it's not. It's
just the...
It's an anemone.
Possible anemone. Yep, now you can see the mouth in the center.
You were right. It didn't look. It was a different sea urchin.
Okay. Can we kill the lasers for a
I don't know
minute?
what that is. Oh, there's a fish to the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Todd, can we get a zoom in on that fish as well?
Take my camera, Jeff. I'm
We're
not sure
good
what
on
it
the
is. There's another
anemone.
Brittle Star in the distance as well. Go ahead in on that fish if you can get him, Dan.
It's a little
Pushing in.
scorpion fish. Tiny.
Holding here.
Down a little. Down a little. Is
Perfect.
that full zoom?
I've got a little more zoom.
Okay.
Pushing
I'm
in.
having trouble getting...
That's full
there.
zoom.
I just...
It's looking right at us.
It's upset with us.
You can see this fish as its opercular flap, or where the gills are. It's expanding and contracting, and it's again bringing water in, moving water over its gills, respiring, getting oxygen from the water. And this is a scorpion fish.
We're going to get the sonar fixed and then...
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we could do tether length by tether length.
That's good. We
Just
can
little
see the dorsal,
bumps.
count the dorsal spines and rays.
Good.
Todd is good at this. He can just get the fish to
Go ahead.
rotate 180 so we can see the whole fish.
20 at a time?
I'm
Time
fine with that.
constant's pretty quick, so...
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd. That's good.
Sure.
We can
All right.
keep
Do you
going.
want to look at the Brittle Star right over there?
Oh, sure. I didn't even see it. Does it look different? Oh,
No.
yep. There it is.
No.
You're at full zoom.
What's behind it? Cup coral, a live cup coral, and a dead one. So the bright white, you can see the live coral tissue coming out, and on
Yeah,
the
I
right
think
is a
20-meter
dead
bump is okay.
Bridge lab.
a dead cup coral as well.
Do you want to go back to the anemone?
Yeah, we're good, I think,
Okay,
here.
up
Thanks.
and away.
Okay,
Keep
pulling
going.
back.
Bridge nav.
Lasers on?
Look at that black mat. Lasers on.
Go ahead, Nev.
Full wide.
Yeah, we're going to start doing some shorter hops, I think. I'd like to go 20 meters, still bearing 015 and 0.2 knots, please.
Copy. 20 meters, 015 at 0.2 knots.
What's the status of the sonar computer?
He's
Copy.
it's
That's right, thank
something
you.
to do with the computer side of the KVM, or maybe they...
So that white coral we just were looking at may not have been a cup coral. It
Brian,
could have actually been
he
two
might be
connected at the
recruiting help.
base.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell, but Amanda, I think you may be right.
There's current
So
from the
maybe
east.
not a cup coral. Really large polyps
Sorry
on
if
that.
this is bright. I'm just going to use it real quick.
Problem.
See if it comes back. Fortunately not.
Yeah, I'm out at the end of my tether, so give it a minute and we'll
So can
start moving.
we have a minute?
Yes, what would you
Can
like
we
to
zoom
see?
in? There's a whip-like structure bottom right now of your
Yep.
screen.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Dan.
Okay, pushing in.
You can take my camera, Jeff.
Holding here.
It's like zoanthids covering
Got it.
a stalk, maybe a black coral or a sponge stalk.
Gonna push in a little further.
Go ahead. Yep.
It's an interesting blue color.
So again, zoanthids are colonial anemone-looking things. They're cnidarians, often associated with particular species of sponges. Some can colonize portions of live corals as well, but we often see them colonizing dead bits of corals and sponges.
Sure, go ahead.
Once you settle.
I'm not going to settle. I've got one toe hold against the current, so it's going to...
You can see the tentacles really nicely on each polyp. That's good, thank you.
Okay.
Pulling back.
I don't know.
Brian's
Full
chasing
wide.
it around. Hopefully he can figure out what's going on.
We're at a depth of 409 meters.
Jason just made the point that the topography is getting more extreme. It's getting, higher relief the more we go upwards. And actually, that's kind of what we saw on dive 3. In dive 3, we were just a little bit to the northwest of us, maybe 10, 20 kilometers. And again, it was very similar. When we were diving at 600, 500 meters,
about 4 meters
the
left
terrain was very gentle. But as we began to ascend, we started to run into this more extreme karst topography. And so one of the things we can do is correlate the depth at which this topography starts in both dives. And in some ways that might well be related to depth relative to sea level, whether above it or very close to it.
It
could be that it's telling us that sea level, was maybe, and I'm speculating here, 300 or 400 meters lower at some point relative to these rocks. When I say lower, it might have been the rocks are pushed up, but when we started at 600 meters, we were well below the effect of either shallow seas or above land. So this change in topography in some complicated way might be a barometer of where sea level was when these rocks had this karst topography developed.
Dense colonization of sponges, the one on the right. Is that a little different, Todd? Can we take a snap of that tube-like structure?
Saw a fish, Jeff? Ready to zoom in your request?
Stand by.
Different species of sponge here. We're at a depth of 400 meters, 400.
Okay, Dan, go in.
Pushing in. Just fill the frame.
Something right on top of it.
Is that a hydroid on top,
Jeff,
possibly?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Zoom in up.
What happened to the lasers? Are we just tilted?
One's close, one's far.
Yeah.
Oh, one is on, I see, one is on the rock in the foreground.
Zoom tight on the...
Thanks, that's good for me. Oh, you're zooming in on the hydroid. Great. Beautiful.
That's great. That's full zoom. So I can make those pop out.
Thank you, pilot.
Okay, I think Andrea wants
Good.
us to go.
All right.
She's being very polite about saying, move along now.
Move along. Great close-up.
Full wide.
Can't hear you, Jeff.
Sorry, keep muting myself. I saw a fish just
Nav
off to your left a
watch lead.
second ago, but might have run off by now. As you light it up, you might see it again. And that looks awfully imposing, like a wall right in front of you there.
Fish and Sirius, Jeff?
Yeah, actually, what's that? It's to your right? Is that just
where? What?
Is that just
Yeah,
a light
come
effect?
up.
I can't tell. No, it's just a light effect. That rock sort of, the shadow looked like a fish.
Shall we climb?
Keep climbing, please.
The ship's likely to be coming to a halt pretty soon.
Okay.
We
Copy
can
that.
Should I give another 20?
nav watch lead.
Almost stop.
So I was just looking at...
Yeah, just see the top of that now. You see.
Watch leader nav?
Good.
Yeah, hi, yeah, we can continue moving up slope.
Yeah, we're not having our sonars. We're being a little cautious.
Ah, okay. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Bridge.
So I was just looking at the bathymetry, and we really are now starting to climb. The contours are going to start to get closer together. And if you look at the Sirius view at the moment, we just traversed over those horizontal lines, which are actually bedding within the limestone. So we're starting to see vertical topography as well as this undulatory topography on top. So we're starting to go upslope.
Did it just go out?
Depth of 392 meters, 392. Temperature right now is 14.8 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen, 4.6 milligrams per liter. We're surveying an area 22 miles off of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, an area that is actively fished for deep water snappers, such as the queen snapper. We did observe one queen snapper earlier today, about 40 to 50 centimeters, a fairly large-sized queen snapper. And we're continuing to move up slope. Another sea star here. See if I can get this genus name right.
Want to go in on the fifth?
Tamaria.
Okay. Pushing in.
Go ahead.
Holding here.
Thanks, pilot. That's good for me.
Okay. Pulling back. Full wide.
I guess it might be worth just recapping the geology we're actually looking at the moment. We're looking at the top of a very thick, 1.5 kilometer thick platform carbonate sequence. And these rocks at the top are the youngest. They're at the top of the sequence, and they're about 4 million years old. So these rocks that we're diving over now were once laid down in a shallow, clear water sea, accumulation of biological particles, a reef area that were forming these layers that we can see going past the screen. So these formed about 4 million years ago. Since then, they've probably been uplifted. They've probably been eroded. We've talked about this caustic topography that we just passed over. And now they've subsided again
during this rifting event, and we're on the north wall of the rift at the moment.
Okay. Yep. Will do.
And
Dan, we're going to get a quick zoom on these white corals hanging upside down.
Copy. Ready to zoom when you are.
Go ahead, partial.
And so just quickly to finish off, one of the cool questions is trying to put that jigsaw story back together, put the pieces back together. When did the erosion occur relative to the faulting? Was the faulting before it was uplifted, after it was uplifted? Was the erosion above sea level or sub-sea level? These are the kind of questions we're facing.
I can try pushing them down, but...
Dan, how about we go in on this one right here?
Bridge nav.
So we have a scleractinian coral here. Can I get a better look?
We stop moving?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ready for another move, Todd?
Pushing in.
I'm actually...
Did you see the fish under the ledge?
Starting to get closer. Let them push out a little before we put another move in.
I missed it. We'll get there in a moment. There's a crab behind the coral as well.
Coming back. Holding here.
Was it
what else?
Just below us, a fish below.
Okay, come wide.
Pulling back. Full wide.
Under the ledge.
See it, but I'm gonna look left and right as you asked me to, and maybe we'll see a fish.
Okay, thank you.
Can actually get a better view from the Sirius cam, what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's a really good view in Sirius.
Nice view actually from D2 as well. You can see the slope of the scarp. We're looking parallel to the scarp there, and it can give you a good feel for, the dip on the face of the feature we're trying to traverse up. And we can clearly see the bedding in the limestone. Those semi-horizontal layers represent the paleo-horizontal of when the limestone was formed.
We're at a depth of 389 meters, 389.
Doing a couple utility cams.
Right now, D2 is facing the northeast.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't know what that is. You can get a view of that large coral.
That's where I'm going.
Awesome, thank you. Possibly a large black coral. We'll get a better view here in a minute.
Okay, Dan. Let's go in.
Pushing in.
Wanna take my camera, Jeff?
Yeah, I got it. Up a little.
Yeah. Okay, let's try to hold that steady.
Pushing in.
Quite a large structure.
Yeah, it's a large base. There's a small crab at the base of it as well.
Pushing in. It's full zoom. See if I can make these pop.
Just hold that.
This looks like a black coral.
You want me to pull back?
Yeah,
Very
partial.
large base. Black corals can live, some species of black corals have been dated to live to be about 4,000 years old.
If I bring your port,
it's pretty amazing.
Port
So a lot of these corals that we're seeing are very long-lived. Other corals can live for hundreds of years, hundreds to thousands of years old. Many of these corals that we find in deep water.
We'll try to hold that steady.
This is full zoom.
Few associates, or potentially amphipods.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's the standard.
We'll scan up.
Okay.
Jeff?
Scanning up.
Beautiful, thanks guys. And then as we zoom out, if we could just get the lasers on the base, if we haven't done that already.
Whenever you're ready and whenever you're good, Andrea, we'll pull out.
So Andrea, do you think we saw something similar to this earlier on in the dive? It was deeper.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Tan, please.
Okay,
Or
pulling
lose
back.
my toe hold.
Just one today, though.
I'm struck by the size of this one. It would be interesting to get a total size estimate on it.
Oh, it's massive. I'll put the lasers on the rock next to the hold.
It's almost a meter wide, I believe.
We're looking at it on edge.
I'm going to fill the frame.
Yeah, close to a meter in diameter. I think that's a little crab at the base. And the base, and the laser's swinging over to get a good measurement.
Swing arm on the port side is stowed. So you can swing left if you want to get it.
Okay. Come full wide, Dan, please. I'm going to try to get a little bit of a broad side.
Full wide.
We're at a depth of 390 meters, 390.
It's about as much as I want to wedge the vehicle against the wall here.
That's good for us. Thank you.
I'm going to push down and get the lasers. Try to get how far off.
Where's the lasers? Are they in the view or not?
Yeah, they're.
I thought you got them pretty well.
There they are. Okay, now you can get a width measurement. That's sort of oblique.
Can I push in?
Push in. Yeah, you can see in the serious view that's still a little bit of an oblique angle.
So maybe not quite a meter wide, maybe more like 70 centimeters.
We're not looking at it square.
Growing kind of odd with the top.
Onward, upward. Bring your camera back.
Sure.
Okay. So are you.
Pulling back.
About 50-ish degrees to my starboard.
Ready for a ship move?
So as we move away, moving up slope more.
Why don't I get up on top of this and then we'll push it in, Jim.
A question for Jason Chater back at Woods Hole. What do we know about the age of the faulting that formed this rip scarp? We know the age of the limestones were, or these limestones were Pliocene, the upper part of the sequence, so maybe 4 million years ago. When did the faulting occur?
Yeah,
Jason?
I think we're good, Jim. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't an immediate scare step.
That's a good question. I don't think we know the exact
Bridge nav.
ages of when it
Go ahead,
can
Nav.
certainly.
Let's do another 20, please.
20 meters, 015 at 0.2.
Correct.
It is ongoing.
Oh,
So, but certainly it seems like it cuts through the full stiffness of the Pavement platform sequences in this area. So most of that had to be laid down, for the faulting to cut all the way through. So I can't give you a good answer off the top of my head, actually.
Jeff, do you know
No,
what
I mean, no, that was a great answer, Jason. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I mean, I think it just illustrates how difficult this is. And as geologists, we often say things like, oh, it's a fault scarp, it was recent, but quantify recent is very difficult.
Sure.
So thank you. That was a good answer.
Auto XY, let's see if it holds.
Michelle, we'll try and have an estimate when we get a better view. Michelle asked, how deep are these pits? I think we've got a pilot change at the moment, Michelle, so we'll try and come up with an answer.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
He's just moving over a chair.
Todd says, good luck.
Oh, a nice shark.
Confused.
Just as I pass it over to Jeff.
Got a chance to go in on that shark for me?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just get oriented. Just sat down. He's running away. He's a fast guy.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, he's down. He ran off.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I had just sat down and
You
touched
did.
the sticks and he ran by.
Jeff, it looks like I'm catching up with you now.
Copy. I come up a little.
Put your lower swing arm back out a little ways.
Yeah, why don't you just touch them both up a little if we're coming up on something here soon. Like theirs, probably fine, yeah.
Okay.
Michelle, we'll try and get an estimate of the size of those things next one we find.
Is that a fish inside that hole?
Well, the shark that you saw, I had just stepped away.
Yeah, okay.
Not sure yet. Didn't get a good view of it.
Remember gills?
No, we didn't get a good view of it.
Huh. Okay, thanks.
Fish coming into view.
Oh, in the crevice in the rock face.
Wanna look up
Looks
for a
like to
second,
be
Jeff?
another soldier fish.
You need me to pop up, you said?
No, I was just looking up real quick.
Okay, yeah. Comment in video. Hey, Ed. Good.
Yeah, you can see those clearly those red and white stripes going down the side. Big eye soldier fish.
Yeah, thanks.
These are usually found fairly deep, from about 200 to 500 meters deep, although they have been seen a little shallower. They're found all along the coast of the U.S., the eastern U.S., and throughout the Greater Antilles, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean Sea. That's good for me, pilot, for an ID. Thank you.
Still sorting out the current down here.
Yeah, do we have an estimate right now?
I think it's pretty strong from east to west.
How big are the crevices
Yeah,
that
it's
these
blowing
fish
me
go
left.
into? Do you think that most of this area is hollow?
Sorry, Graciela, I didn't quite catch the start of that. Can you repeat?
Certainly. How far in do you think the crevices go? Would they be very hollow?
So by the crevices, you mean vertically beneath us? Or, I mean, I think we're passing over a depression in the slope. The overall slope is about, I think it's about 100 meters high. I can bring up my bathymetry here. So, yeah, so we're on the part of the slope about halfway up. We've got about 100 meters to go. What I think we're seeing are cracks in that slope. If you look at the picture now, you can see another crack coming into the top of the screen. And my hunch is they represent, you know, the blocks of the fold, which are just peeling away and just falling away a little bit. And so we're, you know, the blocks are falling away from the slope, and you're getting these northwest, southeast trending cracks between different fault blocks. And so my guess is those things are maybe, you know, a few meters to 5 or 10 meters deep. And, you know, you can just think of them as cracks in a wall, as the front of the wall is just peeling away and just falling over in front of the steep face.
Keep coming up.
Does that answer your question? Did I get that right?
How does that look? Do we want another move, Todd? How's the...
You're stretched out pretty good. I think you can do it.
Good.
20.
Okay. I think we're okay, yeah.
But I also have another question.
Shoot.
Since there are holes on top of the rocks that we're seeing,
sure.
How deep do you think the holes go? Like, for example, if a fish was to go in there, would it have a lot of space to go in, or would it just be burrowing in the face of rock?
Okay, so I think Michelle asked that question, and we said that if we'd found another one, we'd try and measure it. But so I'll just guess. You know, those depressions, those circular depressions, have been getting bigger as we've gone up the slope. And I think, you know, my guess of the last one we saw might have been, you know, something like a couple of meters across and maybe 50, 60, 70 centimeters deep. That would be my kind of guess.
Sure would be nice to have the sonar.
Yeah. Unfortunately, shallow.
So, sorry,
yeah,
Andrea just pointed out the question that I should be answering, which is, what about the holes in the side of the rock? To be honest, I'm not seeing a lot here. We saw, you know, many more cave-like structures when we did dive 3 on, I think it was Sunday. Here, I'm not seeing too many you know, holes actually into the rock face. Now that might change as we go upwards, but I'm seeing cracks, you know, vertical cracks between the faces, but not too many holes actually in the rock face.
And how deep do you think those holes would be? Just a few, maybe 10 centimeters deep inside the rock face, or do you think there's a lot of movement that fish can move through those rocks?
I think I mean, if we saw them, I think they'd be on the order of a few centimeters. I mean, 10 centimeters maybe. I don't think there would be, if you like, caves that the fish could go into and explore. Hopefully I got better that time, Graciela.
I was having trouble.
No, you've been adding information as we go along, because I was just watching the overall picture of this
control.
place,
I realize now that you're auto heading
now
out
you
of
put
depth.
everything together.
Yeah, I did when I changed over.
That's... It was
Little
acting
by
really
little,
strangely.
puzzle
I
has
couldn't
come
figure out what's
together.
going on.
Okay.
And we're at a depth of 367 meters. Did we have a better estimate of a current than just strong current from east to west?
Yeah, I mean, I can just let off and
Could you?
see how fast we go.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Just have a...
Yeah, no, it's sensors, I think, here somewhere. Easting, northing velocity. And there's a calculator on there that once you put those two in, it'll tell you the overall. So are you ready? I'm already cheated right a little, right? So I'm just going to let go here and see.
Let it get steady state and see what it is.
Yeah.
I would have put auto head in, yeah. Put auto head in so that it doesn't rotate about in a center that's not.
Yeah.
Answer, Michelle, I think it's actually slightly northwest-southeast.
It's not huge.
So I would say, yeah, just north of east-west.
It's southwesterly turn.
So close to the face, though. Who knows?
Can I go into and say something in Spanish now, or waiting?
Nah, Bridge, coming up on the end of that move.
Sure, go ahead, Graciela.
Thank you, Bridge.
Okay. Han estado oyendo todas las conversaciones que han suscitado y tienen mucho que ver con el cambio que ha habido en la
negative
en
0.027
cómo
and
se ve
negative
el fondo
0.071.
desde que
You're going
estamos
to
a
write those
600
down in
metros
there.
hasta que estamos ya casi llegando a los
And then
300.
the easting and north,
Ha
see the
habido un
velocity
cambio
calculator?
también en la
Fits.
biodiversidad de especies que hemos visto. Entre los objetivos de esta
What's that?
buceada era encontrar
Meters per
algo
second,
de profundidad, así que entramos un cartucho a 443 metros de
let's see.
profundidad y una serie de,
Negative
yo creo que por mis
0.036
cuentas ya
and
vamos
negative
llegando a 30
0.058
especies
at this
diferentes
point.
de peces que hemos visto. Esto no es nada más que un transecto que se hace en esta área y los geólogos están intrigados por la diversidad también que hay en la topografía del área. Ha cambiado también el tipo de esponjas que se están viendo y el sedimento. También ha habido una diferencia de ser como un lodo y sedimento suelto a esto que ya se ve que es más pedacitos y pedazos más grandes de diferentes cosas. Se han anotado todas los pepinos de mar que han sido pocos, pero sin embargo muchos erizos, muchas estrellas de mar. Así que todo se ha documentado entre todos los científicos. La última vez que chequeé había más de 30 personas conectadas contribuyendo al catálogo de las especies que se ven. And what's our next move?
We're still continuing upslope. We're at a depth right now of 368.
Video, watch lead 2 here. Sorry, one more. Video, watch lead 2 here.
Watch 2.
Can we get the...
I can't hear you.
Sorry. Can we get... We had a request from Shore. Can we get the orientation screen for the ROV and Sirius back on the quad, the top right?
Yeah, there's something... there's an issue with that computer. They're troubleshooting.
Okay. I'll pass that back to Shore. Thank you.
Thanks. Another orange sea star. And Jeff,
I haven't...
Go ahead, watch lead.
Yeah, if we can, as we move up, again, kind of look up and look around, search for fish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, it was just after that drift test was catching up. I had just had a look around, and then we did the drift test. So I was coming
Great,
up,
thank you.
Coming up.
I'm not hearing watch lead. I don't know why not. On nav.
Turn on. I'm hearing her. If you put OKEX, if you push up on that.
Yeah, I only talk to you if I press down. So.
No, I'm trying to listen to you.
Oh, okay.
It's not working.
Yeah. Does OKEX work?
Yeah, OKEX works.
There you go.
But I don't. But then I get everybody from Shore too, which sometimes is too much.
Graciela, did you have a question?
Yes, but please, before I do that, say hello.
Copy.
Wave your hand. Where are you? So I had a question regarding the, is there any way of measuring light? Is there a light sensor of some sort in D2?
No, we don't have that sensor on D2 right now. We just have the oxygen sensor and temperature, connectivity, depth sensors on the CTD.
Do you think that at some point today we can turn off all the lights and see what it looks like?
We won't see much, but I mean, we can ask the pilots.
So
the camera doesn't have The camera doesn't have sensitivity to pick up anything, so it's just going to look like a black screen. That's it. Well, you won't see anything.
So again, we're back to this complicated topography that we started with lower down the slope. You can see both the Sirius view and from this view. And we can see these round sinkholes that I think Michelle asked about earlier, filled with sand. Pilot, is there any chance we can zoom in on that sand to see if it's biology debris as it was the last time?
Yep. Sorry, I thought I saw a fish off, and I wanted to make sure that.
Thank you. Yes.
I think that is.
Chasing
Can
fish.
You tell if it's
Thank you. Sorry, yeah.
Can you see the top of the screen? That's moving. That's just. I get confused by shadows a lot. I think it was just a shadow. Looked like a fish at first.
So, pilot, I have another hard question is, how deep do you think those depressions are, and how wide?
Maybe. Well, how wide?
How wide is easy, because you can see the lasers.
See the lasers.
Yeah.
How
so they're
deep?
about 1 meter to 1.5 meters across.
Yeah, and how deep is a little bit more difficult. But the one I'm sort of hovering over now may be only a foot deep, probably.
Okay.
Just trying to judge by one of my cameras that allows me to see from the side.
Okay. Thank you.
Trying to judge from that. You can go in video.
See a little bit of coral rubble in there.
Pushing in.
Already coming up. You can see the white branches. Yeah, look at that. A lot of coral rubble here.
Yeah.
Like we saw at Pitch and Show the other day.
Yeah, I did.
Thanks.
I'm curious how thick the sediment is.
Yeah.
A couple centimeters. It looks like it's fairly thick, pooling in there.
Well, I'm sure this is partly the effect of the currents. The currents winnowing all this stuff from probably upslope and just putting it into these holes.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, pilot. Once again, great for everything. So, Michelle, the pilot, who can do it much better than I can, estimated the depth of the holes to be about 30 centimeters. And so something like 1 meter, 1.5 meters across.
Thanks, pilot. That's good. We can continue up.
Amanda says she's been here before, and I think she's right. It is very similar to what we saw on dive 3.
Full wide.
It's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of stony coral debris in there too. Colonial sclerotinia and pieces. So I'd be curious if there might be some live colonies upslope or elsewhere, and they were transported here after they died.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're at a depth of 351 meters, 351. Is that a fish?
You said you see a fish?
No. I got confused by a shadow as well.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
So it looks like there are fewer sponges here. There were more below of these Corallistiidae demo sponges, and I don't see as many here in this section of this scarp. Is that trash? It looks like it may be.
This here?
Yeah.
I think that's a sponge.
Is it a sponge?
Yeah, snap in real quick video.
This looks very bright. Yep, it is a sponge.
This is a no trash zone.
Yeah, we really haven't seen any trash today, have we?
I don't think we've seen any.
Next video.
Thank you.
Okay, pulling back.
Which I think we discussed earlier. Is really the currents, I'm sure. Just the currents just blow everything away. Oh, Michelle said we saw one Coke. I missed that.
Amanda's just noting that, you know, the dissolved oxygen is pretty low. It's come down quite a bit, 3.6 milligrams per liter. The start of the dive, I think we're up, we look to about 5 milligrams per liter.
Yeah. Yes, Michelle, and the water is certainly warmer. We're now up to 15 degrees. I think we started off at 11 degrees at the bottom, 9 degrees, I think. Again, we're seeing this complicated caustic weathering. I think we can pick out the faint bedding, the sort of horizontal east-west lines you can see in the outcrop. But this knobbly overall weathering is this caustic weathering that you typically see in limestones that have been exposed on land and been subject to acid rain erosion, really. It's rainwater accumulates on them, picks out cracks, and the calcium carbonate from which they're made is extremely soluble in very, very dilute acids. And so rainwater can basically start to dissolve where the cracks are, and the cracks grow and get bigger and bigger, and we start to see these depressions and holes in the rock.
So we started today's dive out at 604 meters, and the temperature was 10.6. And the DO was 4.1 at that time.
Jim, would you mind zooming out and recentering HIPAC just a little to give us the big picture for a minute?
Another one of these coral debris piles coming across.
5 meters now. I don't think we have very far to go on this steepness.
Can we get a snap zoom on the urchin?
Moving in.
Thank you.
Standing by.
And we're continuing to move up. We're at a depth of 340 right now, 340.
Thank you very much, Jim. I just wanted to get some idea of what's up ahead. So something like 150, 170 meters left.
Maybe not an urchin. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Meter contour.
Another anemone?
I think so, just like we have been seeing. This one is a different color. The other ones have been a little more purple.
Come on in, video.
Yeah, this is a very dark brown color compared to the others we have imaged during this dive. They were lavender, dark purple.
Indeed.
That's a great image.
Okay, pulling back.
Copy.
Full wide.
Thank you.
So as we traverse up here, I'm going to try and add my 2 cents to the question I asked Jason, which is, when did this fault move? And Jason is a very responsible geologist, a very good geologist who doesn't speculate. And I'm quite happy to stick my neck out and speculate a little more. And we'll probably be wrong, but you know, here's my 2 cents. I guess I'm very impressed by this caustic weathering. We're traversing up this relatively steep slope, which if we look at the map, you know, extends for 40 or 60 kilometers. It's clearly a fault. It was clearly a fault. Yet when we get to it and look at it with D2, we see in detail this very complicated topography to it, which suggests that the fault actually has been subject to a lot of erosion after it moved. A fresh, brand new fault would look like a steep vertical planar surface, and that's not what we're seeing. What we're seeing is a fault scarp that's had time to be eroded and turned into this caustic terrain. Now again, I can't put any numbers on it because you know, we don't really know within that 4 million years or so since the limestone formed when all this happened. But it does look like this fault hasn't moved in the very recent past. In other words, we're not seeing recent debris flows. We're not seeing a lot of evidence for something from a fault that moved in the last few years or so. I'm sure, as Jason would say, is that doesn't mean that it couldn't have moved relatively recently, but it does seem to be a fault that isn't moving, you know, at the moment. And some of the other dives, we've seen more evidence for present-day activity.
I'm driving it too, and I'm still.
Temporarily relocated to channel 64.
Oh, it's
at
not
the
on
bottom.
sonar?
Yeah.
DO has dropped quite a bit. We're at a depth of 340 meters. Dissolved oxygen 2.67 milligrams per liter.
Sweet. Channel 64, Jim, if you want to see it too. Unable to open comm. Oh, I know why. We turned off the sonar. No. What's going on with that?
And it's interesting, there's really not a lot of sessile colonization here. There are still some sponges and a few, possibly a few corals, but really not in anywhere near the densities that we saw a little further downslope. And as we move upslope, we're trying to pan left and right, kind of look out. There's some fish in the background. Do you see that, Jeff?
I do see it off to the left. Yeah, there's 3 of them out or something.
Oh, there's more than that.
Can we try to
6.
take a better look at those? We have to.
There's a whole school of them out
Whole
there.
school. Yeah, if we could stop the
What do you
ship.
think about us racing out there, Todd? They're pretty far down there. Oh, actually, as I turn around, you see in the darkness all down. Yeah. I think that they're just kind of got a donut around us. I think as I head out there, they'll probably scatter with the light.
Well, let's see if we can.
Okay.
Thanks.
What do you think, co-pilot?
Wasn't listening. I'm trying to
They look slender enough.
Okay.
For Queen Snapper.
Yes.
Well, we've been looking, you know, up and down this feature for a while. I don't believe we have seen them yet so far. They haven't been picked up in Sirius view. I mean, they may have been further away from the D2, but.
Do you see them still?
Well, the fishers told me that, you know, they think maybe lights have something to do with it.
Oh, I know.
And they do use lights for fishing, but very specific wavelengths.
Yeah, and I know the Edeline snappers can be sensitive to light compared to some of the other snappers. And of course, we did see a lot of fish today that didn't appear to be affected by the light at all.
Sorry, pilot, I'm back.
That's okay. All right. Sorry, watch lead. Between video and my co-pilot was working with the sonars to get them back up. I didn't want to race off without conferring.
Okay.
And I think the school has
You know, there
run
might be a reason why they're called queen snappers.
Oh yeah? What is that?
That they're so sensitive. I can say that.
Yes, you can.
Go ahead, Nav.
Can you pan all the way around, Jeff, too, just to see what the other side looks like?
20, I think. Isn't it 20? Yeah.
I think this is a very cool view.
Thanks.
We can see down the slope.
Thank you, Ed.
And so maybe you can imagine that once upon a time this was a fault scarp that was dipping steeply from top left to bottom right. But now it's been eroded and we can see these staircase topography within the scarp and this rounding that comes from the weathering and dissolution of the limestone.
So, co-pilot, they saw a school of maybe a dozen fish out there, but I think it was out of reach, and they've scattered by now.
Okay.
I was hoping we could have gotten the view on Sirius close to them. But you were sorting out the sonar.
Sorry.
More important
Maybe
things.
they'll get curious and come back around and photobomb us.
We can hope.
Can we zoom in on the branching white possible coral on that rock, please, Jeff?
Right here?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Coming into your center.
Stand by video. Just going to get in on it here. Close.
Quite a bit of coral rubble in that pool right below. Looks like some recent material as well, some more fresh material.
Cool.
In partial.
Okay. Do a partial quick. Partial.
Thank you. Okay, go in a little more.
Holding here.
Thank you.
Very nice stony coral.
Oh, down at the bottom of the screen?
It's not
a crab?
familiar
crab
to me.
At the bottom of the screen. Back up to the coral. How are we looking, co-pilot?
Yeah, this is one of the issues that we have with the AUV and with these sites is that we would need to collect some portion of these specimens to identify them.
Coming up, co-pilot.
Absolutely.
Full wide.
The ship store is now open.
So Nick,
Store is now open. Today's feature, baby.
I have a question, Andrea. We were
Alright,
thinking
we're going to do
in
a
terms
video
of
shift
the,
change.
school of fish that we saw. If
Roger.
the lights could be turned off and on, quickly, maybe they'll come around.
We can
Before
ask
we
the
get too far
pilots
away.
if they could do that. So let me ask.
I didn't hear the request. Can you repeat it?
To turn the lights
Safety
off
first.
Greetings, pilots.
Turn the lights off. What?
Turn the lights off the sub and then turn it back on to see if any more fish come.
Okay.
When you get to a safe place.
Not while we're moving. Once we let the ship settle, I can do that.
Okay, that sounds good.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Park on the bottom, sit there for a minute.
Oh, what was the question? Yeah, that's fine. Last 5 or 10 minutes on the bottom. Sure.
Say again? Oh,
Graciela, we'll have to wait and do that last 5 or 10 minutes on the bottom. Just before we leave bottom. Just for safety issues.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's safety first. So no problem.
Okay, thanks. So, Graciela, you mentioned about that coral. You've collected that coral before?
No, the problem is that we have not collected anything before because the AUVs don't have any collecting methods. We do have pictures, and there are a couple of fishes that once upon a time had some coral tangle in their lines, so we could ask around to see if they have any pieces left. Most likely they, things get thrown overboard. But there is a little interaction, and that's the other thing that if there was more interaction, we would get specimens. But it seems they try to keep away from structures that will interfere with their fishing. Then we don't get to see them.
All right, we've got the coral rubble of all coral rubbles here.
Yeah,
indeed.
It's interesting to me. It's quite a lot of recent material. So you made a good point, Graciela. You talked about an AUV, an autonomous underwater vehicle. It can survey the bottom. You send it down, survey an area, and it comes back up. It has amazing imagery and mapping abilities, amongst other things, but it cannot collect. Hey, there's a coral on the left going on a screen.
I saw it, yeah.
And we often need just small pieces of these corals for identification, using both the skeletal structures, depending on the particular type of coral, and often molecular genetics as well. Looks like we have another Calogorgia here. Thank you.
All right. Okay, video, come on out.
So, Pilot, could we quickly zoom in on that sediment and compare the sediment on both sides of the little...
Snap on the sediment?
Yeah, on the... Zoom in on the left-hand side and then on the... Or on the upper side and then the down...
I don't have a lot of time left in this spot.
Okay,
so
don't worry. Just as we... Yeah, scan across as we go.
Across here.
I was just curious to explain to the listeners the variation in grain size, class size, from being fine on the far side of the little chasm and coarser on the side nearest us.
I should
Thank
probably
you.
get going.
Yeah. No, go.
All right,
Thank you.
Ready, video? Come on out, please.
Wide out.
Perfect, thank you.
So let me say something in Spanish a second about the AUVs. Sí, es que estamos hablando de las diferentes tecnologías que se utiliza para hacer, para ver el fondo, y uno de ellos son los vehículos autónomos, que son robots también. Lo único que no tienen estos cables que tienen Deep, y el otro robot que estamos viendo en la cara número 2. Así es que esos son completamente autónomos, pero no tienen tampoco manos para recoger
Yeah, I'm just racing along here. I got a little behind.
Las muestras que necesitamos, y para identificar muchos de estos corales específicamente se necesita un pedacito de ellos para ver qué coral son, porque hay que hacerle microscopía y también para ver la parte genética de exactamente dónde están. Tenemos un vehículo autónomo aquí en la Universidad de Puerto Rico, en el Departamento de Ciencias Marinas, y el doctor Roy Armstrong, el doctor Jorge García Sáez y la doctora Stacy Williams han estado trabajando este último año con uno de estos robots con una máxima profundidad de 530 metros, que fue la última buceada que hicieron.
Excuse me, Graciela, one second.
Has to do with the AU.
Sorry, Pilot, can we just put the camera horizontal?
Sorry.
Carry on, Graciela. Apologies.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just saying that we had an AUV. We have an AUV at the
That's a little bit low horizontal there.
That's great.
And we just had a mission the end of last year, the beginning of this year, down to 530 meters, looking for a silk snapper and queen snapper habitat. We think we found some queens, but we are in the process of identifying or looking at the images.
So, apologies for interrupting there, Graciela, but I just got excited for a minute. The pilot was nicely looking along the strike of the scarp, and what we were seeing there was the bedding dipping down quite steeply to the right. And what we're looking at there is almost certainly a big block of the fault which has slipped down and rotated. Because normally that bedding should be horizontal, but as the pilot rotated around, we could see that bedding was dipping down towards the slope. So that's kind of cool. It proves that it is a fault, and it also proves that we're seeing various blocks that have slid down the front of that slope. So apologies for interrupting, but that was a cool piece of geology.
Let's track that.
I was going to ask you, is that recent?
Well, again, no, we're not seeing any fresh small stuff. I would say that that's, we're seeing how the fault structure worked. But if you want my guess, quite a while ago. I mean, subsequent to it moving, it's then had all the caustic topography superimposed on it. So we're kind of seeing big scale lumps, but when the fault was moving, and in my opinion, that was quite a while ago.
Nav, watch lead. Are we at the end of the ship move? Okay. And how many more minutes do we have left in the dive? Okay, so we can continue to move upslope. Okay.
Andrea, there are some stalks, some dark stalks. They sort of look like maybe black corals right in front of us. I wasn't sure if we could snap them on those.
Jeff, did you pick up that? I was talking to Nav.
The black,
Amanda.
I think I heard the black in front of
So
me
at
here.
the bottom of the screen right now, there's some dark stalks that might be black corals. I'm not sure if we've taken a look at those yet.
Oh, coral or matting? I just see the black patch.
Black corals, she was asking.
Okay.
I think they're below us now.
Help me find it. I don't. Oh, is that it right there? Those sticking up? The whips?
Yeah, yes.
Some on the left side of the screen right now.
A couple are right in front of us. There's even a yellow one that looks similar.
Yep.
Yep, that works.
But yeah, you can come in.
Yep, a black coral.
Black corals. There's several colonies all along here. And there's a few different heights.
Going tight if you want.
Yeah, I wonder if there's another species of black coral behind this one too. It's closer to the sponge.
Copy. Oh, the branching looking one?
Yeah.
The small one?
So this is, I don't think this is Parentopathes, although it is similar.
I'm just gonna, if you want to track focus back.
Copy.
Video. Is that the one you're looking for?
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
It's another small black coral. And then the sponge that you are seeing is demo sponge Corallistidae.
Thank you. It's great.
Welcome.
You can
And
see
then there
little
was this
tiny
yellow one. I don't know
colonies
if you
of the
saw
white
it.
coral
It's just
as well
come
to
partial.
the left of the sponge. So, like I said, multiple heights and sizes of these different corals.
Yeah.
See it.
I think the yellow one is a black coral as well.
Okay, so we've seen that.
We haven't taken a zoom of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like one?
Yeah. I just want to point out, too, the large branches of coral in that pit area. They're pretty large. It's not broken up
Getting
rubble, so
critical.
it suggests that it's been a recent failure event or something has dislodged
Go
these
ahead now.
corals, and then they get swept into these pools of sediment or these pits of sediment.
Yeah, this yellow black coral resembles some that we saw on Norwa Seamount. And actually, Andrea, just to the left behind the yellow, there's a sort of soft coral. You can, I think, see
Video
it
when you're ready.
brown, fuzzy.
Yes, I
with a
see.
white
They're calling for
Do you
the,
see it towards the left? It's
coral
white,
to the left.
correct?
Yep.
With the
With the
brown.
pink top.
Yeah, with
white
the top.
has sort of orange, browny tips.
Push it back and zoom on in as we get it in frame.
Copy that.
Zoom freely, however you can go in as you want.
I think that's the type of soft coral.
Say again.
Ooh, yes, it is. And there's a munida behind.
Copy.
That is some type of soft coral.
Jim, are we going to try to get the ship
I don't
on
remember
the full
seeing that
target?
Yep.
from this side
Or
so
is that
far.
just a general
Me
goal?
neither, and I don't think I've ever seen it on any of the deep dives.
All right, I'm all set, pilots.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Neff.
Full wide.
Yeah, we'd like to get as shallow as we can for you. You know, spend the last 5-10 minutes. Another 10 meters, then it's going to flatten out. Can we then go laterally along the top, along the ridge? That would be exactly what I would like to do. Yeah, kind of the top and then move along that. Thanks.
Find the top and move along. Okay.
So we're going to continue to head up until we reach kind of the edge, you know, to the top of the feature, and then we're going to move along the edge.
We seen the curly loop.
The curly,
Whip?
curly blue.
No, the
No.
curly loop. Sorry.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yep.
Do you
If
want
you
that
could
or?
zoom. Sure.
Yeah,
Thank
can,
you.
Can go in video.
And it looks like a
Just
plexaurid
get
on
it
the
from
right,
here.
the yellow octocoral. Another one of the soft corals.
can hit a little more if you want.
I'm struggling on the name, Andrea, but that soft coral looks like one that was recently described. Are you remembering?
The Aquaumbridae family?
Yeah.
I think it's a little different than that.
It looks a little different, though.
Yeah. It could be, though. It's just a new family recently described and collected off of Costa Rica and subsequently have been collected in the Gulf of Mexico.
Soft one.
So, yeah, we were looking at the whip one, but yeah, that as well.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. But no, that looks different from an Aquaumbridae. Possibly a Calagorgia as well. In the background.
And Tim is remarking lots of small colonies of coral, several different species, all in one spot right here. Pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a soft coral, a primnoid, small black coral. I'm not sure what this whip coral is. An octocoral whip coral.
Maybe the polyps are bigger out at the end here. I'll push up a little.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We're fully in.
I meant push the vehicle up and in.
Got it.
Yeah, we're not really seeing these large, big colonies of corals as we have in some other areas, all fairly small sizes. Thank you, that was great.
I have now passed you, Jeff.
Yep, coming up and catching up.
I have no preference. Do you have a preference?
Let the pilot decide. Find those fish.
We'll get up there and look left and right and see what looks the most interesting. How's that sound?
Can we do that as well when you catch up and can kind of pan left and right?
Yep, absolutely. This isn't quite as steep, so it's a little easier for me to pan left and right and still catch up a little.
Oh no, a bottle.
Yeah, the top of this feature is really different from some of the seamounts that we have surveyed in the Anegada Passage, which we did get to depths up to about 200 meters, and they were just covered with corals, both hard corals, stony corals, octocorals. So this is quite different. There's a fish to the left. It's red. Several whip corals on the top. Have another big eye soldier fish.
He's got a hole.
Oh, just went in a hole.
Neat.
Okay, video. Let's peek in there.
Crab.
Nice spider crab. That looks like a Rochinia. See spines on its back, the kind of V-shaped rostrum. Is Tim still there, Amanda?
He just stepped out.
He did just step out.
We'll have to give him a grab of this.
And Martha isn't on the line still, is she?
I just got back on.
Oh, you
What
did?
timing?
Oh, there's
What
some shrimp
timing?
up there too. Can you see them?
What do we have here? What's the crab? If you can pan up, pilot.
Yeah, sorry, I'm pointed way down, so I'm gonna just pull my camera up here.
No problem.
There you go.
I'm not quite
Floating up
sure.
there anyway.
Might have to do a little checking on that one.
Okay, thanks.
Took my hands off the stick and lost the current.
There's a little shrimp. Bottom right. Two.
A small little shrimp all around. Oh, those are interesting too. They have a different coloration.
4.
Do you see those, Martha? Kind of
Wow.
circling.
Yeah, I do see those.
There's a lot of them.
Circling this burrow.
Well, I can set down and get a really good view of all this if we want.
That would be helpful too, to look at rostrums. And
Yeah, why don't you come out? I'll just get a toe hold for this.
Yeah,
there's,
if you
there's
can,
a lot of neat stuff
pilot,
going
that would
on
be
in there.
wonderful. And I just want to point out a lot of things, we're identifying today. A lot of these things haven't been seen before in situ, so we'll have to go back to taxonomic keys, and often even looking at museum specimens help. Of course, having the actual specimen, a collection, can help us ID. But in a lot of cases, we're seeing colorations for the first time on several of these
12 o'clock
organisms.
as well.
Let's start with that. We haven't seen that yet.
There's a scorpion fish just
in.
behind it as
Going
well.
in.
So
that's a really good point, Andrea, is that such a great opportunity to be able to see these animals with their live colors and in their natural habitat.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we've have an
so
abundance
Andrea,
of
I
things to
missed.
look
What
at
was
here.
the first fish we just saw? The bigger one?
It's called a big-eyed soldierfish.
A soldierfish.
Yeah, it's
okay.
actually related to squirrelfishes you may be more common with in shallow water tropical reefs.
Okay.
They're often hiding. Squirrelfish often hide in
let me
the
get
reefs themselves, and they come out
This
at
is
night.
Max
They're
soon?
nocturnal.
Copy.
Thank you.
All right, going back down to the hole.
All right. I'll just track focus as we go. That way we can stop on anything interesting like this.
Do these have eggs, Martha? The blue that we're seeing? Are they
That's
gravid?
what I'm wondering. Yeah, because there are a few other species of Caridian shrimps that the eggs are that color blue. I can't really tell whether it's gravid or not.
I think on the one on the
one far left, down low, is gravid. Green eggs, and it looks like the one center screen is too. You see the difference between the ones on the left and the right. It's hard to confirm that by seeing the eggs, but that's what it looks like.
Can you tilt down a bit, pilot? I'll come out just a tiny bit.
Just pushing it on camera.
Go ahead, Matt.
Canyon stripes on the antenna.
Yeah. It's just continuing right now. Yep.
I'd like to film these.
What you're looking for, the crab?
Yeah, can we do that?
It is.
We have
Thank
a
you
little
much.
extra time on people.
Just do these shrimp.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you guys happy? Oh, we're going to go in one more time, get a view of this shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there anything else we want to look at here? Are we happy?
Yeah.
I wonder where that fish went.
I don't think so. I think we got good images. There's another sea star there too, I just noticed. I think we did well imaging this area.
Okay.
All right, I'm good if they are, pilot.
I think this comes back to Graciella's question earlier. We clearly saw the soldierfish pretty much disappear into that hole. So it kind of gives you an idea of the size that some of these holes can be.
Thank you.
Yeah, that one's pretty deep actually compared to some of the others we saw in the face.
We're not seeing many of them, but that was pretty deep.
All right, I want a better hold than I had for that.
That was good for us, pilot.
Yeah, co-pilot or navigator thinks this is a good place for our lights out test.
Oh, okay. Yeah, our lights out test.
And we have about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
So I'll just find a hold that I think is comfortable here without without too many coral on it.
So it's possible that some of these queen snappers that we're looking for, they're very light sensitive. Can you hear me, video?
See,
so
specifically, I mean, this is a comment that the fishers have, so it would be nice to, test their theory.
So by turning out the lights, maybe they'll start coming around and filling back in, and then when we turn them back on, we'll see them.
Ah. Well, thank you much for explaining that.
We hope.
The question is, how long do we wait? Have the lights out.
Can't disable
Patience is a virtue.
The blue, yeah, we can
5
turn those
minutes?
off too.
2 minutes?
That's really different of safety. So I think that that's a safety issue. So someone else has to decide.
Okay, we'll let the pilot decide.
What am I deciding?
How long to leave the lights out for? Well, definitely not more than 10 minutes. We want to see if anything comes back. Comes back into view after we turn them back on.
Are we allowed to keep our Sirius lights on?
So let me go into Spanish
so
a second.
Completely dark.
Sí, para aquellos que nos están oyendo, estamos alrededor de 300 metros de profundidad y siempre se ha dicho que las luces espantan los peces. Y una de las pruebas que se quiere hacer es que se van a apagar las luces de los robots para dejarlas apagadas por un tiempo, a ver si cuando se enciendan de nuevo aparecen los peces. Esta área tiene muchísima diversidad y se encontraron cartuchos en esta área, así que esperamos que esto tenga algún resultado. De no ser así, sigue siendo un resultado porque hemos visto que entonces las luces apagadas y prendidas de nuevo tienen un efecto en el comportamiento de los peces.
Now that's what most ROVs have, just to point that out. 2 little banks of lights up front on one view.
Ooh. Moody.
That's it. Crank up the gain.
So we have all the lights off on both vehicles?
Yeah, let's give that a shot.
Except for the LEDs.
Which is really cool for people that are not used to exploring the seawater, because it shows you how dark it is down there.
Right.
And so we drive around with the lights on, and it looks, very different to what it actually really looks like. And now you're seeing pretty much what it actually looks like down there.
That's what 30 dB of gain looks like.
So one thing though is that a lot of organisms at deeper depths can produce their own light. They can bioluminesce, and the cameras may not be picking that up. So we don't have the right filters on the cameras to see that type of bioluminescence.
Those are pixels on my screen.
There's a few dead ones.
Yep. At the very least, this was.
Want to gain up on Sirius too?
Sure thing.
We're at a depth of 301 meters. We started today's dive at 600 meters depth, surveying an area 22 miles to the west of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico. And we have seen several species of fish today. At least 30 species of fishes, a wide diversity of sponges and corals, octocorals, antipitherians, scleractinian corals, and stylaster and hydrocoral corals as well. Different species of shrimps and crabs and swat lobsters than we haven't seen on any of the other dives, although a lot of the fauna that we did see today was similar to what we observed at the Pichincho site, which was in about the same depth range.
Where are those things?
Go to 2. LED J box.
Normally a closed thing, right? There you go. Can we turn off Sirius's LEDs?
Yeah, LED J box, bottom right.
So the temperature right here is
no blue.
pretty warm. It's come up quite a bit at
So
17
are there no lights
Celsius.
right now from Sirius or D2?
There is one light on D2 on Sirius. The one on the front back camera, not front. The front one's not on.
Okay. Utility cam's off. No light.
All
no
right.
light on the vehicles. None.
Wow. We can still see the top of.
That's pretty cool, guys.
The ROV. That's pretty interesting. These
So I
cameras
think
have
we've
better low light
turned
performance
all
than
the
I
light
thought
off,
they did.
but we can actually. That's
We're
true.
at what, 300 meters?
But we
Okay.
can still see the top of D2.
There are fish swimming behind.
I guess
So let me just say something in Spanish.
Of course, go ahead.
Oh, yeah,
Estamos a una
we
profundidad de
do
300
have some
metros, una
fish.
temperatura de 17 grados. Hemos llegado de
Yeah.
600 metros de profundidad que empezamos la
turn on
buceada esta
Sirius's
mañana
cameras
y una
first, or
temperatura
lights
de
first.
aproximadamente
Can we wait a little bit
9.3
longer?
grados centígrados. Ahora mismo están
Yeah.
todas las luces
Oh, you're getting 'em in
apagadas
Sirius
y
sonar, you
viendo a
can see
ver
the
si cuando
fish.
se prendan vemos
Sirius sonar.
algunos de los peces que pueden
Right
estar
at the 12.5
huyéndole a las
mark,
luces de los
just to the
robots.
left of the line, there's
Sin
those two
embargo,
little
también
dots.
sabemos
There's
que hay
like 6 of them a
bioluminiscencia a
minute ago.
esta profundidad.
Can you tell roughly how big they
pero,
are from the
no
sonar?
tenemos el equipo para captar esa luz.
Graciela, I just want to interrupt you real quick. We are starting to see some fish come in the Sirius cam. Is that the aft cam as well?
That's the aft camera on D2, actually.
The aft camera on D2. We have seen a few fishes come.
Can you identify them?
No. Schooling, possibly snappers.
There's always hope.
But I don't see them anymore. I think there's two.
Might have just been noise. Maybe I was crazy.
Are we turning the lights on or waiting or?
I don't know. I
how
think
many
we're gonna
minutes
we're gonna
we
wait
going to
another. How long, pilot? How long do you want to wait?
Pilot's pretty nervous already, so
Oh.
whenever you guys are ready. No, just pinning myself on a rock without being able to see where I am. But I'm watching my sonar, and things are staying very, very still.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. Is that there's still some noise coming off the sub.
Not a lot. Pretty quiet thrusters. But, yeah.
Okay.
Should we activate the strobe first?
Strobe. You want to take some stills?
No, just
Up
kidding.
to the bottom?
So how long have the lights been out now? When did we start? 5 minutes ago?
Maybe 4.
4 minutes ago?
I think it was 09, 2009.
09. Well, let's wait until 2014 and you can kick them back on. $20.07? Okay, well, let's turn them on then. It's been 5 minutes. Well,
Mine first?
6 minutes to be exact.
Yeah, maybe the main HD first. I don't know. Do we see anything?
Now what?
I mean, now it doesn't matter. I don't think we see anything.
Nada. Don't say they nada.
We did see a school run behind us, but
We did.
but it didn't stick around.
I only remember seeing 2, though. Did you see more than 2?
Yeah, I saw maybe 6 or 7 of them.
6 or 7? Okay,
Yeah.
so 6 or 7 swam behind the D2, but doesn't look like we see much of anything else. Go ahead. That was fun, though. So I guess we're getting ready to leave the bottom. Jeff, when you pull off, if you could just maybe pan left
You're
and right, that would be really
basically in
helpful.
line, so I'm just going to turn around left and drive under you.
Awesome.
Yes, that would be great. Thanks.
Attention on the Okeanos. 15 minutes until ROV recovery operations. 15 minutes until ROV recovery operations.
Copy. Which direction? Oh, it does go uphill from there. We'll get up a little first.
Okay, I'm coming up real slow as you drive out.
Copy that.
I'm pretty much matching ship heads right now. Ship's head. To what? Yeah, I think, isn't that? Well, yeah, I guess that's right.
Okay, so we're off bottom.
Yeah, starting to come up a little.
Starting to come
My
up.
delta dropped.
Our depth is 300 meters. It's been a really great dive today at the platform area, about 22 miles west of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico. I am Andrea Quattrini, a postdoctoral researcher with the U.S. Geological Survey. And I thank everybody on Shoreside for participating. I'm going to turn it over to Mike to give us a wrap-up about geology. I wrapped up about biology before we ended the lights out test. But before he does that, I just want to say thank you to all the Shoreside scientists and those that have been on the phone with us today, including Graciela Garcia Moliner from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, Martha Nizinski from the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Systematics Lab, Tim Shank from HUI, Jason Chater and Amanda Demopoulos, also USGS, who are stationed at the command center at HUI with Tim. Anybody else on the phone with us today?
60.
Hi, this is Michelle Scherer from the University of Puerto Rico.
Hi, Michelle. You've been on the phone with us as well. So Michelle Scherer of the University of Puerto Rico. Thank you. And thanks for all your comments in the chat log, including everybody else that has participated today. So
Thank you all.
We're going to have a conference call in 15 at 4:30.
Delta 6 stretched out.
So thank you all, and thank you the ROV team as well. Very, very briefly, the geology. We spend the day on top of the platform carbonates. These rocks are about 4 million years old, and they're the rocks that form the north coast of Puerto Rico and extend to the north shore, the west and east of Puerto Rico. We started in the middle of a rift valley at about 600 meters deep, very flat surface, and then we traversed to the north to the faults that bound the north side of the rift valley. And right at the end of the day, we traversed right to the surface, the top of the fault, and we saw evidence of the fault failures that are associated with how those faults moved. I guess the good news was we didn't see any evidence of any very recent activity. It appears to have been a fault, much like we saw on day 3.
No, I wouldn't do a half knot. That'll put us
had
through the water
significant movement that moved 200 meters, but it hasn't done it in recent human history. And that's about it for the geology. Please tune in to Deep Sea TV from the Okeanos Explorer tomorrow. Thank you for listening and watching.
Speed over.
Good night.
Yeah, they'll do a speed through the water.
Go ahead, Nav.